great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the bdtv Breakfast News. I am Deborah Eze. Thank you for joining us this morning. Now let's see what's making the headlines. External reserves projected to hit $45 billion by year end. J. Berger Cortex, top gainers as market cap surges 285 billion naira. Tinubu orders temporary ban on exports of raw shea nuts. Botswana declares public health emergency as medicine shortages worsen. Victor Boniface opens up on failed Milan move, slams critics. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where analysts have projected that the country's external reserve would rise to about $45 billion by the end of the year, strengthening the ability of the Central Bank of Nigeria to provide a buffer for the foreign exchange market and general economy. This projection follows the rise of the exchange reserve to $41 billion last Tuesday, the highest level recorded in 44 months. The appreciation in the reserve signaled a significant recovery following depletion driven by external debt repayment. The reserves also experienced a sustained appreciation in August, increasing by 1.56 US dollars from 39.54 billion US dollars on August 1st to 41.11 billion US dollars on August 22nd, representing a 3.95% increase in less than a month. According to reports, the momentum of reserve growth appears likely to continue, supported by steady offshore inflows and potential external borrowings planned by the government. And moving on, the Nigerian exchange began the week on a positive note as equities gained 285 billion naira in market value on Monday, lifted by strong performance in Julius Berger Nigeria, Cotex, and insurance stocks. At the close of trading, the all-share index advanced by 435.61 points, representing a 0.31% rise to settle at 141,439.75. The rally reportedly pushed the market's capitalization to 89.5 trillion naira, reflecting improved investor sentiment despite recent volatility that had seen the market's shared value in the previous week. Trading data showed that a total of 589.73 million shares, worth about 11.22 billion naira, were exchanged in 33,304 deals, representing a 23% decline in volume and a 56% drop in turnover compared with the previous sections. And still on, President Bola Tinubu has ordered a temporary ban on the export of raw shea nuts with immediate effect. Stanley Nwacha, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Communications, Office of the Vice President, made this known in a statement on Tuesday in Abuja. Reports reveal that Vice President Kashim Shettima is at the moment presiding over an implementation meeting with critical stakeholders on the presidential directive. Speaking further on the directive, the Vice President says the decision was not an anti-trade policy, but a pro-value addition policy designed to secure raw materials for processing factories, enabling industries run at full capacity, thereby boosting rural income and jobs for the people. To end the local news, a federal high court in Abuja has ordered 6 banks to provide the Inspector General of Police with account details and transaction records linked to Omoyele Sowore. According to reports, this order covers all transactions from January 2024 to date. Justice Emeka Nwite issued the ruling on Tuesday after hearing an ex parte motion filed by the IGP's counsel, Wisdom Madaki. The IGP revealed that Sowore, publisher of Sahara Reporters, is under investigation for alleged terrorism financing, money laundering, and fraud. The 6 banks named as third to 8 respondents are United Bank for Africa UBA, Guarantee Trust Bank GTB, Zenith Bank, Opay Digital Service Limited, Moneypoint, and Kuda Microfinance Bank. We now move to the foreign scene where Botswana has declared a public health emergency as it faces a shortage of essential medicines and medical equipment. President Duma Boko made the announcement in a televised address on Monday, setting out a multi-million-dollar plan to rectify the supply chain involving military oversight. Boko revealed that managing the shortages would be highly price-sensitive due to limited coffers. The economy of Botswana, which has a population of 2.5 million, has been reportedly hit by a downturn in the international diamond market, as it is one of the world's leading diamond producers, fueled by US aid cuts, has seen high levels of unemployment and poverty. Also, the Ukrainian forces have acknowledged that Russia's military has crossed into the eastern industrial region of Dnipropetrovsk and is trying to establish a foothold. This is the first attack of such a large scale in Dnipropetrovsk region. Viktor Trebov of the Dnipro Operation Strategy Group of Troops told reporters, although he made clear that the advance had been stopped. Russia has claimed throughout the summer that it has entered the area as its forces try to push deeper into Ukrainian territory from Donetsk region. In early June, Russian officials said an offensive had begun, although the latest Ukrainian report suggests they have barely breached the regional border. And now to sports. Nigerian striker Victor Boniface has shed light on why his proposed transfer to Serie A giant AC Milan collapsed, admitting his history of serious injuries played a decisive role. The Bayer Leverkusen forward revealed how 2 anterior cruciate ligament injuries earlier in his career left lasting concerns. Boniface acknowledged that the setback were compounded by the personal tragedy of losing his mother, which almost pushed him into quitting football altogether. The 24-year-old was expected to join Milan on loan with an option to buy, but the move collapsed after he reportedly failed medical tests. And to end the news, Super Falcon captain Rasheedat Ajibade has expressed a delight after completing a sensational move to French giant Paris Saint-Germain Femin on a contract running until June 30th, 2027. Speaking after unveiling in Paris, Ajibade described the transfer as a defining moment in her career. The 25-year-old forward joins PSG from Atletico Madrid Femenino, where she spent 4.5 seasons, scoring 40 goals in 139 appearances. During her time in Spain, she helped Atletico lift the 2021 Spanish Super Cup and the 2023 Copa de la Reina, while contributing 8 goals and 3 assists in 23 matches last season. A move to France comes just weeks after helping Nigeria to a record-extending 10th Women African Cup of Nations title in Ivory Coast, where she was voted player of the tournament. And that does it this morning on BDTV Breakfast News. I am Deborah Eze. Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to
Day in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 27th.
On this day in 1957, Ford Motor Company unveiled the Edsel. This will become the biggest automotive bust in history. Although just an estimate, it is thought that the Edsel cost about 350 million losses for Ford. or about 3,200 for each sold, which ironically is about how much they cost. The momental failure of the Itzel resulted in a short-term panic in Ford shares. Net income per share for the Ford fell from $5.50 in 1957 to $2.12 per share in 1958. Ford had to reduce its dividend from $2.40 per share to $2, and Ford's stock price would fall from $60 to under $40. Earnings quickly recovered, and thanks to Ford's other models, the company survived gloriously. And on this day in 1998, as the Russian debt crisis escalated further, stock markets worldwide crumbled. Russia's stock market would fall 17% for a total collapse of 84% year to date. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell to 357 points, or 4% on the day. Spain fell 6%, Brazil fell 10%, and commodities hit a 21-year low. The losses hit long-term capital management so much that it lost $277 million in this day alone. The fund was down nearly 50% from its highs in April. The turmoil caused Larry Hillenbrand, a partner of the fund, to fly out and meet with Warren Buffett about a potential investment. Buffett declined to invest in the fund, and so did many others. The fund will be bankrupt in under a month.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on the BDTV. I am Noma. Keep watching.
Every year, residents in Lagos cry out for help during the rainy season when the terror of flooding begins. Evacuation alerts are sounded, mitigation efforts announced, yet for some residents, the task of moving is harder than going with the flow of flood. We are here on the streets of Lagos seeking insight from individuals who are experiencing this tough period of flooding and who will bail the cats.
Our citizens are really cause the flood. Government really stay with us over here. If we chop something through our inside got that since many things they solve, we waiting for street for the Agungi who the customer. So doesn't concern government inside there.
I will blame the citizen because number one, we the citizen we are not trying, because you drink bottled water, you throw it on the road, you chop biscuits, you throw it on the road, anything you throw it on the road, because you are not even picking the dirt. You don't know how they don't used to pick the dirt. That is why you just do it anyhow, you throw it anyhow. Before you know, water will gather it to go and drop it somewhere. Before you know, that started flood. So before you know, everywhere flooded.
The government no do anything for the flood in this Lagos the way where me at see, because at least every 3 months, government are supposed to make sure they come out the gutter and make sure the gutter they need. Because when gutter block, that is why the water cannot flow out. And most of the gutter where they build now, and at the gutter is holding this gutter where they don't build. Government supposed to maintain the gutter and make sure they build the gutter again. Because I'm hope that this gutter, it don't more than 10 years where they build gutter, but you're not supposed to build like that. Local government, chairman, supposed to do something against the gutter, because of this the road of the local government chairman.
For me, maybe government to find maybe solution for anything they can do, because this flood is a long time, sha. I don't even know, maybe it can come to an end.
It might be impossible to eradicate flooding in neighbors. However, it can be reduced drastically with the right policies, infrastructure development, and community efforts. You know, it's a collective effort because it's shared responsibilities between the government and the citizens. Not just the citizens, even the residents, because you can be a resident and not a citizen. Now, on the path of the government, let's look at urbanization. I know there are already existing policies, like not building on the drainage. And there's one recent one where the whole fluffy takeaway pipe was banned by the Lagos state government, because each time it rains, you find out that there are a lot of these obstructing both the drainage and the waterways. So governments can actually look at this part by making some good policies, just like the one they've made to eradicate such an attitude of the citizens. Then the part of the citizen, you know, I've always said it, that is a shared responsibilities. And from the part of the citizens, we have very funny attitude. If you look at the streets of Lagos today, or most areas today, you find out that some bloggers or some philanthropists call out the government because of refuse. Some of us have very ill attitude. We dump refuse everywhere we see, not minding that these things, when it rains, when there is heavy downpour, the water carries this refuse and they block the drainage way. Tomorrow we are complaining that the government is not working. So we have our obligations as citizens. And one of those obligations is we should not dump refuse anywhere. There are actually provisions made. There are baskets, there are dump sites, provisions made where we can actually put these things in place. Then another thing again that the citizens can also do is to, let me talk to the developers precisely, is to actually don't build on drainage ways, on canals. What happens in some parts today, some parts of Lagos today, especially places that are prone to fraud, the island basically, that are prone to floods, you notice that what they do, what some people do is they will just buy these canals and build. Then they will obstruct such a flow of water. And at the end of the day, what happens when this water did not see a path to go through? They block, they go back to the streets and they cause flood. So it becomes difficult. So on the part of the citizens, we can either not build on such paths, or we can also report if we see people doing that.
The blame is shared among the government and citizens. Now, the Lagos we dream of is only but a pipe dream if the government fails to transport these actions into realities. This is Amanda Amos Sigbuwe for Business Day Television.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is the newspaper review segment of the BDTV Breakfast Show, where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. I am Deborah Eze, and joining me in the studio for more insights this morning is our in-house analyst, Dipo Oladende. Good to have you on the show. It's been like forever. It's really good to have you.
Good morning, Debbie, and nice being here once again.
Yes. All right. Let's go straight into the dailies to see what the papers are saying this morning. Our first stop is going to be the Business Day newspaper, and the big story on the Business Day newspaper says doubts over 2.7 trillion naira gas to power debt offset plan. I know you have a lot to say about this. Yes. Let's move to another story. Another story there on the left rider of the Business Day newspaper says state coffers bulge but roads, schools, hospitals language. States coffer bulge but roads, schools, hospitals languish. And another story there says Oshun drags FG to Supreme Court over withheld local government allocation. But we are just going to focus on the big story on the Business Day, which is doubts over 2.7 trillion naira gas to power debt offset plan. What do you think about this, Tipo?
So what's the background to this? The background to this is the gas suppliers, very, very important stakeholders in the gas or in the power sector value chain. The government is owing them arrears of about 2.7 trillion, and so the government is proposing paying them through what we call royalty for debt. So what does this mean? Royalties are levies that these gas producers pay in form when they get the gas from the ground or when they are extracting or evacuating gas from the ground. So the government is saying, look, rather than pay this tax, why not? We are owing you certain amounts of money, so let's spread the money for a certain period of time, and then gradually the taxes that you're expected to pay as a result of being a gas producer will start waiving them off, and then we'll calculate it for that duration of period. Now, the big story is talking about the concern. How feasible is this plan? So how long can you really spread a 2.7 trillion naira debt? That's a lot of money. And then the time frame is also, a long period of time as well. So the second concern as well is how bankable is this decision? Because a lot of these gas producers took loan from banks in order for them to finance their operations or to invest in capital projects that they are using to carry out their operations. So if you are telling them that you are going to waive off monies they ought to be paying as tax, can they take that to the bank and say, look, we have a document from the government that say we can't pay tax from certain amounts of period of time? Can they use those documents to acquire a loan? That's dicey. That's very, very difficult. There's also the impact it's going to have on FAC allocation, because let's not forget that FAC allocation is the money you make from petroleum, money you make from gas, money you make from non-oil revenues as well, that all the 36 states commissioners come around every month to share. So if you are going to remove a substantial amount of about 2.7 trillion from monies that you are expected to give out to this FAC or to the states in order to carry out their statutory obligations at every month, what impact would that have for each of the states, especially in a period where majority of the states claim they need more money to fund health, to fund infrastructure projects, as the case may be? That's also another concern. And then there's also another concern of the fact that look, if whatever debt is being owed to the gas producers, if they can't reinvest that money back into the system in form of capex, then it's just an exercise in futility. So all of these concerns were addressed in the story, and I think everyone should try and get a copy of
the Business Day newspaper.
So
you, with all you said, you think spreading this 2.7 trillion naira is a partial measure?
Yes, it's not a long-term solution, because let's not forget the reason why we are at this stage in the first place is because there is no marketable system. You don't have a demand and supply system. You still have a bit of government intervention where government is coming in with some form of subsidy, because the discos are not able to recoup or claim all the monies they seem to give out through electricity bills. So they claim, we are losing a large chunk of our revenues to energy thefts, estimated billions. A lot of Nigerians are not paying their NEPA bills, and so they are saying, look, we can't pay up. So until we provide a long-term solution, so what's the long-term solution? That element of subsidy needs to be phased out, and then you need to make sure that there is a end-to-end value chain. There is no government intervention. When there is no government intervention, everyone would sit up, and then we'll reduce the amount of debt we have.
And also looking at the political risks, if you're going to spread it, what happens when the next government comes in? Yes. And are they going to offset it, or is it just going to be another, what's the solution and move around. It was actually written by Deepo, so you should grab a copy of the Business Day newspaper to get a hint of that story. Now let's now focus to the Punch newspaper. And the big story on the Punch says 2027 PDP ticket zoning to South split North. And the writer says parties northern stakeholder to review decision next week. And the writer says move may favor Tinubu's re-election, one Arewa youth. Another writer says zoning fair to South, says Middle Belt. Another story on the Punch, on the lower part of the paper, says probe begins as Abuja Kaduna train mishap injures 6. But let's take this PDP ticket zoning to South split North. What do you think about it?
I mean, the PDP is always they are trying to put their house in order. So it's been one layer of chaos on another layer of chaos since the 2023 since the end of 2023 election. So now they are trying to put the right thing. They are trying to zone to the south, hoping that respect the zoning system in the party, and hoping that it would create an element of stability in the party. I mean, time will tell how the northern arm of the party will take this, and then let's see the impact it's going to have going forward. But I mean, they are trying to put their house in order, and that's the most important thing. And PDP, some would argue, is the biggest opposition party that can give the APC a run for its money, because you have 3 or 4 or 5 governors that are still PDP members. So I mean, it's time will tell. But
okay, but this says move may favor Tinubu's re-election once Arewa. Do you agree with this?
So it's debatable, really, because we've had a northern president for 8 years. That's a Buhari, the late president Muhammadu Buhari. And so the argument is we need a southerner for another 8 years. So Tinubu has done 4 years. So will it split the southern votes in terms of what will happen in the next general election? I mean, it's very, very debatable. It depends on the quality and the credibility of the candidates, and then what's the selling point of these candidates. If it's a candidate that is going to appeal more to the masses of the people, appeal to people in the southern parts, and then you also need to look at what's the voting strength of whoever is the vice president that is going to. So if there is a credible northern vice president who can support this southern president, then I mean, I don't really think it should divide.
Do you buy into the logic of having to say, okay, we need like a northern president or a southern president? For me, I'm of the opinion of getting somebody who is competent and not, zoning it. So what do you think about it? Because now, say the zoning fair to the south says Middle Belt. I don't see the game of politics as being fair or not fair. So what do you think about it? Do you think it makes any form of sense that we are saying, okay, we had a northern president for 8 years, so let's go ahead and have the southern president for 8 years, even while we are not getting the results that we actually desire?
Well, so your point is legitimate, and I say that because if you look from 1999 till now, we had Obasanjo from the south. What really did even his state drilling down to his states, what really did they benefit as a result of Obasanjo being the president? I mean, the things you could count are very, very maybe minute or negligible. And then you have a president, who else? Yaradua, yes, his period was short. Jonathan. Did the South really benefit? Did we really see a significant transformation as a result of Jonathan? I mean, it's neither here nor there. And then you have the Buhari. What's really happened in Katsina as a result of? I mean, so that debate would always exist on whether we should be zoning the president from one region to another region. So we should focus on credibility, really. But then again, because Nigeria is a very, very extremely diversified country, right? We have about so many ethnic groups, different. It's always expected that, look, let's bring credible people from this region, right? So if there's a credible person from the south, let a credible person from the north, just to create a system, a federal system that appeals to everyone, and then give everyone a sense of belonging as a result of producing the country or trying to. Because if you look around the country, trust me, there are credible people everywhere, either in the south and the north. So the idea is we are expected to not just zone, we are expected to perhaps zone, and then, but most importantly, appoint based on credibility, appoint based on what's in your manifesto, what are you selling to the people. So if your selling points, if what you are selling is better than mine, then of course you should be given the votes, and then I would wait my turn.
I hope we get there one day in our country, Nigeria. All right, let's take out the other story. It says Pro begins has Abuja Kaduna train mishap injures 6. Now, the Abuja Kaduna train is always in the news. It's either for kidnapping, either for vandalism, and now we are having a brutal accident. What's your take on this?
So I think it's bad PR really for training. Let's not forget that this train had been abandoned for a while, and we are just starting to go back to it. A lot of Nigerians are still used to road transportation, so we are trying to increase the campaign for people to use travel by train. It's expected to be safer, cheaper, the rest of it. So incident like this I mean, it's just bad PR, or it just discourage people from using this. So a lot of concerns would be raised about safety. So what's the precautionary measures were they used? The Nigerian Railway Services, how often do they maintain these trains?
Do you think the train system has a good structural reform?
Well, I mean, it's difficult to tell, because so we can't use incident like this to say, look, there is no.
It's always.
It's the thing is, around the world we usually have incident like this. It's just like plane crash. There is no. I mean, you can put all of the safety measures in place, but then if it's what. I mean, that is not excusing the fact that we need to always create put maintenance system, make sure the system is as efficient, reliable, and as safe as possible. Because again, safety is very key. Whatever any means of transportation you are using, if there is no safety guarantee in any of this, trust me, nobody is going to use it. The impact of this is you find less people who would be willing to use the train. At the end of the day, the train system is no longer profitable, because you are not carrying enough people. If you are not carrying enough people, it means on a one-way trip, you're probably moving with less than 10, 20 or 30% of the entire train capacity, which means it's not financially viable. And once it's not financially viable, it shuts down the whole economics, and then we are back to square one. So that's the kind of impact.
So what's the way forward to avoid
the way forward is let's copy from the best people. So if you look around the European countries, you can literally move via train from France to England, from England to another neighboring country, vice versa. So let's copy from the best. What are they doing right? And then just replicate. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just need to look at what the best of the best are doing. If the best of the best are carrying out routine maintenance every day, then let's just replicate that. If they are doing it once a week, let's just replicate that. The idea is we are not reinventing, we are not starting a new world order. We just need to look at what other countries are doing and copy from the best or the most efficient system. Carry out routine training for some of the people working at this train station. Train the drivers, pay them well, and then just put a bit of technology in how you collect your money, and then you have efficiency. Speaking
about training the drivers, I know some train drivers that are not paid well, but that is not a conversation for me, because when you actually not paid well, you don't care.
Exactly.
You're just like a decical about the job. All right, let's move to the Vanguard newspaper, and we have so many stories on the Vanguard, but we're going to take the big story, which still says Northern Bloc oppose PDP zoning ticket to the South. And the top right of the Vanguard, we have Nigeria's Dan Social elected vice president of Global Ports Body. Another headline there says ASU protests disrupt academic activities on campuses nationwide. Another writer says Osun drags federal government to Supreme Court over withheld local government allocation. Now let's take the ASU story. I'm surprised and shocked. It's not up to 10 years that I left university, and let's say it's 10 years I left university, and ASU was a problem as at that time. This is quite shocking that now that I've moved on, I've moved on from, the undergraduate part of my education, and ASU is still the problem. What do you think is the problem?
Well, ASU I'm not sure there's anyone who went through Nigerian university system who did not
go through
this pain of ASU strike. So at the end of the day, who is at the receiving end? Really, the Nigerian students. And then we had ASU on strike to talk about agreements entered many years ago, in 2009 agreement, 2010 agreement, 2001 agreement, and trying to. So I mean, it's always back and forth, really.
Yeah.
ASU's problem is never ending. Once you are fixing this, there's another. At some point, there was complaints about the payment platform where they were complaining they don't want to be paid via the normal platform the government was proposing for everyone. They wanted a specialized platform for themselves. So once you solve one problem, another problem is cropping up. So it's never ending. So the long-term solution is this: government needs to sit down and prioritize what it wants to do with education. If you want tertiary education to be strictly privatized, then just go ahead with it. If you want it to still be maintained by the public institutions, then you need to be more efficient on how you do it. You need to have a permanent solution to sit down with the lecturers and find a permanent solution. If it's about their payments or the salaries or their gratuities or whatever they're entitled to, sit down and have a long-term solution to it, and then just solve it once and for all. Because if you look at Human Development Index around the world, which measures health, education, these two yardsticks are usually the yardstick to appraise how a country would be in the next 10, 15 years. So if you want to know how a country would look like in the next 10 years from now, 15 years from now, the global rule of thumb is to look at the Human Development Index, look at how much they prioritize education, how much they prioritize health now, and then you can tell what to look like in the next 10 years. But now, we're having, if it's not WAEC, it's JAM. If it's not JAM, it's ASU. I mean, it's
really sad, to be honest. It's really sad. But like you said, they really need to sit down and have a round table to discuss what the way forward is. But one of the stories that caught my attention on the Vanguard is this: Tinubu imposes 6-month ban on export of raw shea nut. Now, critics are actually saying it's a way to close the trade policy. Do you agree with that?
Well, so when each time the government comes out with a policy or with an announcement, it's always expected that process would have gone through. Committees will have sat down, review what are the do's and don'ts, what are the benefits and the. So my view is, why was there not a timeline? Why didn't they set a target and say from December next year we'll stop the export of? Why was that decision very, very? What happens to people who are operating in that value chain? You just wake up one morning and you say, look, so imagine if I'm an exporter of this business. It means I'm out of business. So I just made a decision. So was there enough time for people who are in that business to be able to adjust with this decision? I mean, so whatever the gains and benefits were, sometimes it's always expected that governments would give timelines so that anybody operating in that value chain can easily adjust and then do what they want to do. So now, I mean, time will tell the impact it's going to have on this. Remember, we took a lot of decision on concerning rice many years ago where we decided to close the border. Until now, I'm not sure we've seen the effect of that. So again, time would always review the impact of a policy. If the policy was well thought out before the government actually.
But do you really see any impact with this, looking at it holistically?
Well, again, so because I'm not a player, it's expected that look, we've always argued that we need to export more. So if the government is closing that door and saying, look, let's not export this, so what's the government saying? Are they saying data that showed that this would add more value locally compared to export? So we don't need the dollar export from this. Are there industries that can rely on, that can consume all of the products we need to export rather than export, we are using them in the local markets? I mean, I don't have that data, and the government should be the one who would have that data. So we can't really sit down and say, look, it's a good or a bad decision. We would give it time. It's always expected that we assume that government thought about it and they felt, okay, look, the dollar would earn from this. Let's use it in-house, and so let's do away with that export. Again, time will tell, but what I do know is we usually export a lot of, so there's soya beans, there's sesame seed. I mean, all of these products are used to increase our non-oil export bracket. So we've been talking a lot about diversifying the economy. And so, I mean, so if the government will come up with this again, let's see what's the impact of this will come in. But I would have expected timelines so that people operating in the business would have enough time to adjust.
Wait, let's take a look at the memorandum of understanding that was signed by Nigeria and Brazil. It's been making the round. So what do you think about it?
I hope Brazil will not come out and say they didn't sign the document. But I mean, it's like the Petrobras used to be in Nigeria before. This is a very big oil and gas company, but they left. And the president, one of the key decisions that the president's trip achieved was to talk about bringing Petrobras back into Nigeria, so which is a good thing. I mean, these trips are good. The most important thing is let's see it in number terms in terms of FDI, because FDI, foreign direct investments in Nigeria, has been the lowest for a while, and so it's expected that trips like this would increase FDI. Investors will take a second look at Nigeria and say, look, let's bring our money here, and that will create jobs, increase the value of the economy, and create a better system for all.
All right. Back to the raw share nuts. Just to be clear, the federal government banned the raw share nut and not the processed nuts. That simply means we can still import shea butter and everything that we process out of the nut. So the nut is not going out; it stay with us. But whatever we process from it is what is going out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's clear.
Yeah, it's clear, but still, I don't see it as being feasible because, like you said, we actually export most of this, especially to other West African countries. I'm talking about Senegal, Gambia. This is where we get most of our money from exporting to this Western countries. So I don't see it as being feasible. Whether or not we are just going to export the processed product or the raw material itself.
I mean, let's for me, each time they come up with a policy, I do give them the benefits of a doubt. For the first 2-3 months, when I start seeing things moving in the wrong direction,
and we said it all. All right, exactly. Thank you so much, Mr. Deepa, for joining us in the studio this morning.
It's always a pleasure. Thanks.
All right, this is all we can take on the newspaper review. Up next is Business Morning. Just stay with us.
On the 13th of August 2025, Transact, a Nigerian-based accountancy and advisory firm, hosted a one-day seminar workshop for corporate taxpayers and business owners in collaboration with the Nigerian Revenue Service in Lagos. The event themed Navigating Nigeria's New Tax Landscape, Understanding the 2025 Tax Reform Act, and Mandatory e-invoicing for taxpayers brought stakeholders across different tax sectors who shared their insights on the prospects of a new tax law.
Number one is the fact that it is pro-business. That is, it encourages ease of doing business. It it's going to encourage compliance by businesses, and it's going to improve their compliance level. Then the fact that we now have laws that are few in number and harmonize in just 2 documents, because if you are looking at the one that actually affect the taxpayers, we have the Nigerian Tax Act that imposes taxation that imposes taxes, and we have the Nigeria Tax Administration Act that deals with how do we comply with those tax laws, the administration. So those are the two major laws that will affect the taxpayers. And what this means is that the laws are easier for taxpayers to comply with, because before they have to check through or look through so many tax laws, but now we have just two to look through when they are doing their businesses. And also the fact that we have laws now that are very simple. Gone are the days of those complex tax laws, complexity in terms of rules and in terms of wordings, the text. Now we have laws that are simple in text and in wordings, and simple also in rules. So which make it easier, going to make it far easier for taxpayers to comply with. And one of the things when we are talking of the fact that there is ease of compliance is the fact that it also reduces the cost of compliance for them. For me, it's a win-win situation. But if you are looking for the losers will be tax evaders. Yes, those that have been running away from paying taxes, because now the law encourages the deployment of technology. And if you remember that one of the things that was discussed today is the issue of e-invoicing. The fact that now, as you are making your purchases or somebody making his sales, the invoices are generated and reported immediately with the tax authority. So what that means is that nobody can hide any longer. Tax evaders will not find it easy under the new dispensation.
Iben Joel, managing partner at Transact, in his welcome address, speaks on the importance of the training for the growth of the Nigerian tax sector, urging participants to leverage the opportunity to learn and network with key stakeholders across the sector.
There are many benefits. There could be some hurdles before we get to realizing the benefits. Some of those hurdles we talked about, such as the cost of integrating systems. For most small businesses, they don't even have the funds to invest in, say, ERPs in the first place, But overall, the biggest business benefits that I see from it is that when invoicing is standardized in that manner, there are certain sectors that could open up. One of them is invoice factoring, which right now is very nascent, if you know what I mean. So invoice factoring is an institution where once I've issued an invoice to somebody, if the person has not paid, I can take that invoice to the bank and ask the bank to advance me money against that invoice. So right now, because of a lack of that kind of platform where invoices can be easily verified, a lot of banks don't offer invoice discounting.
The first session of the workshop, hosted by Victor A.T., tax partner at Transact, touched on key changes and implications of the 2025 Tax Reform Act, bringing detailed clarity on areas impacted by the reform. The session gave key insights on the taxation of resident and non-resident persons, taxation of individuals and employment income, determination of chargeable gains, taxation of petroleum operations, and indirect taxes, bringing clarity on taxable transactions.
There are some amendments that are there to encourage even investors to come in. We have the no association gas order that will allow them to have credits for their greenfield, and they are depending on the number of oil that are there. But the essence is actually to make them to develop to come and invest. It's only the gas. We have so much gas in Nigeria that they have not really do anything about it. And with those orders, it will encourage them to invest so that we can, in Nigeria as a country, can get value for those gas. It's a welcoming idea. Like before they do provisions, and provisions as far as law is taxation is concerned is not allowable. You just think like, I want to make provision for it, but for you now to be able to deduct it and be allowed for tax purpose, so they are saying fund it. if you think 100 million every year, every $100 million or whatever, in most cases the oil company they do dollar. So it's going to, and because at the end of your leaving the production place and you want to leave that, you're supposed to restore the place back to its normal state. And so we are making provision that by the time I want to leave, that I'm done, I want to restore the place. You are making provision to get money to be able to do it. Because towards that end, the feed will not be producing as such. And so to wait till that end will be very difficult. And that is the essence of, okay, make provision for it. And for you to enjoy it as a tax benefit, then fund it. So they're now funding, before it was like put it in escrow account, which may mean putting it overseas. And given that we don't even, we are developing, we don't even have money. So the little one we have depositing in a foreign country, we make those ones to be better than us again. They will have enough money to be using over there. But putting it, they are only asking for 30%. And I think it's CBN they want to use. So if there is a fear of if the bank may collapse, it's like they want to use CBN. So put 30% in Nigeria, that is cash that they can lend out and be able to do some other developments. So it's a good one.
The event also featured 2 panel sessions. The first panel focused on solutions and ways to navigate challenges and future outlook of the country's tax system, while the second panel centered on practical aspects of e-invoicing, including integration, data requirements, and transaction models. Stakeholders also collaborate the impact of the new tax reforms and how it will attract investment for the country. Simply, the tax system and boost compliance.
There's no loser. Everybody is a gainer. It's more of a win-win situation, and government is giving a lot in terms of incentive to encourage business and even individuals in the country. Now, the principle is that we are not going to tax the seed, we are taxing the profits. So, and we are not taxing the poor, we are taxing the rich. Because it's simplified, the tax system, and also the issue of fiscalization is there now, that issue of e-invoicing, which is going to bring many taxpayers into the tax net, and which eventually will increase the revenue of government. You know what we're having presently, the data before now is that our tax to GDP ratio is very low. Until recently, that has been increased to about 11 or 13%. But we can still do more, because in the West African, something say expect to be 15% is the minimum tax to GDP ratio. Nigeria is moving to that level with this tax reform and fiscal policies.
On the 13th,
morning again, and welcome to Business Morning, a segment of our breakfast show where we take a deep dive into the trends shaping Nigeria's business and economic outlook. My name is still Deborah Eze. Thank you for starting your morning with us. Now let's move to our first focus for today. Foreign exchange volatility and low insurance penetration remain two of Africa's biggest economic challenges. While individuals and businesses struggle with currency risk, fewer than 3% of Africans have access to insurance products that could protect them against financial shocks. But with the rise of fintech innovation, there's growing interest in whether technology can create new tools that edge against forex risks while also deepening insurance coverage across the continent. Could this be the key to bridging Africa's risk gap and unlocking financial resilience for millions? Joining us to explore this is Kolade Awosomi. He's the head of Technical International Energy Insurance PLC. Good morning, Mr. Kolade. Thank you for joining us on Business Morning.
Good morning, Deborah. Thanks for having me.
All right, let's go straight into the conversation. And first up, let's understand the landscape. So why do forex volatility and low insurance penetration remain such a persistent problem across African economies?
Yeah, so thank you once again for having me. Yes, you have touched a very cogent point for us, especially Nigeria, Africa, and there are a number of reasons. One of them is dollar shortages and forex FX markets. Many countries run these persistent gaps. Large import bills and receipts in exports, which makes it we're always looking to buy dollar to fund some of our purchases. And so we have this trade deficit. So dollar is always on the rise. Another reason is almost of our trading is in hard currency, in most of Africa. So we need to sort for either the US dollar or euro to sort, most of our consumption. So, and also we have the insurance market structure as we currently have it is not outside of South Africa. We don't have so much that is deepened enough already, we have very low penetration. South Africa has between -1 or 2. Nigeria, for example, is still about 1%. So we have that. Of course, we also have the cost of risk transfer. What a lot of insurance companies do when we insure the public is we still go back to reinsurance, and we pay for this in foreign currency too. And lastly, we also have data and regulatory frictions. Until January of this year, for example, the CBN just recognized the forex exchange with a code, in January. So a lot of central banks are not yet ready to participate in this market across Africa. Nigeria is out of that because we already have a code, that can now bring, this thing under the existing CBN Act and the BOFI, that is existing. So these are some of the challenges that we have been having, before now.
All right. Still on understanding the landscape, how do you think these risks specifically affect businesses and also small, medium enterprises and the everyday households?
Okay, thank you. So, as I was saying, because of this forex volatility, it inflates a lot of our imports, when we are bringing in this thing, because we're purchasing in dollar, it's usually up. And then because, as I said, there's this volatility, if it goes up, it erodes the margin, and this affects businesses and SMEs in that wise, because the profit margin that could have been, taken off is now eroded by that forex volatility. And many SMEs lack these hedging devices or accesses to buffer against this kind of volatility. Of course, insurance too, as I said, we buy reinsurance outside, and we also still source, and it affects us. And of course, ultimately, it affects households because a lot of these costs, from businesses and SMEs are now passed down onto households. So it affects the real income they have, to make purchases, and they are not better equipped or well equipped to absorb these shocks in forex maneuvers or forex fluctuations everywhere.
Okay. So, do you think let's look at the fintech role in all of this now. Do you think they are providing innovative solutions to address this currency risk and also expand access to insurance?
Yeah, thank you. So over the last over the last decade, a lot of things have been happening in the fintech space, and I think they've been coming up with so much innovative, ideas. For example, I'm aware that in Africa, for example, there's been a Pan-African, an initiative of Afri-Exim Bank. There's a Pan-African Payment Settlement System, PAPS, that allow central banks across Africa to settle in local currencies. Then you don't have to be looking for, to source for dollar to buy something from South Africa or from Ghana, for example. And I think they are scaling this, so that the whole marketplace can have this kind of advantage, So we just have a level exchange program. And of course, we have, again, some tools that are coming up, SME FX tools. We have some apps that have been developed, and even domestic market. Nigeria, for example, we have this Naira settled OTC FX features. That's where you can exchange some of this FX, like the stock exchange. So we have that. So it provides a place where there can be this kind of exchanges, and it is being powered by fintech. Of course, we also have, where we have cases of embedded and parametric insurance. We have a lot of insurtech. We have even most of the apps that we have now, that's especially these lending apps. You see a lot of them. The insurance is part of what they add. If you look at the breakdown, there's a part. So it's embedded in the full core, and this is enabled by fintech. So you don't pay a single sum. It has enabled the cost to be thinned down, and then the speed of payout is also enabled. Of course, we also have this digital claims that has been enabled. You can log on to many sites, even in Nigeria, and you log on your claim through the interaction of the APIs that they've developed. You can link to different companies, and you can lodge your claim, and end to end you can make that claim, and so on and so forth. Fintechs have come up with a lot of innovations within the last decade, to address some of these things.
Do you think we're going to see practical examples where fintech has successfully combined forex management and also forex management with insurance products?
Yes, I did mention one of the best examples, that comes to mind is the PAPS, for trade, that has, embedded and has enabled, forex to be changed, across the African continent, without having to first convert to dollar or euro. So once, a lot of central banks in Africa have onboarded onto this, which it allows, local currency settlement. It allows for insurers and insurtechs to attach, for example, marine credit when they are doing import and export, and it is converted real time, and it covers the same model. And this is a very good initiative from Afri-Exim Bank, as I said, and it's done through a Mansa, platform. And what this does, again, because a lot of the issues that they've had is a KYC issue. A lot of central banks, Africa, we have regulations around KYC and all of that, which has been an hindrance. So what these PAPs have done is to create an app, they call it Mansa, that collates KYCs across board, from central bank. So once you are uploaded, your KYC is there and all of that. So it meets basic regulations across the continent. So it has facilitated that, and that's the work of fintech.
Okay, so still on fintech's role, how do you think technology would make risk products more affordable and accessible to the undeserved populations?
Yeah, thank you. And I think it's not far-fetched from what we've been discussing. One of the first things we would do is to make this distribution cost to collapse. One of the problems we've had is penetration, as I said in the introduction. So one of the things fintech will do is to reduce the distribution cost using the telco models. Look at all of us, we use all these phones. You get SMSs, you get so many things online all the time. So one of the things it will do, and once we onboarded, is to reduce the cost. That okay, instead of saying one company or just one industry is doing something, that model allows us to reach a wider number of people, within short time. Of course, it's going to make our claim settlement to be faster and cheaper, because it will have been scaled down to an end-to-end online thing. So once wherever there's satellite, wherever there's this technology with the phone, these payouts can be done quickly. You don't have to go to a bank. You just get your account number and it's sorted. So they're also going to make our claims handling to be faster and cheaper. It's going to embed a lot of financing. It's going to, yes, financial inclusion. It's going to improve financial inclusion across Africa, in the sense that a lot of people now, because they have insurances, for example, on their phone, even in rural areas. We have people, in rural areas, once they have a phone, it doesn't have to even be, a fancy phone. Once you can have an SMS thing. So it's going to, create more financial inclusion within all of the spaces we have. And of course, we're going to create, market infrastructure. Just last month, I think, the insurance regulator, NICOM, came up with some guidelines, re-emphasizing rules for web aggregators. A lot of there are fintechs that have come into the space of insurance and other businesses to aggregate businesses, and make it available, on platforms for people. So it is easier for people. So this is going to also deepen and increase, the infrastructure we have for distribution.
Okay, so let's now take our focus away from the fintech and look at the barriers and opportunity to this. So what do you think are the biggest regulatory or market challenges fintech face when they're trying to bridge this risk gap?
Yeah, thank you, Deborah, again. So as I said, a lot of us in Africa are just coming from behind, and one of the issues we've been having is licensing, and approvals, because we operate in different regions, and some of us are mostly territorial. Take, for example, the ECOWAS, for example, a lot of discussions have been going to liberalize trade in ECOWAS. I'm just making ECOWAS an example before you now look at the whole of Africa. So it's been so difficult, even in ECOWAS, the sub-region, to harmonize a lot of our processes, because most of the countries are territorial. They want to be in charge of a lot of their, economies. So this is one of the problems. So when you go to all of these regions, you still face all of these regulatory, onboarding things. So that is a major thing for us. And I think Afro-Exim Bank is doing a lot, to narrow this gap and bring up a kind of uniform appraisal to onboard people. So that is a major problem. Of course, akin to that is the KYC, anti-money laundering, and data rule that we've been talking about. A lot of people, want to satisfy their local KYC and anti-money laundering laws, because it is something that even gives any economy or any government credibility internationally, that your domain, your country is not a transit or being used for money laundering. So, and people are always suspicious of the other countries' measure. So this has been a rule, and so one of the things the Mansa from Afreximbank that I mentioned earlier is doing is to create that uniform platform that will address a lot of this. And of course, one of the hindrances or challenges again has been the scarcity of forex, and because for us in insurance, for example, we still do a lot of reinsurance, and which goes to international markets. It is based on forex, so sourcing and doing a lot of it. So it's becoming easier for us to just remain local and not want to go outside because we need to get a lot of this. But that again is being addressed proactively by our industry regulator. The recently signed Nigerian Insurance Industry Act 2025 addresses a lot of that because it's going to seek to recapitalize a lot of these companies. And so when we do recapitalize, it's going to give us, the leverage. It's going to give us the capacity, to do a lot of more of this. And of course, inherently, we have always had this trust and of course literacy gaps across Africa, not just Nigeria, because a lot of people don't trust the process. They don't trust the process yet, and that's why we've had low penetration. Of course, literacy too also plays a role when you talk about getting to the rural area. So, and a lot of work is being doing by regulators, by insurance companies, by fintechs, to make sure that a lot of these things are breached, such that you don't need to have a PhD, you don't need to even have a BSc to be able to operate on any of these platforms. So a lot is being done in that regard.
All right. Let's look at how the partnership between banks and, most importantly, insurance and the fintech startup, how can it accelerate progress in this space?
Yeah, thank you. And I think a lot of operators in this space have realized this. So there's been a lot of collaboration in the recent times. You see a lot of shared data and shared real. That's one of the first things. Insurance can, there's always this, collaboration between fintech, insurance company, even telcos. Of course, people are careful to manage the delicate line of data management laws that you can't just share information about people. But for those people that you have onboarded, we have a lot of data sharing that once you have a KYC, for example, from a client, and it is still within the same organization, this can be used to transact businesses and create customer experience such that you don't need to be asking the same customer the same questions every time. So they have this collaboration in sharing, data and processes. Of course, we also have we created a trade ecosystem. As I said, I always will refer to Afreximbank because they've gone ahead, to set a tone, for Africa and the way to go. And a lot of central banks in Africa are trying to plug into that, gateway. So banks and all of that can settle and, do a lot of embedded credit marine transactions through this platform. There is an African trade gateway where banks easily can resolve things. Of course, as I said, telcos are a needed or necessary partner in all of these processes. So they are also part of the partnership that have been created or is still being created, between fintechs, insurance, and all people in the space.
Right now, let's move our focus to the future outlook. We've highlighted all the problems and what the barriers are. So in your view, what role will fintech play in shaping the future of risk management in Africa? And I'm talking about over the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, thank you. For me, I think as the doctor will say, the prognosis is very good. It is because again, I see fintechs, I see insurance companies, I see regulators, trying to, collaborate and open up all of these spaces, and it's already happening. You recall 30 December, a lot of people, sat back came home from all over the world and were still doing their transactions, like they were, back abroad. And even from abroad, they do a lot of, trans-border exchanges. So fintech, we have seen that this is possible. And people are now using these utilities that have been created, including, to distribute insurance. So all insurance need to do is to plug into all of these existing, parametric triggers. They can sell their commodities, they can get insurance, the space is there now. So that is an advantage. People are going to that space and making use of this advantage that have been, created. Of course, there's also the opportunity of data-driven pricing, because all of these things are scaled down now. You can now do a lot of these transactions that will favor SMEs, that will favor individuals, because the cost has been relatively brought down and it is, normalized. So a lot of people are developing different products, to take advantage of this huge space.
All right, finally, Mr. Claude, before I let you go, do you see fintech as the game changer that can finally make insurance mainstream in Africa?
Oh, yes, definitely. As I said, it's like something that is ready and it's waiting for operators to plug in and, have these partnerships. We have already have that. Fintechs have proven that, they can distribute through telcos and wallets, we can settle, you have mobile money. So a lot of these things are already here. So it is just, getting together, collaborate and see how best, these collaborations can we've gotten a lot of successes in even embedded models. Like, you want to, I did make an example of the mobile apps or mobile lending apps that you have. You have insurance, you have management fee, you have a lot of things. All of that, you just pay a single fee. So everything is already embedded. You don't have to pay multiple fees. You don't have to do so many things to get things done. So definitely, they are the game changer.
All right. Thank you so much for your insights. Kolade Awusomi is the head of Technical International Energy Insurance PLC. Thank you for coming on the Business Morning Show this morning.
Thank you for having me, Deborah. Thank you.
We go on a quick break now. When we come back, the second part of our conversation on business money continues. Do stay with us. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Now, welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning on the Breakfast Show here on Business Day Television. Now, let's move to our second conversation for today. We turn our attention to a growing concern in Nigeria's financial landscape, the rise of digital loan apps and the challenges they pose for borrowers. While these platforms have provided quick access to credit for millions of Nigerians, many users are grappling with high interest rates, hidden charges, privacy violation, and aggressive recovery tactics. With household debt on the rise and regulation still catching up with innovation, the question is, how can Nigerians navigate this credit minefield without falling into financial distress? To help us unpack this, we are joined by Emmanuel Kasali. He's the founder, Diary Consults Limited. Good morning, Mr. Emmanuel Kasali. It's good to have you on Business Morning.
Good morning. Good morning to everyone at Business Day.
TV.
Good morning, and thank you for your time. All right, let's go straight into it. Let's start with the basics. Why do you think loan apps have become so popular in Nigeria, despite the risks?
Okay, so thank you very much for having me. This is a topic I've always loved to want to talk about. It's what I've even been talking about for the past few weeks. And the reason why we've had loan apps being so popular is because they've actually had to fill the gap the traditional banks have left open. And with the loan
Mr. Emmanuel, can you unmute your mic, please, if you can hear me? I think we lost him. We're going to go on a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if we can actually reconnect with Mr. Emmanuel. Just stay with us. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. All right, you're still watching Business Money. Before we went on that break, we were speaking to Emmanuel Kasali, and he was trying to let us know why these loan apps have become so popular in Nigeria. Mr. Emmanuel, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you clearly.
All right, so why do you think these loan apps have become so popular in Nigeria, despite the risks?
Okay, so thank you very much for this person. Thank you for having me again on BusinessDay TV to speak on this topic that really impacts on many Nigerians. I believe the loan apps have become so much popular because they are here to fill the gap which the traditional banks have left open. And this is quick access to cash by millions of Nigerians, youths, young adults, even small business owners can have access to money to run emergency needs or even run their businesses. As you mentioned, there are risks to it, but however, many Nigerians are not so much familiar with this. I mean, the major aim is to just get the money to utilize it for what it is being needed for.
All right. What do you think are some of the most common traps or red flags that borrowers fall into when using these digital lending platforms? Because despite the risks, people still, access this borrowing platform. So what do you think are the traps or the red flags, that they see that make them think it's convenient for them to keep borrowing from these lending apps?
Okay, so if we were to talk about the traps, first, the enticement has to do with, I have quick access to loan without the much paperwork that comes with traditional banks. I have quick access to an amount of money that doesn't require collateral. However, the red flags that they don't take note of, number one, there is a high interest rate. I'm speaking from experience, not from personal experience actually, but I have quite a lot of friends, colleagues, family members who one way or the other either work with these loan apps or have been a borrower from these loan apps. And I can tell you for a fact that the interest rate ranges from 30% to about 40%. And another problem or another red flag they do not take into cognizance is the time frame for repayment. Most of the times, the time frame cuts across between 7 weeks to 14 weeks. The max you receive is a month. And then there is the harassment and the abuse that comes with not being able to make those payments at the due date. And coupled with that is hidden charges. I can tell you for a fact, I had an experience just over the weekend where a borrower was calling one of the agents of this loan app to actually plead because she had not paid back as at when due. And all of a sudden, The money she was supposed to pay has now piled up beyond the capital, the money she received, which is, let's say, the capital, the interest, and then they are now hidden charges that have made her repaying worse. And she was at their mercy, begging over and over that if they could just take away the hidden charges, she already has the amount she borrowed and the interest rate. And then there is also the breach in privacy. I mean, I've also been a victim one way or the other by that, where persons just call me all of a sudden and say, oh, this person collected a loan, we are going to arrest him, or we are going to come after you also, and all that. These are the red flags many Nigerians don't look at. They only see the parts where, yeah, I have access to quick loans, no collateral, no much paperwork. All I just have to click is accept, and then the loan is being transferred to me immediately.
So let's talk about the hidden rates and the hidden charges that are often criticized. How do you think borrowers should calculate the real cost of these loans before taking them? Because I'm sure they will be told that this is the amount you're paying, not that they just pile up interest for you.
Okay, so thank you for that question. Just to emphasize, for some loan apps, they really at times do not let persons know how much interest they have taken. They get to know just immediately when they click accept the loan. This is from sources that I know. However, what many of their clients do back is immediately they click it and they see the rate of interest. They return the money immediately. However, some still go ahead to do it. Now, but then we are in a world that is very digital, and it surprises me that where we have access to the likes of the AI tools like ChatGPT, I'm taking a loan, for example, you're taking a loan, let me use a small amount for many Nigerians that will be watching this, a small loan of 10,000 naira, and I'm expected to pay 12,000 naira in return in a month. That is a whopping 20% interest. Now, all it takes for a person is to go on, even on Google, and say, oh, if I'm taking a loan of this amount and I'm paying this amount back in a month, how many percentage increase, or how many percent interest rates? What is the percentage interest rate I am paying back? Now, if we look at the example I've given, annually, that means the person is paying over 200% interest rate on just that amount. How much more someone who takes about 100,000 naira or even 200,000 naira or 300,000 naira? So for Nigerians, I think it's just having the financial literacy, understanding the risk. And by understanding the risk, it means knowing what you're borrowing for, knowing the interest rate you're paying. And in the world where we now have technology to help us, it can help many Nigerians understand the interest rates, the hidden charges that are attached to the loan they're collecting. Knowing that can control their impulse to click accept the loan or reject the loan.
Okay, also many users, they complain about harassment. You also mentioned it briefly, harassment and privacy breaches by these loan apps. So how effective do you think the regulatory agencies, and I'm talking about the FCCPs and also CBN, how do you think they've been effective in addressing these issues?
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I can say for sure that, yeah, they've been effective quite a lot. I mean, there have been a lot of close down to illegal or non-registered loan apps or loan companies. And the CBN also has released a regulatory kind of rules, or should I use a kind of policy, just to protect consumers. And the consumers also has to do with those who are the borrowers. However, we understand that as much as we put in mitigations, we are humans and we try to adapt quickly and then devise other means. And as much as the regulatory bodies, that is the FCCPC and the CBN, are making movements to actually curb the whole harassment and the whole abuse, it is important that they still put in more effort, because these loan apps are also advancing. They are also, how will I use the word, evolving on how to go about this. I can tell you from experience, I've heard, or I know of clients or customers that have been called around 11 p.m., 12 a.m., just to follow up on them repaying their loan. And if you look on the other side of the agents that are doing this, this is because they also have a target to meet up with. As well, as much as I know that, yeah, some loan apps are adhering to this, I think the FCCPC and the CBN still have a lot of work to do in order to protect consumers. And by consumers, I mean borrowers from these loan apps.
Okay, so what role do you think banks, regulators should play, and also the FinTech Association, what role do you think they play in ensuring that there's actually ethical lending practices?
Okay, so thank you very much. Now, banks, we know are profit oriented, and from experience or from lessons from the knowledge, basic knowledge I have, I know banks lend more to businesses or to anything they're lending to has to be something they are sure or they have has a high percent of being returned back. And that's why we see banks lend more money into the real estate more than into small business. However, if banks can consider lending money to small business owner at a smaller scale, this can reduce borrowers falling into predators loan apps. And then for regulatory bodies, I mean, like I said earlier on, there's much more work to do. And that is regulatory bodies such as the FCCPC we mentioned and the CBN devising, evolving also on how to curb the whole issues we have around having access to loan apps. And for the fintechs, I think it would be wise or it would be wonderful if they can consider looking into the interest rates they place on their loan. The goal should be to help Nigerians and not to feed on them or not to leech on them. Let me use that word. And so they should consider the interest rates, consider the length at which people have to repay back. And for the fintechs, because I'm aware that they have a kind of body to actually kind of curb these incessant activities. There should be sanctions for those who practice against their code of conduct. All in all, discussing what we just said.
Okay. So beyond these regulations, how do you think financial literacy would help Nigerians make better borrowing decisions?
Okay, so financial literacy cuts across everyone all over the world, which is one thing to be able to get in income. It's another thing to be able to manage it, and it's another thing to be able to multiply it, and that's to increase it. And that is what financial literacy is all about. And I believe if many Nigerians are financially literate, at least to a very good level, that would control their impulse to accepting loans and to rejecting loans. Many Nigerians need to understand the difference between good debts and bad debts. And by good debts, you should be borrowing loans for needs, you should be borrowing loans for businesses or for investment, and not borrowing loans for consumption. We see many Nigerians borrow loans for wants, things that they could necessarily avoid or necessarily not even purchase. But then the ability to understand the difference between this, the ability to be able to control their impulse, the ability to think in the long run, to understand the risk associated to borrowing the loan and not see the short gain would help many Nigerians to be able to know when to take up loans and when not to take up loans.
All right, so before I let you go, Mr. Emmanuel Kasali, do you see digital lending evolving into a more sustainable and consumer-friendly sector in Nigeria?
Absolutely, I believe so. However, a lot of factors need to be taken into, and that cuts across everyone that are being involved in it, from the fintech apps being so much humanly applying empathy. I understand here there are many, or use the word many Nigerians who would want to abuse they trying to put in measures to make things easier for Nigerians. However, I see, yes, it is possible for fintechs to evolve so much that it is sustainable in Nigeria. However, it cuts across the borrowers being knowledgeable, and that has to do with being financially literate, knowing, having that financial education. And then for the fintechs, going back to their drawing boards to look at their interest rates, allowing borrowers to have a good credit worthiness, and the time frame, especially. I mean, lending someone an amount over 200, 300,000 and expecting the person to pay within 7 days to 14 days, it's quite unrealistic to some extent. And then the regulatory bodies need to be on their toes to clamp down the fintechs that are not registered and those who are not practicing their activities ethically.
Thank you so much for your insight. Emmanuel Kasali is the founder, Dara Ire Consult Limited. Thank you for coming on the Business Morning on the Breakfast Show this morning.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, so before I go, I'm just going to give my honest take about these loan apps. If we're being truthful to ourselves, we know that these loan apps, they didn't just fall from the sky. They actually fill the gap left wide open by our traditional banks. Because for years, banks have made borrowing very difficult. Our guest mentioned that difficult for low and middle income Nigerians especially. So loan apps, they simply offered what people desperately needed. And what do people need? Quick cash, no question asked. And in an economy where wages are stagnant, the prices of things keep climbing and emergencies don't wait, many Nigerians really had little or no choice but to take that option. But here's the catch. The dark side of these apps is actually ruthless. We are talking about sky-high interest rates, hidden charges, and also predatory recovery methods that cross across every ethical line. Regulators have tried to crack down, but let's face it, for every app shut down, 2 or more appear tomorrow. The deeper issue isn't just the apps, it's the desperation driving millions into debt in the first place. So if we actually really want to end this loan app siege, it's not just about fines or regulation. I think it's about fixing the fundamentals, and I'm talking about fair wages, affordable credits, and a stronger financial safety net. But like I always say, until then, Nigerians will keep turning to loan apps, not because they want to, but because they have to. And like our guest said, we're going to give kudos to the FCPC and also the CBN. They're actually trying their best, but I personally think it can be better. But let's see how it unfolds, and we'll see whether the loan apps can become something friendly, consumer friendly for Nigerians. But that's been our focus today on Business Morning. My name, of course, is Deborah Eze. Thank you for watching, and do stay with us as the breakfast show continues with the big story after this break. Do stay with us.
Thank you, Deborah Eze. Wonderful day.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to Day in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 27th.
On this day in 1957, Ford Motor Company unveiled the Edsel. This will become the biggest automotive bust in history. Although just an estimate, it is thought that the Edsel cost about 350 million losses for Ford, or about 3,200 for each sold, which ironically is about how much they cost. The momental failure of the Edsel resulted in a short-term panic in Ford shares. Net income per share for the Ford fell from $5.50 in 1957 to $2.12 per share in 1958. Ford had to reduce its dividend from $2.40 per share to $2, and Ford's stock price would fall from $60 to under $40. Earnings quickly recovered, and thanks to Ford's other models, the company survived gloriously. And on this day in 1998, as the Russian debt crisis escalated further, stock markets worldwide crumbled. Russia's stock market would fall 17% for a total collapse of 84% year to date. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell to 357 points, or 4% on the day. Spain fell 6%, Brazil fell 10%, and commodities hit a 21-year low. The losses hit long-term capital management so much that it lost $277 million in this day alone. The fund was down nearly 50% from its highs in April. The turmoil caused Larry Hillenbrand, a partner of the fund, to fly out and meet with Warren Buffett about a potential investment. Buffett declined to invest in the fund, and so did many others. The fund will be bankrupt in under a month.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on the BDTV. I am Loma. Keep watching.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Hello and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Nigeria's banking industry is on a growth streak, and according to a new report by Agosto & Co., total banking assets and contingent are projected to hit a massive 242.3 trillion naira by the end of 2025, which is about $151.4 billion. Now, this comes after an almost 45% jump in 2024, despite high interest rates, tighter monetary policies, and the economic pressures we've all felt. Yet, the bank stayed strong, with liquidity improving to nearly 60% by the end of last year and expected to grow even further this year. But the question we are asking today is what the banking sector boom actually means for the wider economy, for businesses, for investors, and for ordinary Nigerians. Well, to help me unpack this morning, I'm joined by Ayokunle Olubumi, the head of financial institutions ratings at Agosto & Co. Welcome to the show, Mr. Olubumi.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's good to have you this morning. It's always good to see you.
Thank you.
Right. Ayokunle, this 242 trillion naira projection sounds like a huge number, but let's start simple. What exactly does this growth in banking assets mean in layman's terms?
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I think the growth that we are going to see, what it means to the average man on the streets, that it means that the banks are actually even lending more. right? It seems as if it means that the banks are lending more into the economy in terms of get direct loans and even buying instruments, either issuing by corporates, right? So they're actually even supporting the economy, supporting the various sectors of the economy, and also even supporting the federal government by buying their treasury securities.
Right. We saw nearly a 45% jump last year. Is this kind of growth, is this actually sustainable, or are we looking at a temporary surge?
Yeah, I think we are going to see the last year, this year, and even to an extent next year, we're going to see a significant growth in the banking industry size. Let's not forget that the bank is actually undergoing a recapitalization exercise. So the banks are bringing in more money, and as they are bringing in more money, they need to sweat that money. In the layman terms, they need to generate more returns for their investors. And for them to do that, what they need to do is they need to get more liabilities, right? After getting more liabilities, disburse more loans so that they can even generate enough return. So we're going to see a lot of growth this year, and even to our next year, we're going to see a lot of growth on next year. So the capital will provide a platform for the banks to even sweat their asset, as we always use in the financial world, get more liabilities, right? Disburse more loans, issue more securities, and try and generate enough return for their shareholders.
Tell us about some of the main factors driving this growth, because it comes as a shock to me. In spite of the tough economic times that we're facing, we're experiencing this growth. So what are some of the main factors driving this growth right now?
Okay, so let's not forget that last year, precisely by March 2024, the CBN mandated the banks to have a minimum paid-up capital, right, which is actually significantly higher than what the banks can have. And last year alone, right, between April, right, directive was actually issued in March, and December, the industry was able to raise 1.7 trillion, right, in terms of capital. Given that you have capital, you need to have what we call appropriate leverage. So what we've seen also that the banks also even increase their appetite for deposit liabilities, right? Deposit liabilities grew significantly, right? And even FCY deposit also grew last year. However, something that we also need to also have at the back of our mind was the bloating impact of the naira. Remember that the naira devaluated we have a depreciation of the naira by about 40% last year. So that to an extent also bloated the asset base of the industry. But having said that, the industry actually even grew significantly, and the growth that we're going to see this year, like you mentioned, is going to be much more than what we saw last year. Let's also not forget that last year, the yield on investment securities were also very, very attractive. So that was even one of the factors that supported the upsurge in the industry's liquidity position. So the treasury yields went to even into the north of not of the 20s, right? So what we saw last year was also most of the banks buying enough investment securities for them to even generate enough returns.
Treasury yields and all of that. Compared to real sector lending, how much of this growth can actually be linked to treasury bills and government securities?
Now, let's also not forget that the banks are not immune to what is happening in the economy. We all know that things are tough, right? Last year we saw the surge in inflation, right? Inflation got even past the 30% mark, and we have the highest inflation that we've had over the last 30 years, right? Given that, you agree with me that the banks also, they will be careful in terms of lending, because with high inflation, there's a reduction in the purchasing power of Nigerians, and that also impacted the cash flow of businesses. And let's not forget that the banks, once they give out loans, they need to be able to collect that money back. So what we saw last year was the bank maintaining a relatively waned appetite for loan growth, right? And even those that actually even lend were very careful, very selective in their lending, trying to even focus on businesses that have track record, businesses that have been around for a lot of time, such that that have gone through various economic cycles. So the bank lent last year. However, they were very cautious. I won't blame them for that, because for any fund that they actually even give out, they must be able to collect it, right? And we've seen the pressure that the economy is having. We are seeing it also on the non-performing loan. Last year, the non-performing loan of the industry, right, rose to about 5.2% of the loan book. from about 4 that we had last year, right? So what I'm saying is that, look, yes, the banks lent a bit, but the bank are also very cautious, because if they are not careful, all the loans that they're actually disbursing will actually come out as what? As non-performing loans, right? And we're already even seeing a bit of pressure on the non-performing loans of the industry.
We've talked about all of this now. Let's talk about the businesses, the entrepreneurs who are struggling with high interest rate. What will this growth actually mean for their access to credit?
I don't expect the banks to be bullish, right? But when I say to be bullish, that means that we don't expect them to be more aggressive in giving loans. Exactly, about giving loans, at least in the near term. Because like I mentioned earlier, we can't separate the banks from what is happening in the economy. The economy is still struggling, right? A lot of entrepreneurs and businesses are still finding it difficult to even have positive cash flow, right? And because of that, you see that a lot of banks, despite raising capital, are still very cautious in terms of lending. What we see a lot of them more amenable to is that, for instance, if you have like investment securities, right? If you have some even treasury securities. But having said that, even the lending, there will still be some level of lending. But what the banks are doing is that they are very, very cautious, very, very cautious. However, if the moderation that, because what we've seen in the economy is that the economy is gradually rebounding. If this can continue also next year, if we can see the exchange rate remaining stable, if we can see the inflation rate coming downward, right? If things can continue in this particular trajectory, what we'll see is that the banks won't have a choice but to lend. Let's not forget that it's not in the interest of the banks not to even lend, because they are in the business. That's the only way they can make money, is when we actually disburse funds to the economy. However, in doing that, they also need to be careful to ensure that they don't filter those funds away, right? So we're going to see, this year we'll be a bit cautious, but by next year, we expect the banks to actually even start relatively aggressive lending, because like I mentioned, about 1.7 trillion was raised last year. In the last 7 months, in the first 7 months of this year, they've raised about 800 billion. But then under 800 billion to be raised before the end of the year. All these funds that the banks are raising, they need to disburse it for them to generate enough returns for their shareholders.
Right. And how about Nigerians themselves? So are we going to feel the impact of this projected banking boom in our daily lives? Or are we going to see cheaper loans? Are we going to see better services? Or is this a type of growth that will just benefit the banks only?
Okay. Now, but, first, let's also think about it, right? For the banks that are even raising funds, like I mentioned earlier, they need to first disburse those funds, right? In terms of the cost of credit, is a function of what is happening in the economy. If you look at it now, the MPR is already about 26%, right? So you see that the average lending rate will be about 30%, because you're seeing inflation is about 20-something%. So there's no way a bank would lend at a very low rate. It has to be close to either late 20s or early 30s. So if those parameters does not improve, it's going to be difficult for the banks to actually even lend. What we are seeing gradually, there has been a bit of pressure in terms of, if you are following the treasury yield, you know that it has actually been coming down gradually. And even some banks have gradually been dropping their rates, right? So that we can see that, but I don't think we're going to see a significant decline in 2025. We can look at 2026, like I mentioned earlier, if the rebound and the gradual improvement that we are seeing in the economy continues, we're going to actually see that. In terms of the banks, a lot of the banks, you notice that one of the things that they want to use the proceeds of the capital raise to do is to strengthen their infrastructure, right? Their payment infrastructure. So Nigerian expects to see a more robust payment platform, right? The number of field transactions should actually even reduce, right? So we also expect to also see some innovative products, right? That the banks will actually even bring about, right? So that will also even support the economy to an extent.
Right. And we're seeing that the liquidity ratio is expected to actually surpass 60% by year end. How significant is this? What does this signal about the health of the banking sector in itself?
Yeah. So the beauty of that is that it shows that the banks are willing and able to meet obligation, are in a stronger position to meet their obligation as and when they fall due. Because liquidity ratio is practically looking at what are the assets that the bank has in its portfolio that assuming that they need to meet an obligation, they can quickly dispose and even use to meet those obligations.
Right.
And one of the things that have helped that liquidity ratio has been the high treasury yields, right? And because of that, you see that a lot of banks are investing in treasury securities. The beauty of that is that if they have a particular obligation, it can quickly be liquidated. Or even if you're going to get funds from a particular place, you can use it as collateral and easily get funds at a relatively cheaper rate. So that means that the banks are relatively stronger. They have increased ability to meet their obligations as and when they fall due.
And now that you've said that, are we going to see, are there risks of overeating, banks expanding the assets faster than the economy can actually absorb it?
Because if you look at the Nigerian economy, there's a lot to be done. There's still a lot to be done. There are a lot of sectors to be developed. There are a lot of businesses to be supported, right? So I don't think the banks are even growing faster. Even as a matter of fact, the banks are even struggling to meet the needs of their customers and even to meet the needs of the Nigerian economy. Let me also add something that we're also seeing gradually is that the banks that have international banking license that are allowed to have subsidiaries abroad, a lot of them also want to strengthen those subsidiaries. Some of them want to expand to new markets. Some of them want to have new footprints. Some others want to even increase their market share in the markets in which they operate. And the beauty of that is that you see that most of those Nigerian banks will now be growing to from big Nigerian banks to even big African banks and even be having a bigger play in across the continent.
We talked about the 60% year-end liquidity ratio,
Yeah.
but we know that we have a volatile exchange rate, inflation. What are some of the risks that could actually derail this projection for Nigeria?
In terms of talking specifically about the liquidity ratio, I think the banks will still be relatively liquid. They'll still be very liquid, right? Even if the exchange rate, because the bulk of those liquidity, those liquid assets that the banks have are basically treasury instruments. Even if the rates are coming down, by the time you look at the yield on a risk-adjusted basis, you see that it's still better for you to invest in treasury securities to an extent than even lending to some particular sectors. So in terms of liquidity, we think the industry will still remain highly liquid, at least in the near term. Right. From 2026, we can now see banks assessing the economy and probably aggressively giving out loans. But I think the banks will remain conservative, even if yields start coming down. Right. The yields has actually been moderating a bit to an extent. But even if you have a sharp decline, the industry will still remain very, very liquid.
And finally, if you were advising policymakers this morning, what would you say the government, the Central Bank of Nigeria, what would you say they should be doing to ensure that this growth actually translates into real economic impact?
Yeah. It's like I mentioned earlier, the banks are not immune for what's happening in the economy. The banks are simply responding to what is happening. Although the CBN has been trying to do a lot of things, but one primary thing that needs to be done, the inflation risk needs to come down. Right, not by changing some parameters, but try and working on the factors that actually want building the inflationary pressure. Although I know that is more of a fiscal thing than even the monetary, than what we have on the monetary side. But what all hands must be on deck to try and even reduce the inflation rate. If the inflation comes down, you'll notice that the CBN the MPC won't have a choice but to reduce the monetary policy rate. And even the banks can even lend to more businesses because you notice that more businesses will be thriving, right? The purchasing power of Nigerians will be stronger, right? It will affect the cash flow of businesses positively, and then everybody will be happy.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Ayokunle Olubumi, Head of Financial Institution Ratings at Agosto & Co. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Well, this has been the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is social listening. Do stay with us. Hello.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
good morning and welcome to the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show, where we break down stories that are trending online. I am Norma Obona, and today I'm joined by the delectable Valentine Onyeka. Good morning, Mr. Val.
Hi,
and how are you
when you say
doing?
delectable, it makes people think there's some ice cream somewhere.
Oh, Mr. Val, but you know that you're a very nice person, so I think that's even just downgrading, you know. Delectable is not a word that covers your entire personality.
Well, we claim it. Let's go.
Okay, let's just get straight to the point. This morning, we have a lot of stories trending online. However, we're just going to be focusing on two. And the first one we're going to be looking at is that President Bola Tinubu has recently been on a state visit to Brazil, where he met with the president of Brazil. At the meeting, both countries signed new bilateral agreements aimed at boosting trade, manufacturing, and food security. And during these talks, it was at the time that Tinubu boldly declared that there is no more corruption in Nigeria since he took over office. He pointed to reforms at the central bank as proof of transparency, saying businesses can now access foreign exchange without needing to know anyone. But before we go right into, getting your opinion on this, Mr. Val, I think that we should see some tweets. Let's see people's reaction online. Okay, the first one we are seeing is from Ola Silva, also appearing as Just Imagine. We can attest to that, if not totally corrupt-free, but at least 75%, because I believed if we were still as corrupt as we were before his administration. This tweet is quite unclear, but I think we can see some of the... okay. The next tweet says, this present government will be awarded most corrupt in Nigerian history. For Olufash, he says the president should know that lying is corruption. Mr. Olu, are you calling our president a liar? Enough of telling lies. People are hungry. Insecurity is the order of the day. Let's see another tweet, then we can get back into the conversation. For the one AICMC, he says, when the aged lies effortlessly in the public, what shall we say to the younger ones who are no more willing to be truthful? This is not just a disgrace for such aged fellow to be a public figure, but an international embarrassment to the people.
So,
Mr. Val.
it's important to say this, first and foremost. So social media users should mind kind of words that they use.
Exactly.
We don't condone the, put this way, quote and unquote, the someone say unprofessional, but social media itself not even that professional to say. So I'm sure if he's seen those tweets, if his aide is seeing those tweets or whoever it is that goes through social media handles, will not take it seriously at all, because we don't see it as a viable means of statement being released. However, let's just jump into, let's leave the comment that we've seen. Let's jump into what he said. Now, as journalists as we are, and people who stay on the fence when this kind of thing happens, or when words are cut across, what should come to mind should be, let us look at it in the interest of him sitting on the seat as the commander-in-chief. Leave every other thing aside, as commander-in-chief. What are the communiques coming to his table? Remember, as the president of a nation as big as Nigeria, over 200 million people, it would be unfair for you to expect him to micromanage. Okay? At that level, he's dealing with some international concerns that will grow the image of Nigeria. Take that just to the next level.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we have people on social media who don't see other areas of governance that plays a major role. So, in his capacity, when he says, look, that corruption has seen RIP, in other words, has now, you can confidently say corruption right now is going to rest in peace. For him to have said so simply means that reports coming to him based on corrupt practices, based on institutions that some certain people are holding, right? They have to do with monies moving back and forth and not well accounted for. All those areas have been blocked. So you see, it would be unfair to just say, let's take out what he has said out of context and jump on it. No, look at what the indices is saying.
But Mr. Val, you also know that as journalists, we are the voice of the people. And
Which is why.
if the people are saying that, look, I don't think that what he's saying is true, we should also weigh in on that as well.
That is why we will do what we call tete-a-tete. You do here, you do here. So let us look at it from the angle first. Let's look at the angle of from the government first. Before we come to those who are the masses. 3 tweets, or rather 3 messages, whatever you call it on social media, cannot account for the 200 million people. Not at all. So you see, so we have to play such a way that you can strike a chord at the middle. Having said so, right, let me first exhaust from his own angle. What is coming to his table? His media aid. Where I would want to fault them would be, he has said this. Can we back it up with data?
Okay.
Do you understand? We have, look, the institution is well designed to have data well listed out that can back up this claim. So if he says, look, under his watch, corruption has now ended, let's back it up with data. That's what I'm going to fault them to say, okay, you said this, right? Now, can we get data to follow through? If there are no data in the next 2 or 3, 4, 5 days, we'll just know, what mercy, and so it wouldn't hold water. On the other hand, those who are obvious Nigerians, common Nigerians who we represent, right? We've seen only 3 people who have commented. What if 100 million other persons have commented, and those ones are saying, oh, good enough, good to go. Now I'm not taking the stance for the government. Neither am I saying, oh, what people have said is correct. But we are saying, whichever it is, can we market Nigeria properly in the eyes of the world? We've just seen our president, right? He went and then he was able to broker a deal where we can get direct flight to Brazil and Brazil to Nigeria. That's something to be happy for. Round of applause to that. We've also seen other areas where he's doing well. Whether or not he's doing the best he can, again, he cannot micromanage. So if for him to have said, under my watch, corruption is about to see the last of it, no more corruption per se, it boils down to what is coming to his table. Now, I expect his media aid, or I expect those who are advising that angle to now say, these are the data. Oga has said this. Quickly bring out data to back it up. If they don't back it up in 48 hours, 72 hours, then the words of those and the voice of those social media will begin to what? Sound as if it's true. Like they say, if a lie is, and if a lie lasts for too long, becomes there's an element of truth that will begin to surface itself. So, having said so, let's not be quick to judge. Again, this is also a big hand that he has extended to EFCC. Believe it or not, we're not seeing the opportunity there. It is you saying EFCC, which means you've done a good job, because your job to chase those who have stolen money. ICPC, you have all those other persons. SERAP, they're all there. So the question now would be, you guys have heard what Mr. President has said. How would you come out and back it up with your own data?
But Mr. Val, I want to get to the tweets back again. Like, why do you think that Nigerians are, coming out to say the opposite of what Mr. President has portrayed?
Great. Again, you said, why do I think Nigerians? We have only 3 messages to say.
This is part of the.
Let's say, let's assume.
Yes.
Alleged that all Nigerians are still saying no. Some people are still corrupt. Again, I'll fall back to what I said. You don't expect Mr. President to come and stand at the middle of the road and checkmate some other bad eggs, as in bad eggs based on those security personnel who are bad eggs. They have some bad eggs, obviously, right? Who the force are trying to push out, those corrupt police officers. You don't expect to come and stand in the middle of the road and come and checkmate them. Why collecting so money? Why doing this? Why doing that? You understand what I mean now? Yeah. So Nigerians will, where I'm heading to with this is that Nigerians will complain because they are the ones on the road, seeing, they're the ones in buses, seeing those bad eggs, right, in the midst of, well-fortified and well-designed Nigerian police system that works very well. You have some bad eggs collecting money on the road, and the police force is trying so hard to remove those bad eggs. So the question now would be, Nigerians are still saying these things, right? They say, look, bail is free. Nigerians, if you go there and if you're arrested, you're taken there one way or the other, right? You might part some money, as the case may be. So it cuts across board. What about those in the corporate sector? What about those in the health sector? You go to a government hospital, right? We know for what it's worth, give and take. They will delay you for a while. But if you begin to say, I want to patch some certain small change in my pocket, things will move faster. Yeah. So it's like that across board, even abroad, it's like that. But do you expect a CNC the commander-in-chief should now say, well, corruption is the problem in this country. No, he won't cry like that.
Well, I get your point.
know,
I
so-
get your point.
exactly.
What he did was to sell us well in
Most
front of
definitely.
other people.
Most
I do
definitely.
understand his own angle, and I also bear with fellow Nigerians from their own angle. But we cannot continue dwelling on that story because our time is very short. So we're moving to our next story, which is that the Academic Staff Union of Universities, also known as ASU, is once again threatening to shut down schools nationwide with what it calls the mother of all strikes. ASU says the government has failed to meet demands dating back to 2009, from proper funding of universities to payment of wage arrears and improved facilities. And at the same time, ASU's UNILAG chapter has rejected the federal government's proposed loan scheme for lecturers, calling it a Greek gift. They argue that if lecturers were properly paid, there will be no need to chase loans. Similar protests have already rocked Plateau State University, with members demanding that the government simply fulfill its promises instead of offering loans. And before we get to our discussion, Mr. Val, let's see some tweets again. I know that you say 3 tweets are not enough to represent everyone, but let's just go to some of the tweets and see what people are saying on X. Okay, so New Ben 82 says ASU have reduced unionism to a joke and mockery of itself. One wonders if this is the same ASU that stood up against military regimes. The ASU that dared IBB under Atirahu Jega, the ASU that will threaten strike and shut down the system and sustain it until they achieve laudable goals like the TET fund lecturers and higher institutions enjoy today. That's quite a lot. Let's see the next tweet. Tony Bruce says, stop threatening and get to action. You guys just love threatening fire and brimstone, only to go and collect brown envelopes in the villa. Tony, who is telling you this? Who are your sources? Let's see the next tweet. And Sadiq says, ASU announcing a mother of all strikes every few years is like a movie franchise that just won't end. Sadly, the students are always the ones paying the ticket price. I really agree with Sadiq on this one. Let's see the last tweet. And Niger PR says, when we will finally be free of ASU strikes? This question, I have been, even when I was in school, I was asking it. Mr. Val, what do you think, please?
See, again, let's look at it from the angle of the media. That's we in the media. When you hear stories like this, to us, it is good news. I know it must sound very controversial, right? I'll tell you why it's good news. It's good news because to us, we have something to talk about to keep the federal government in check. Also, something to talk about to keep us itself in check. There was a particular contributor there that said, what are they talking about? They said they'll go behind and collect brown envelopes. It's not wrong. Let's call it spade a spade. Let's address the elephant in the room. Are you aware that even if you're being owed money, right, and they've not paid you, of course you're working, meaning to say that there is more backlogs coming through. And so how come is it that when federal government pays the one they are owing, right, these people still come back and say they're still owing money, which means that when you go there, you will settle for half the money that they're owing you. Isn't it so? And so
that actually makes sense.
Exactly. So if you settle for that half, which means someone has convinced you to take that half, and so you take that half to go and pay your people that has been owed, the people that need this money. Isn't it so? So the question now is, why did you accept that half? On what condition? So we don't know what's playing behind there. We're tired of we always, saying, okay, ASU is going on strike, so we'll start shaking. It so happens to be that whenever ASU, right, sneezes, everybody catches a cold. Because you have students, people's children who are in university, they come back home. After a while, they will forget the courses that they haven't studied.
I would not actually, be speaking from a hypothetical point, because I also was part of those who experienced
out of experience. When I was studying during my undergraduate days, my first degree, right, a 4-year course, we spent 6 years in university. I did theater at first. If I went and did mass communication somewhere else and got a master's, I also gave everybody these problems. I can tell you for a fact, but it was in the interest of the students, interest of the teachers, interest of the lecturers. I get it. So I'm not saying that what they're doing, or rather preparing everybody for a mother of all strikes, is bad. No, but I'm saying if this is going to be the mother of all strikes, then let it be the mother of all strikes, so that we will stop hearing this issue of, oh, they're owing money, they don't want to pay money, blah, blah, blah. Let them get it right. Because for what it's worth, if we keep having lapses in our educational system, it will affect the kind of people that will come out of the universities. At the end of the day, you have half-baked students or half-baked graduates. What does this mean? It means that they'll all be, integrated into institutions, society, integrated into industries, and we will see lapses. I'm very passionate about this because I can tell you, if it hasn't affected you, right, you wouldn't know. But when it affects you, you can be able to now say, wait a minute, bring my experience to the table. So I haven't said this. More of us strikes, they are actually well off in their right to go on strike so that monies can be paid. But we don't want to hear a case where they will not say, well, we've made amends, we've come to a conclusion, we've had a roundtable meeting with the government, and so, for what it's worth, we are willing to go back to class.
But do you think that...
Hold on. Go back to class. On what terms? Has the full money been paid to the last penny or last couple? So we will not hear strikes again. This is what we want to hear. And so it is more important. In fact, this story is more important to me than the first story. Why? Because the lives of people, businesses... Are you aware? Look, we're a business television, right?
Yes.
The amount of businesses that surround the university environment is huge. A lot of money is being generated. In every school, they have shopping complex and all that stuff. So there are businesses around there. Those businesses will shut down. Meaning to say, growth based on income of funds will be reduced. Families will be affected. It doesn't end there. What about transportation system? I'm seeing from the business angle as a business person thinking, wait a minute, do we even send, if they go on strike right now, we even send a reporter there to say, go and find out what business is now like there in those universities. Are people still making money? Of course, the money that will come in will be less than the amount of money that it would have been if they were in session. So give and take. If this is going to be the mother of all strikes, let it be the mother of all strikes, so that we will all come and say, fine, they've been settled, everybody go back to class, school continues, and your 4 years, not 6 years.
I just really hope that this time that the government would pay whatever it is that they are owing us, so that students can stop being the ones, because when two elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers it. And the students are the ones that are paying at the end of the day. Their parents, yes, but the students are the ones, because they miss out on a whole lot from when it comes to like education. Some people can't even compete with their peers internationally because of those gaps.
Let me even shock you. Now, because of the consistent back and forth, ASU strike today, ASU this one, that, whatever it is around the educational system, the educational system now, when you present your document, I probably want to go for a different higher course, maybe a PhD or something, right? I tell you, questions will be asked, and then they'll tell you, you need to go give us maybe English proficiency or something like that. You wonder, this is an English-speaking country. Why are you asking me to go get you
another English proficiency?
So these are the things that they see. Social media is not just social media for Nigeria. Globally, people see what's going on. And so those key universities, if, for instance, you want to go do your PhD, because I want to go to my PhD sometime or the other in the future, and they will ask you those things. We need you to give us this or give us that, as the case may be. Why are they doing all that? Because they are seeing the lapses in your educational system. And they're wondering, if this is sustained like this, which means half-baked people will come out of this university. So when you approach them for this or that, for those who want to move further, guess what? They will ask you questions. They'll say, from one university, from one institution, okay, this, that. Or Nigeria, there is a question mark. So is it marketing Nigeria well? No, it's not. But again, those who work hard should be paid well. To whom much is given, much is expected. So I think ASU is well off on their right to go on one of our strikes, but let it be the one of our strikes and not give birth to grandchildren of strikes. You know what I mean?
Okay. Our listeners, over to you. Just drop your comments. Let us see what you think about this particular story and the former one that we've just discussed. But that's it here on Social Listening today. We just touched on Tinubu's corruption claims and ASU's threats to the government. I am Norma Owona, and with me was
Onyeka Valentine.
Thank you so much for watching BDTV, and please join us same time tomorrow. We'll be right here waiting for you.
Residents in Lagos cry out for help during the rainy season when the terror of flooding begins. Evacuation alerts are sounded, mitigation efforts announced, yet for some residents the task of moving is harder than going with the flow of flood. We are here on the streets of Lagos seeking insight from individuals who are experiencing this tough period of flooding and who will bail the cats.
Our citizens are really cause the flood. Government really stay with us over here. If we chop something through our inside gutter, things many things they solve. We waiting for street for the Agungi na who the customer. So doesn't concern government inside there.
I will blame the citizen because number one, we the citizen we are not trying, because you drink bottled water, you throw it on the road, you chop biscuits, you throw it on the road, anything you throw it on the road, because you are not even picking the dirt. You don't know how they don't used to pick the dirt. That is why you just do it anyhow, you throw it anyhow. Before you know, water will gather it to go and drop it somewhere. Before you know, that started flood. So before you know, everywhere flooded.
The government not do anything for the flood in this Lagos the way where me at see, because at least every three months, government are supposed to make sure they come out the gutter and make sure the gutter they need. Because when gutter block, that is why the water cannot flow out. And most of the gutter where they build now, and at the gutter is holding this gutter where they don't build. Government supposed to maintain the gutter and make sure they build the gutter again. Because I'm hope that this gutter, it don't more than 10 years where they build gutter, but you're not supposed to build like that. Local government, chairman, supposed to do something against the gutter, because of this the road of the local government chairman.
For me, maybe government to find maybe solution for anything they can do, because this flood is a long time, sha. I don't even know, maybe it can come to an end.
It might be impossible to eradicate flooding in Lagos. However, it can be reduced drastically with the right policies, infrastructure development, and community efforts. You know, it's a collective effort because it's shared responsibilities between the government and the citizens. Not just the citizens, even the residents, because you can be a resident and not a citizen. Now, on the path of the government, let's look at urbanization. I know there are already existing policies, like not building on the drainage. And there's one recent one where the whole fluffy takeaway pipe was banned by the Lagos state government, because each time it rains, you find out that there are a lot of this obstructing both the drainage and the waterways. So governments can actually look at this part by making some good policies, just like the one they've made to eradicate such an attitude of the citizens. Then the part of the citizens, you know, I've always said it, that is a shared responsibilities. And from the part of the citizens, we have very funny attitudes. If you look at the streets of Lagos today, or most areas today, you find out that some bloggers or some philanthropists call out the government because of refuse. Some of us have very ill attitude. We dump refuse everywhere we see, not minding that these things, when it rains, when there is heavy downpour, the water carries this refuse and they block the drainage way. Tomorrow we are complaining that the government is not working. So we have our obligations as citizens. And one of those obligations is we should not dump refuse anywhere. There are actually provisions made. There are baskets, there are dump sites, provisions made where we can actually put these things in place. Then another thing again that the citizens can also do is to, let me talk to the developers precisely, is to actually don't build on drainage ways, on canals. What happens in some parts today, in some parts of Lagos today, especially places that are prone to fraud, the island basically, that are prone to floods, you notice that what they do, what some people do is they will just buy these canals and build. Then they will obstruct such a flow of water. And at the end of the day, what happens when this water did not see a path to go through, they block, they go back to the streets and they cause flood. So it becomes difficult. So on the part of the citizens, we can either not build on such parts, or we can also report if we see people doing that.
The blame is shared among the government and citizens. Now, the Lagos we dream of is only but a pipe dream if the government fails to transport these actions into realities. This is Amanda Amos Sigbuwe for Business Day Television.
are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Market on BDTV, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of activities and actions that are taking place in the economy as well as in the capital markets. And before we do that, we start with some business news making the rounds, starting with the federal government that is targeting a $300 million annual revenue from the export of shea nuts. This is as the president has banned the export of raw shea nuts for 6 months. Nigeria, that is the world's largest producer of shea nuts, has announced a 6-month ban on raw shea nut exports in order to strengthen domestic processing and capture more value from the $6.5 billion global market. President Bola Tinubu approved the directive, which aimed to secure raw materials for local factory and generate at least $300 million annually in the short term. Vice President Kashim Shettima disclosed this decision at the presidential villa and said that Nigeria produces approximately 350,000 metric tons of shea yearly, yet earns less than 1% of global revenue, despite contributing nearly 40% of the global supply. The ban that is effective immediately and subject to review targets informal trade that drains over 90,000 metric tons annually and leave processors running at just 35 to 50% of installed capacity. By prioritizing value addition, the government is projecting a tenfold revenue increase by 2027 and access to new markets, including Brazil, within 3 months. The Agriculture Minister Abubakar Kyari stressed that Nigeria, with over 5 million hectares of shea trees, hold both comparative and absolute advantage in the industry. He noted that neighboring countries like Ghana, Burkina Faso, and Mali already restrict raw exports. With 90% of the pickers being women, the policy promises rural job creation, gender empowerment, and sustainable livelihood, while positioning Nigeria for a stronger share of the projected $9 billion global share market by 2030. We move on to the CBN that has fixed October 2025 as the deadline for banks to comply with the payment messaging standard. The Central Bank of Nigeria has directed all commercial banks, microfinance institutions, mobile money operators, and licensed payment providers to fully migrate to the ISO 20022 standard for payment messaging by October 31st, 2025. A circular signed by Rekia O. Yusuf, who is the Director of Payment System Supervision, mandates that all payment messages, domestic or international, comply with CBN and SWIFT specifications. Compliance validations begins on October 20, with institutions required to capture complete data fields, including payer, payee, merchant identifiers, and transaction metadata. Alongside this migration, the CBN introduced mandatory geotagging for all payment terminals to improve data accuracy and transparency. Terminals must feature geolocation services with double frequency GPS, registered with a payment terminal service aggregator, and integrate the National Central Switch Geolocation SDK. Only Android OS version 10 and above will be supported for compatibility. This directive requires geotagging of existing terminals within 60 days, while new terminals must be tagged before certification and activation. Location data captured at transaction initiation must be included in message payloads with strict adherence to merchant service classifications codes. Terminals outside the PTSA routing will not be permitted to process payments, reinforcing CBN's push for a secure, standardized, and transparent financial infrastructure. Then we move on to PENCOM, the National Pension Commission, that has recovered $4.57 billion from defaulting employers over 5 quarters. The National Pension Commission has recovered $4.57 billion from defaulting employers between the first quarter of 2024 and the first quarter of 2025, reinforcing its commitment to safeguarding workers' retirement savings under Nigeria's contributory pension scheme. Mr. Oguche Aguda, Mr. Oguchi Aguda, the CEO of the Pension Fund Operators Association of Nigeria, PenUp, disclosed this in an interview with the News Agency of Nigeria on Tuesday in Lagos, noting that the sum comprised 2.12 billion in outstanding contributions and 2.45 billion in penalties imposed on 138 non-compliant employers. Aguda explained that the enforcement is evolving from episodic recoveries to proactive prevention, with tighter real-time monitoring, stiffer sanctions for chronic defaulters, and deeper employer education. In Q1 2025 alone, Pencom recovered 972.12 million in contributions and 381.88 million in penalties from 19 employers, averaging 71 million per employer, higher than Q1 2024 levels. He stressed that the goal is not just big recoveries, but fewer defaults and stronger pension compliance. Meanwhile, Pencom has directed pension fund administrators and custodians to halt equity contribution applications from 7 primary mortgage banks, including the FHA Mortgage Bank, Delta Trust Mortgage Bank, and Infinity Trust Mortgage Bank, over alleged guideline violations. The regulator reiterated that all employers with 3 or more workers must remit pensions and urged employees to report defaulters through Pencom's whistleblowing channels. Then we'll move on to FCMB that topped the volume yesterday as the Nigerian stock market has now recovered above 141,500. According to yesterday's trading data, the Nigerian stock market closed positive with an all-share index now advancing by 321 points to settle at 141,761. That's about 0.23% percentage point increase from the previous close of 141,439 points. This marks the 3rd consecutive gain after last week's bearish run, bringing the year-to-date performance to 37.73%. Market capitalization rose to 89.7 trillion across 28,845 deals, edging closer to the 90 trillion milestone, while trading volume increased to 605 million shares from 591.2 million shares in the previous session. The top gainers were NCR and SFS Real Estate Investment Trust that rose nearly 10%. Then they were also followed by Berger, Beta Glass, and Cadbury. However, on the losing chart, we saw Legend Internet fall 10%, while Secure Electronic Tech, Cortex, UACN, and Deep Capital also posted sharp declines. In terms of trading activity, FCMB led with 89.2 million shares, followed by Veritas Capital, and Lafarge also dominated in terms of value with 1.6 billion naira in trades yesterday. Among the major players, we saw GTCO, UBS, Zenith, and Access Holdings all post modest gains, while First Holdco closed flat. International breweries rose by 3%, but Lafarge also slipped by 0.41%. After the break, we return with the breakdown and the rundown from the market yesterday. Okay, let's take a look at how trading shaped up on the Nigerian exchange yesterday. So we start with the all-share index closing at 141,761.36 points, essentially gaining 321 points or 0.23%. That pushed the year-to-date returns to around 37.73%. The total traded volume yesterday was 605 million shares, and that with total traded value around 12.896 billion naira, approximately 12.9 billion naira. After yesterday's trade, market capitalization settled at 89.7 trillion naira. Then let's look at our gainers chart. We saw NCR, which is basically a company that powers ATMs across the country, rising by 10% to close at the share price of 11 naira 55 kobo. Then SFS Real Estate Investment Trust also went up by 9.99% to close at the share price of 301 naira 55 kobo. Beggar Paint was also a significant gainer yesterday. It went up just above 9%, 9.06% basically, to close at the share price of 34 naira 90 kobo. Then Bitter Glass hitting a new record high as Bitter Glass has continued to maintain its rally in the market. Bitter Glass is now the top trading stock of the exchange this year. It gained 8.16% yesterday to close at the share price of 486 naira. Cadbury also was a significant gainer yesterday. It gained 8.04% to hit a share price of 62 naira and 50 kobo. In terms of our losers, on the flip side, Legend Internet shed 10% to close at the share price of 5 naira 40 kobo. Then Secure Electronic Technology also was down significantly yesterday as it went down by 9.26% to close at the share price of 98 kobo. Curtix Cables, Curtix PLC, the makers of the Curtix cables based in Onitsha, down by about, they were also down by close to 9%, down by 8.97% to hit a share price of 3 naira 55 kobo. UAC Nigeria, after the rallying of major part of August, the first 2 weeks in August, we saw UAC Nigeria rally significantly. It went down by 8.69% to close at a share price of 73 naira. Then Guinea Insurance also down by 8.05% to close at a share price of 1 naira 60 kobo. Then in terms of our most actively traded stocks, that's the highest traded stocks in terms of value and volume. The CFCMB 89 million shares in deals worth over 980 million naira. Veritas Capital Assurance 68.493 million shares in deals worth over 154 million naira. ICO Insurance also 36.153 million shares in deals worth over 152.5 million naira. Then we see they are followed by Secure Electronic Technology. That was the top, that was a significant loser yesterday. 27 million shares over in deals worth around 27 million naira. There was significant sell-off of Secure Electronic Technology stocks yesterday. The Mutual Benefit Assurance also saw significant action with about 23 million of its shares traded yesterday in deals worth over 104, close to 105 million naira. Then we move on to the global markets yesterday as the US equities closed edged up higher across all the major indices. The Dow Jones Index added 0.3%, the S&P 500 added 0.41%, while the Nasdaq Composite climbed by 0.44% yesterday. Over in Asia, the sentiment was weaker as all the major indices now fell. Nikkei 225 fell nearly 1%, the Kospi dropped 0.95%, and the Hang Seng Index lost a whopping 1.18 percentage point yesterday. In Europe, the FTSE slipped by 0.60%. In France, it shed 1.7%. That's the CAC 40 shed 1.7%. And the DAX index of Germany slipped by 0.5%. Let's go to the currency space. We've not seen so much of movement in the currency space. We are still in the corridors of stability. Naira edged closer. The Naira closed at 1,536 Naira to the dollar. The Naira gained against the euros 1,786 Naira to the euros, and it gained also against the British pound 2,071 Naira to the British pound. When we return, that's all we can take on the markets. But when we return, we're going to explore what happened in the NGX between July up until August, the first week of August. We're going to be talking about some of those actions and how investors, shareholders can key into the market at its current state. Stay with us.
In the Federal Capital Territory, the growing humanitarian crisis continues.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
So we're going to be taking a look at some of the happenings in the market, especially with relation to most of the second half of the year. We're just in the second month of the second half, but this half, we've seen quite a bit of dramatic movement in the market. First of all, in July, the all-share index delivered its most explosive monthly performance of the year, and probably the most explosive monthly performance since January 2024. In that month, the all-share index surged by 16.6%. There was a rush of optimism, and that rally did not stop there. By August 7, it continued up until August 7. The index powered through to the 146,000 mark. It's a mark that we were looking at the index looking to climb up to 150,000 mark, signaling something that would say, now the question is was it just an overheating phase, or it was more of a balanced rally? So now that's where we bring in Samuel Oyekomi, a research associate at Norembaja Group, who is going to help us unpack some of that heat, some of the hype, and some of the potentials that still exist. Good to have you here with us, Samuel.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me.
Yes. So basically, want to just we'll start with, so between July 1, August 7, we saw Between July 1 and August 7, we saw the all share index rally over 22%. It went from, at least the market closed June 30 around 119,000 points, almost 120,000 points. But by August 7, we see that 146,000 points. So was that just like a textbook overheating, or is it that there's still some upside ahead, basically?
Yeah, I think it was an interesting move, right? The market saw a daily consecutive gain for, I think, about 26 days, right? Before we saw some corrections or some profit-taking activity around 7th or 8th of August. And that's quite interesting because I don't think we've seen that in over 10 to 15 years, right, in the equity market. So it was interesting, and you would say it was in line with some of the things that has happened again in the Nigerian economy as a whole. Don't forget that we're coming from an era where there was FX liberalization, which allowed for foreign players to be able to easily come into the market and exit when they need to. That also had enabled some level of participation, both from FPIs and then from domestic players in the equities market. Then we're also coming from an era where a number of companies had recorded losses, right, from the FX devaluation 2 years ago, the likes of consumer goods companies, and some of which in the telecommunications industry also recorded significant losses on the back of huge FX devaluation loss. But of course, 2025, the anticipation was that many of these companies would start seeing a correction in terms of their books, right, and then would probably churn out positive numbers. And we saw that, right? And what happened was that a number of investors positioned themselves in anticipation of the release of those results that then in July. And that drove significant rally in the equity markets. And you could see just from the fact that the likes of consumer goods, banking, telecommunications stocks were the major drivers. And then insurance also, of course, with the signing of the bill by the president a couple of weeks ago, saw that also translated into upside gains, right, in the stock market. I don't think it was overrated. Of course, some stocks enjoyed from the fact that counterparts in some of those sectoral indices did well, and then because for the stocks that probably interested in, maybe it was overpriced, and then they started buying other stocks that are associated with that. So there's always that effect of fear of missing out playing out in the market. But I think generally the bullish trend was anticipated in line with some of these factors that I mentioned.
Before we came on the show, you told me something that you were not going to give any buy recommendations. You said something like that. But now let me ask this question. A little bit of market correction has happened. We've seen the index move from that all-time high of 146,500 points, 146,500 points to just around, now it's, as at yesterday, 141,700 points. In recent days, it went down to 140,000 before we started seeing a backtracking going on to the 141,000. So when you look at the market, do you think that there are still some entry points in specific sector, or do you think that the rally that we've seen so far has really priced in all of the upsides? You just mentioned the fact that when a lot of actions, when a lot of corporate actions kicked in 2024, it was expected that the market corrections were going to happen that would lead us to the point of upsides in many companies. So do you think that the rally has priced in all of that upsides, or there are still some entry points in particular sectors?
Right. I think there's always an opportunity for gain in the market. It just depends on the kind of investor that you are. If you're someone who is looking the long end, or you're someone who is playing the short game, someone who just wants to actively trade and then gain from market movement. If you're someone who does that, well, you can always find those opportunities in the market. If it's the long run, then I think you have no problem. Pretty much any solid stock does well. If you look at what has happened so far this year, the NGX 30 has pretty much mirrored the ASI broad performance. And what that tells you is that a larger part of the movement in the ASI, that 37% that we've seen so far this year, has been largely driven by the NGX 30, which has done about 35.5%. The rest has been probably low cap stocks and all that. What that tells you is that the solid stocks has really driven the market. But then again, you break the performance of the ASI into different sectors. There are still some sectors that have not necessarily done well. A typical example is the oil and gas industry has pretty much been on the red so far this year, less than a bit over 12% deficit. What that tells you is that there are some stocks in that region that could also be underpriced at the point in time, that you can also use that as an opportunity to enter. Again, even across those other industries that have also done well, there are still some specific stocks that still present some good entry positions, right? And then again, generally, when you look at the market, dividend-paying stock, oftentimes, what history has showed us is that they tend to do well year in, year out. So there are still opportunities for investors to want to look at some of these sectors, as I said.
Okay. The question I wanted to ask was, now the next question I wanted to ask was based on that oil and gas sector especially. Now we know that most of the rally, like you said, the all share index has majorly mirrored the NGX 30. Those are like the most capitalized stocks. So we've seen a lot of the rally come from industrialized goods, banking, consumer goods. Yes, it contributed significantly, but majorly industrial goods, telecoms. That's another point. Telecoms has also helped, especially MTN, helped gains in the market. But for the oil and gas stocks, we've not seen any significant budge. In fact, through all of that rally that we saw between July to August, the oil and gas sector just gained around less than 2%. So are you saying, do you think that sector basically offers compelling value? Now let's look at it from this point of there are upstream companies there and there are downstream companies there. So let's take us through it, especially considering the fact that maybe on the upstream side and on the downstream side, the stories may be different. What can you say about that sector especially?
Yeah, I think the oil and gas sector or industry as a whole is an interesting one. Don't forget, when you look at it again, as you said, from the upstream side, you want to look at in the international market. What is happening in the international crude oil market? Is it favorable to the companies in there? And maybe that's why we've not really seen so much rally in that area, because crude oil prices have not particularly been high in recent times. And as a result of that, companies who are exposed to oil or crude exploration would probably not do so well at this point in time, but not to say that's still not good stocks. Then again, you come to midstream and downstream. Don't forget that we have Dangote Refinery now playing in that space, right? There is a lot of silence around the mid and downstream industry right now because there's an expectation that Dangote Refinery could be listed on the NGX at any point in time. What that does is that it brings significant competition into the market, and that could be downsides to other guys who are playing in that industry. So of course, investors will be looking at, if Dangote Refinery is coming into the market, I don't think I want to buy stocks in these other stocks, right, because of that level of competition, and then the firepower that the likes of a Dangote Refinery will bring in into the market. But that being said, the entry or non-entry of Dangote Refinery in the market still means that some of these stocks are good entry positions, right? Looking at the oil and gas sector as a whole in the broad economy, it looks like it's been growing in recent quarters based on data from the MBS, right? And what that suggests for you is that things are shaping up better in that industry. And if we're able to have a well, which we do have to an extent, right, regulated prices in terms of petrol prices, if we're able to tighten all that together, I think some of these companies could still continue doing well in terms of their profitability, and that could also offer some form of upside for those who are looking to explore oil and gas industry in terms of stock buying.
Okay. So now I want to move on to the foreign portfolio investors. So we've seen that double in the first 7 months of the year. We've seen a lot of FPIs come into the market. It's now around 1.3 trillion for this year. Now, how crucial are these inflows for stabilizing the market, and do they risk creating vulnerabilities if they reverse?
Well, so for me, I would not think about reversing right now, because looking at the market, what we have also seen is that the more entry that we are seeing from foreign portfolio investment, the more exit we are also seeing. So it means that free flow of FX that the CBN reform brought about last year or 2 years ago has made it easy for FPIs to be able to come into the equities market and then leave at a will at any point they want to do. And that has not really caused any form of shock in the market. So right now, I think having them participate actively in the market is good. So far, the first 7 months of the year, they've contributed about 21% to the general market. That's compared to about 19 from last year. I think that's quite significant. But then again, I would like that we look at that number is actually a function of both entry and exit. And those exits have not been significant enough to cause any form of damage in the market. I think what I would find interesting is the fact that locally we are having a lot more institutional and retail players participate in the equities market, and that has also driven significant increase in terms of the market. I think almost every day, at least one Nigerian reaches out to an investment advisor to ask, what stock should I buy? It means that we are having more Nigerians being interested in participating in the equity market. And I think that's good. So where we have FEI is good for FX stabilization in terms of the general macro. But for the stock market, I think we are having a lot more domestic in terms of retail and institutional players participating actively. That's good. The FBI is also participating is also good for the market. But then again, I don't think there's any risk at this point in time, because even right now, as they are coming in, they are also moving out at will, and that hasn't had any form of shocks on the market.
Okay. Now we've talked about the fact that you just made mention of the fact that a lot more Nigerians are now paying attention to this market and are paying attention to what's going on there. The one thing that is there that we can agree upon is the fact that in Nigeria, a market rally does not necessarily translate into economic development. Well, so you can't really track the performance of Nigeria's economy, Nigeria specifically, on the performance of the stock market. What policy steps can we use to translate, to bring a synergy between these two things together?
Yeah, so generally, right, you would always say that the stock market is a barometer for measuring the performance of an economy. And I think, rather compared to what you've said, I think the NGX mirrors to a large extent how the economy is perceived. But of course, I agree that we need to do a lot more to ensure that that gain that we are seeing in the equity market translates into broader growth in terms of the economy. And one of the things we need to do right now, I think the number of companies we have listed in the NGX is around the region of 149 to 152 companies or thereabouts. And when you again break that down, you realize that about top 20 of that market accounts for pretty much around 80% of the entire market. It tells you that the market, as large as it might look, is controlled by few. So what we need to do is to ensure that we have a lot more businesses have the power or the opportunity to be able to list on the market. And then beyond listing, because what listing the market does for companies is that it helps them to raise capital. Right now, the cost of raising debt capital for businesses is very high. MPR is 27.5, which means loans in a bank or commercial paper will be significantly high. So, but businesses being able to come into the capital market and raise equity capital could be some form of good things for them, right? And if you have businesses able to raise as much capital, that drives expansionary activity. And at the end of the day, it reflects on the broad economic growth in terms of the general Nigerian economy. So I think if the regulator, right, the government, the NGX, the SEC, the whole pile of them come together to ensure that the market is placed in such a way that companies who are low caps, SMEs, have also some level of equal opportunity to be able to list in the market, allows them to be able to raise capital, which also drives expansionary activity. I think that's also going to be good. That way we can see the performance in the equity market rub off on the broad economy. And that's why it looks like there's still some huge dichotomy between the performance of the equity market and then the Nigerian economy.
Okay. Now I want to throw in this question. You made a mention about the fact that based on what you said around raising capital, one reality there is that over the past since 2020, from last year till this year, we've seen a lot more capital raises on the equities market. Considering the fact that debt capital is becoming prohibitively expensive, we've seen more lower cap companies trying to raise 15 billion, some trying to raise, but basically we've seen a surge in the amount of volume of capital being raised in the market. But the question I want to ask now, what steps can be put in place to help some of these lower cap companies list on the market? It's like the barrier to entry on the NGX is already placed at the point where it's for at least is for the maybe top 10% of companies that exist in Nigeria. Is there a way they can lower this barrier to entry?
Yeah, I think there needs to be a balance, right? Yes, the barrier to entry seems to be high. And then to be fair on the NGX, I think is also needed, right? Because if you're going to bring your company, you're going to list your company on the NGX, it means that the NGX is somehow vouching that this company is right, that and the public can invest in those companies. So of course, there needs to be some huge level of due diligence, one of which includes things that are on corporate governance, right? So for companies to be able to list, they just need to tick some boxes, right? And that also speaks to businesses generally, even beyond regulations, right? Because regulations we do there, companies also need to be able to ensure that due diligence are being met, right? Things around your corporate governance, how you do your business, how well are you guys accountable to your shareholders. I think those are a number of things that companies who would like to list on the NGX need to do to be able to do that. While on the NGX part, I think it's just about more publicity, education around the benefits of companies listing on the NGX. I think one of the things around financing is that businesses are often scared to raise equity finance again, because what it means is that you're also bringing other people to be able to look into your books. They now have the right to look into your books. They now have the right to share from your profit. And somehow, from a Nigerian point of view, I think we're used to the one-man business type structure, and I think that's a huge one. So of course, before we can get to that point, there needs to be some reorientation around businesses and why equity capital is not such a bad thing. While doing that, businesses who would also like to list also need to do their part in terms of ensuring that corporate governance is tight, how they do their books are also tight. That way, I don't really think there will be an hindrance for them to be able to list in the market or any other market as a matter of fact.
Okay, so thank you so much for your time on the show this morning, Samuel Oikomi. Thank you so much for talking to us.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Yes. So I just had Samuel Oikomi, who is the research associate at Northern Badger, speak to us on the Just Seen rally. So it's a question of is it a balanced rally, or was it just a case of an overheated market? And he gave us quite a bit of insight. He gave us quite a bit of understanding of what has gone on. So thank you for sticking with us on Economy and Markets this morning on BDTV. We'll see you again on Friday.
In the Federal Capital Territory, a growing humanitarian crisis continues to unfold as thousands of Amajiri children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by BusinessDay to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children, young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Amajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, young boys known as Amajirai were sent to study under Islamic scholars, often far from home. Traditionally, the local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution. Today, many Amajiri children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Amajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with BusinessDay television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaranka nawa?
15.
Yes. Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan Bolan Daji.
Gidan
Bolan Daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga su nan tare da 'yan uwana da ogana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Babana bi nan. Ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan? Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya ka zo nan Abuja?
Kudin na nema na zo nan.
daga Zaria ka zo. Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi? Kana zuwa asibiti ne ko kuma kana zuwa ina ne ka samu ajiya? Kai kamar kai ciwon shawura.
Yare kemis nake zuwa. In je in sai magani. Na saya sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Ni bola. Bola.
Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
A sati. Kai ne kake da bayro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina buhu ne wannan.
Okay. To ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi. To me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Kana zuwa makaranta?
A'a.
Kana sana'a ne? In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu za ka je? Ka taba zuwa makaranta?
Allo da Islamiya ba.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Amajirai become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow, and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched a back-to-school initiative targeting Amajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive step, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and holistic support. We want to learn skills, said Salisu, a 14-year-old from Kaduna. With skills, we can earn a living and not have to beg.
Gwamnati suna so taimake ka, me kake so a yi maka? Ka kalle ni mana. Ko kana jin kunya ne? Ko me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ina so barbara, in samu aikin yi.
Wani irin aiki kake so ka yi?
Aikin hannu. Aikin hannu.
Allo?
Abdulaziz.
Shekaran ka nawa?
13.
Kana zuwa makaranta?
Ba na zuwa makaranta.
Ina kake kwana?
Masallaci.
A masallaci. In kai ciwo ko ba kai rashin lafiya, ya kake shan magani? Wa yake kai ka?
Ni da kakata muke nan.
Kai da kakan. To me ya kawo ka Abuja?
Neman kuɗi.
Neman kuɗi. Kana da ƴan wa nan garin ko? Waye kakanka?
Da kawuna.
Kawun.
Karan babana.
Ya kuka zo Abuja? Ya kuka shigo Abuja? Ta yaya kuka shigo? Kun shiga mota ne ko
mun shiga mota.
Daga Abuja
daga Kano zuwa.
Daga Kano
zuwa garin nan.
Daga me kake so ka zama a gaba?
Ni. Likita.
Likita? Ko ba ka zuwa kana so ka zama likita? Daga ina ka fito?
Jigawa.
To me ne kake yi?
Bola nake bi.
Me kake so gwamnati ya maka?
Me nake so ta mun? Talla. Ko ta kai ni gida.
What these children need is not just access to classroom, but also training in employable skills and economic inclusion. As the nation's capital grapples with the consequences of a broken system, the voices of these children demand attention, not just pity, but policy. Their future depends not on charity, but on a coordinated effort to restore dignity, education, and opportunity. Haruna Ibrahim, a respected Islamic scholar, emphasizes that the Amajiri system was never intended to involve street begging. Traditionally, Amajiri children were supported by their communities while receiving religious education. However, due to current economic challenges, many now beg out of necessity rather than as part of their education. Ibrahim advocates for urgent reform by integrating Islamic and Western education to improve their future. He also acknowledges positive initiatives such as efforts by the National Commission for Almajiri and State Programs in Kano, which aim to combine spiritual learning with practical skills.
You know, in Islam, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first revelation he got was Iqra, means read, seek for knowledge. So the Al-Majri school can be traced to that history. It is in the pursuit of Islamic education that whoever is going to seek Islamic knowledge is called Al-Majri. But in the Nigerian context, it has been divided into two categories, I can say, because those who are beggars on the street, most especially from those who are at poverty level, that is those who are adult, you cannot categorize them as Al-Majri because they are just beggars, because they are not seeking Western Islamic education. But when you talk about Majri, it's just teenagers who are very young and their parents send them out in the communities to seek for Islamic education. That's what we call Al-Majri. And it dated back even pre-independence. So people seeking for Islamic knowledge, even if you are at your home, you are called Al-Majri, because begging is not part of being Al-Majri. Begging is different matter at all. But seeking knowledge is what is called Al-Majri. And it started for the younger age, when while some, unfortunately, some of those small children doesn't pursue the Western education at early stage. But in a nutshell, seeking for Islamic knowledge is what is called Al-Majri, who is doing that. You know, when in the olden days, it was not a problem because of economic factor. That time everybody is well-to-do. You can go to any place, you will be sure of where you will eat, where you will drink, where you will sleep. But because of the economic condition we find ourselves in, the system of sending small children outside their immediate families to go and seek for that knowledge become very difficult. And unfortunately, most of our parents, some may not like to adapt to the changing situations. Because if the economy changes, it means you have to change your style of living. You cannot send your child now outside where you are not sure of his clothing, you are not sure of his health, you are not sure of his basic need. That's where the problem comes in. I can personally say it is an economic problem from the parent, but not seeking the knowledge itself. And the federal government has introduced what we call the Western education. And instead of those guys, small children, to combine the Western education and the Islamic education, most parents, maybe out of ignorance, ignores that and send them to only Islamic education without combining it. And the society is changing. As the society changes, we have to adapt and make sure that as you are privileged to get the Islamic education, which is Al-Majri, you also have another privilege to combine it with Western education. Yes, we, all of us, have a role to play. Like you said, the federal government has established a National Commission for Al-Majri and the Out-of-School System. to improve or to remove small children from the street and give them skills acquisition, give them Western education, and at the same time give them the Islamic education, which is better. I think the most important thing is awareness. We need to create awareness for both government, for the society, and for the parents themselves. Because all the time, those children need to be accepted, not rejected and totally condemned. They are part of the society. The media, they are supposed to educate public that a federal government has now established the commission, which is good. So the parent can leverage on that to remove our Almajiri from streets. But like I told you, it's not all the Almajiris. Even the other Almajiris, those at the poverty line, that is adolescent, the federal government has, the government at various sub-nationals also established social system where you don't need to go and beg. You can go and enjoy those social systems the government provides. So it is my work, it is your work as journalists, it is everybody's work, and we have to continue to create awareness for both the scholars, for the parents, that there is nothing bad in acquiring the Islamic education, but let us combine it with Western education, because if you do that, you have two double advantage. You know, that's what we call, you can write from left to right and right from left. So it means you are getting advantage. And you know, because of that is what we call exchange of knowledge. If you are doing Western education, it will assist you in Islamic education and vice versa. So it's everybody's role. And we cannot say we can totally remove it at once. It is a gradual process. It is a gradual, with education, with commitment from government, with public awareness, with parental awareness, with time. By government establishing this, I think the program of Al-Majri may be a thing of the past with time. But it will take some time to do it, because we need to educate the parents themselves on why they have to combine it and get certificates, so they can be employed after the school. Then we have to educate the parents themselves, and the government empowers them also. And even like in Kano, where they have a lot of those schools, I know that government at the state level, government is supporting those Al-Majri schools, maybe with uniforms, with this, and they are trying to collaborate with at the national level with the National Commission for Al-Majri and out of school children to better the system.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for joining us this afternoon. Now the headlines. Court orders final forfeiture of 246 million naira shares linked to ex-army property MD. Delta State government louds NG Care programs hails impact on citizens' lives. Deacon Chemical Society plants 500 trees to curb pollution. Trump 50% tariff on India goods takes effect. And Manuel Akonji set for Crystal Palace move. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Federal High Court in Lagos has ordered the final forfeiture of shares worth more than 246 million naira traced to UM Mohammed, former managing director of Nigeria Army Property Limited, to the federal government. Justice Dende Dipeolu delivered the ruling on Tuesday after hearing a motion filed by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Lagos Zonal Directorate 1 through its counsel, H.U. Kufa Maisa. The order followed on earlier interim forfeiture granted by Justice Chukwujeku Aneke, which mandated the publication of the affected shares in a national newspaper to allow any interested parties to contest the application. According to the statement by EFCC spokesperson Dele Oyewale, he argued that the shares were proceeds of unlawful activities, citing evidence gathered during the agency's investigation. Now moving on, Delta State Governor Sheriff Oberebore has commended the NG Cares program for its remarkable contributions to poverty reduction, economic growth, and social development across the 25 local government areas of the state. The governor gave the commendation while declaring open the NG Cares South-South Zonal Independent Verification Agents Performance Review meeting at the Unity Hall, Government House, Asaba. Representing the governor at the event by the Secretary of the State Government, Kingsley Emu, the governor expressed delight that the program had to reach as far as 306,177 direct beneficiaries and over 1.2 million direct beneficiaries across Delta State. Speaking on behalf of the National Coordinator of NG Care, Dr. Abdulkarim Obaje, by Alhaji Afiku Abubakar, explained that the program was designed by the federal government and the World Bank to cushion the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on vulnerable groups. He said the IVA performance review report would help guide the roadmap for the next phase. And according to the report, the World Bank tax team leader Lire Erasado described NG Care as a state-led initiative with strong financial commitments from the participating state, adding that while the World Bank provided a $700 million loan, states have jointly contributed $2.2 billion to sustain the program. And still on, the Defense Industries Corporation of Nigeria and the Chemical Society of Nigeria, Kaduna State Chapter, have initiated a tree planting campaign in Kaduna in a move to address chemical pollution, air contamination, and climate change. This initiative aims to plant 500 trees across schools, road corridors, and public spaces, with the goal of purifying the air, decreasing carbon emissions, safeguarding water sources, and providing habitat for both humans and wildlife, as well as restoring biodiversity. During the launch, the Director General of DECON, Major General Babatunde Alaye, emphasized the health and environmental benefits of trees, characterizing trees planting as a long-term investment for future generations, encouraging Nigerians to take an active role in mitigating the impact of climate change.
When you plant trees, it helps to purify and clean the air we are breathing. It cleans the water. When you have a lot of trees, when there is rainfall, they clean the water. And then when we plant these trees now, maybe in 2, 5 years, 10 years, we have done what? We have provided shade for people who come behind us. So they have trees that they can take shelter under for human beings, for animals. So what we are doing now is not just for today. for people that will come after us, and for our own general well-being. The Chemical Society of Nigeria, the Kaduna chapter, for this initiative and for choosing DICON as the first phase. And we should all add to the health of our environment. It's not to just pollute. We use plastic, we use rubber, we use all those things that end up polluting our environment. So it's a good idea to start thinking how we can clean our mess. When you plant trees,
chairperson of the
helps to
CSN
purify
Kaduna
and
chapter,
clean the
Emily
air we are
Johnson
breathing.
Mweka, also remarked that the
cleans
project
the
highlights
water.
the
When you have a
importance
lot of trees,
chemists in addressing environmental pollution results from industrial activities, elaborating that trees provide natural solutions to pollution by absorbing harmful gases, enhances soil quality, and acting as carbon sinks.
You created the climate impact, mixing all the chemicals and everything. We create all the air pollution, mixing the chemicals. That's why today we are here. We say we want to be at the forefront of environmental, and bringing about climate change. And trees, of course, is one of the very, very focal ones. Because when the trees are there, they help to absorb the greenhouse gases. But when the trees are not there, it even makes the climate impact worse. All the chemicals, CO2, methane going into the atmosphere and causing air pollution and soil pollution. So as members of the Chemical Society of Nigeria, what we do is to support the practice and study of chemistry. And in DICON here, we have about 30 something chemists. When we are breathing out CO2 and chemical action is bringing out CO2, the trees will be there to absorb CO2 and give us oxygen, which is what human beings need.
Environmental expert Olanike Daramola also underscored the critical need for tree planting, pointing out that Nigeria is losing approximately 350,000 hectares of forest annually, which is among the highest rates of deforestation worldwide.
Increased rise in temperature. So what the trees will do is absorb these greenhouse gases, especially carbon, which is the greatest culprit in global warming. Trees will help absorb this, carbon from the atmosphere and, store it. And that is why we are discouraging deforestation. Over time, we've lost a lot of species of trees because people see trees as, something that should be used for either furniture or for cooking. So there's heightened state of deforestation, and that is why anything that would encourage the planting of trees should.
To end the local news, the Lagos State Waste Management Authority, in collaboration with Waste Care, have called for a stakeholder forum highlighting ways to strengthen collaboration in construction, demolition, and disaster management in Lagos State. This was held on the 26th of August 2025 with the theme Building Responsibly and Driving Efficiency, and was attended by key stakeholders aimed to enable proper waste disposal and demolition. According to the stakeholders, the event aimed at bringing to limelight accountability in the urban waste system, new ventures, while delving into critical methodologies and steps to achieve proper construction and demolition waste management methods for Lagos State. We now move to the foreign scene, where US President Donald Trump doubling of tariffs on India goods to as much as 50% took effect on Wednesday, escalating tensions between the world's two largest democracies despite their close strategic partnership. The new levies combine a punitive 25% duty linked to India's purchases of Russian oil with Trump's earlier 25% tariff on a wide range of products. The combined rate, however, applies to exports such as garments, gems and jewelry, footwear, sporting goods, furniture, and chemicals, amongst the highest U.S. tariff levies globally, on par with those imposed on China and Brazil. And according to reports, the move threatens thousands of small exporters and jobs in India, including in Prime Minister Narendra Modi's home state of Gujarat. Also, Denmark's foreign minister has summoned the top U.S. diplomats in Copenhagen following a report that American citizens have conducting or have been conducting combat operations in Greenland. According to reports, the aim was to infiltrate Greenland society and promote its secession from Denmark to the US, although he was unable to clarify who the men were working for. Danish intelligence, however, warned Greenland was being targeted by various kinds of influence campaigns, as Foreign Minister Lars Løkke insists that any attempt to interfere in the internal affairs of the kingdom will of course be unacceptable, noting that the US charged the affairs has also been summoned in that light. We now move to sports, where Crystal Palace have expressed interest in signing Manchester City defender Manuel Akanji, with the club inquiring about the Swiss international's availability. While no official bid has yet been tabled, sources indicate that City would demand around £15 million for the 30-year-old, who has not featured in either of their opening Premier League features this season. Akanji, who joined City from Borussia Dortmund in 2022, played a crucial role in Pep Guardiola's side that secured the historic treble in 2023, including starting in the Champions League final victory over Inter Milan. Reports, however, revealed that his future at Etihad appear uncertain with increased competition in the team. And to end the news, Borussia Dortmund have completed the signing of Kane Chukwuemeka from Chelsea in a deal worth up to €24 million, with the midfielder penning a 5-year contract. The 21-year-old, who impressed during a loan spell with Dortmund in the second half of the last season, now makes the switch permanent after making 32 appearances for Chelsea since his €20 million move from Aston Villa in 2022. According to reports, Chukwuemeka's arrival continues Dortmund's tradition of investing in young talent, coming as the Balenciaga side looks to strengthen their midfield option for the new campaign. The Blue also agreed to send young defender Aaron Asselmino to Dortmund on a season-long loan, with the player flying to Germany to complete the move. And that does it this afternoon on the BDTV News at noon. I am Deborah Eze. Stay tuned for more.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol.
We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics. I'm in Yobong Hiwok. Nigeria has enjoyed uninterrupted and stable democracy for the past 25 years, with visible gains across all sectors. There are also visible and social and economic development across the country. But many will argue that the progress is slow and development appears stunted when you compare the nation with its peers. On the broader democratic condition, experts say Nigerian democracy is in decline, not through the democratic collapse seen in military coups, but there a more insidious process where elected leaders use democratic structures to undermine democracy itself. Joining me today on Inside Politics to discuss the state of the Nigerian democracy is Martin Onovo, a former presidential candidate and head policy positions, Movement for Democratic Change, MFC. Good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics. Good to have you, sir. Good afternoon. Good to see you. We've been speaking to you on the phone for so long. Good to see you. Good to see you on BDTV.
We are glad to be here.
Yes, you've seen it all. When it comes to politics in Nigeria, you were a candidate in 2015 under the National Conscience Party. And here we are in 2025. The APC is in power. The PDP was defeated in 2015. How will you rate democracy in Nigeria from 1999 when the military handed over power to where we are now? So much have happened.
Well, the first thing is I will say that as of today, what we have in Nigeria is not a democracy. And it will be wrong in grammar and in political science to call this a democracy. This is not a democracy. And it is simplistic enough for anybody to understand. There are two pillars of democracy: the rule of law and the integrity of the ballot. Both are absent in Nigeria today. Let us talk about the rule of law. The law in Nigeria requires that every candidate for presidency must be educated to the level of West African senior secondary school certificate or its equivalent. If you look at the INEC form of Bola Tinubu, you will see primary school nil, secondary school nil. On that basis, he's not qualified to even be a local government chairman. That is a fact. And that is easily verifiable. That anybody will call this a democracy is completely erroneous. Going further, if you look at the Lagos Coastal Road, it violates every relevant law in Nigeria, starting with the Procurement Act that requires competitive bidding. Go all the way to extra budgetary expenses, violation of the Appropriation Act. Go all the way to the violation of the prohibition against corruption. Because that road cannot be worth more than 88 billion, this 47-kilometer section. But it's been done for 1.06 trillion. That's over 10 times the cost. And don't forget, I am talking from my position as a registered engineer. I am talking with full professional authority. That 47 kilometers should cost only about 88 billion. But it's being done for 1.06 trillion. That violates the constitutional prohibition against corruption. So you can see that the rule of law is completely absent. I can continue counting. I can tell you on the authority of Senator Abo that senators are earning 29 million per month. If you go to the internet and look at the Revenue Mobilization and Physical Allocation Committee website and look at the remuneration of a senator, it's less than 400,000 per annum. Sorry, per month. It's less than 400,000 per month. How are they getting 29 million? That's against the law. Many years back, about 4 political parties went to court over this issue. I think it was before Justice Ojukwu. And we have a court judgment asking them to refund the difference. They have not refunded it. In fact, they have gone ahead to continue to increase their remuneration. So where is the rule of law? If you say that this is a democracy.
Let's look at some of the issues that have actually, because a lot of Nigerians believe we are not on the right path. Even non-Nigerians, experts say we are not on the right path. Nigerian democracy is not where we should be. And some of the issues that have been raised has always been the fact that even though we've had consistent election, oftentimes periodic elections since 1999, but that some of the issues that have held us back are these elections, they are debatable, that they are not fair and fair. But people may debate them. Also, our institutions are also weak, in the sense that, for example, what we see in recent time is that due to the controversial nature of these elections, most of these cases end up in courts, and INEC is the one that determines who wins election in Nigeria. This is the trend we've seen.
That is clear.
For a very long time now, and it appears it may continue, even in 2027. Not a setback for our democracy.
That's very clear. INEC has constitutional authority to organize elections, but INEC must organize the elections according to law and according to the principles of democracy. Yes. INEC cannot organize the elections arbitrarily. The election is clear. The constitutional standard for winning an election is clear. It's majority of valid votes. It is not majority of voodoo votes. It is not a majority of fraudulent collations. So it's majority of valid votes. That needs to be very clear. So what we have had in Nigeria cannot be called elections. Many people have called them selections. S-E-L, selections. And I will call them criminal hastes. That is what they are, because election crime is criminal. So fraudulent collation is criminal. It is very clear from the 2023 elections and the last Edo elections that the declaration of fraudulent results is being done with impunity, crass impunity. We had in 2023 where both local and foreign observers condemned the elections. And INEC not only went ahead to announce the fraudulent results, but has refused till date, this is 2025, to release the details of the elections. Elections are not conducted at collation centers.
But INEC did release a statement that a comprehensive statement about the 2020 election, where he said glitches and all that affected it. There was a report. There had been a report of the way the election was conducted.
Excuse me, sir. You're completely wrong. You're completely wrong.
Okay.
I didn't ask for a statement. I didn't ask for a statement. I said details of the election result. And elections are not conducted at collation centers. Elections are conducted at polling units.
Okay.
Listen to me carefully. Ask INEC to release the polling unit result of Shongotedo Primary School, where Labour Party had 50 votes and the ruling party had only 2 votes. You need to release the election like that for the 176,000 polling units
that we have in the country,
so that everybody can see it. You can't be hiding behind collation. What they are doing. So don't cite those fraudulent results for me. Release it per polling unit. That's what we want.
Let's know where we're going, what we're discussing. We're looking at some of the things that have actually held our democracy back now. I raised a point about the weak institution earlier. How much has it held us back? Talk about INEC. Talk about the anti-corruption agencies. These are institutions which are supposed to more like a checkmate our democracy, to see that we're on the right path. And a lot of people feel that these agencies are not doing their work because they are not independent. How much have they held us back in terms of our democracy moving forward? We see that our elections are I see that compared to 1999 for where we are now, still the same thing. Issues, some of the issues that still decide who the people vote for, I see about ethnicity, religion, still determine who wins election in Nigeria. And these are issues that have been there in 1999 to now.
Your approach to me is not a fundamental approach.
Okay.
You want to look at the symptoms. I want to look at the root causes. And that is why I need to dwell on this fact that till date, let me tell you, with or without BVAS, you can verify who won an election. BVAS and IREF portal are for transparency, so that everybody can see it. In the polling unit, you have your Form 8CA, which is where the elections are recorded. So even if you don't have BVAS, you don't have IREF, bring the Form 8CA, let us see. That's all. Bring the 176,000 Form 8CA, let us see them. We will add the numbers and know who won the election. Previously, I advised Jagaba and Tinubu to confess that he lost the election woefully. But he has not taken my advice. And you may think it's far-fetched, but it's not.
So do you...
Yaradua confirmed that the election that brought him to power was flawed. Why do we continue to hide behind one finger? If you bring the polling unit results and we add them up, you will see clearly that Jagaba and Tinubu lost the election woefully.
Continue 2027.
He lost woefully.
Do you see this trend continue in 2027 with the INEC is still there and the tenure of this president INEC chairman will
let me do something. And the
probably
way
end in
you are
December.
insisting, the way you...
Do you see this trend ending in 2027? Do you see the continuation of this trend?
Well, the first thing is that number one, I cannot predict tomorrow, but I can tell you what will happen under different scenarios. If we don't take corrective action, if we continue tolerating this fraud, the way you are pushing me, then it will definitely continue. If we reject it, it will stop. So part of rejecting it is rejecting the 2023 fraud, not telling us to accept it so that we move to 2027, commit another fraud. You tell us to accept it, then we move to 2031, we commit another fraud. You tell us to accept it. The first point to correcting this fraud is to admit that there has been a fraud. If you say there has been no fraud, then there's nothing to correct. It's clear that there was a fraud. INEC needs to be completely disbanded and reconstituted afresh.
What are some of the things
because INEC has shown itself incapable of neutrality. That's clear. Is that not clear to you? Now, why did we not do that after the Yaradua's Uwai's electoral reform panel? It's because some of us want to be chasing shadows. We don't want to address the root cause of the issue. If electoral fraud is a crime, then those who committed the crimes of 2023 need to be arrested, prosecuted.
But a lot of people have said, maybe what is your take on this? People say INEC is overburdened. Maybe we need to set up another agency to try and corruption cases, electoral fraud and all that.
False.
Do you agree?
False. False. INEC is not overburdened. It is not overburdened over any overburdened situation that led to Rivers. You are in Nigeria, and BBC was publishing that because it was on IREF. I went to IREF myself. I didn't send anybody. The Labour Party won Rivers election with a very wide margin. The Nigerian media could not see it. But the BBC saw it. I saw it. Because it was on INEC's own IREF. The results were there. It was very clear. And the BBC did a public a publication on that. So why do we keep pretending that we are blind to fraud? We're not blind to fraud.
You contested in 2015 as a candidate, and yes. when the PDP was in power, we saw a lot of civil society. We are very vocal about where our democracy is and where it should be. But since 2015 to now, there has been more of a decline of activity about civil society activities, even though a lot of people have said that Nigerian democracy, one of the things that affected us is the lack of vibrant civil society. The late Dead Mositu came to Nigeria some years back. He said one of the problems of the Nigerian democracy is the lack of vibrant civil society groups. And that trend have actually continued. I remember asking the late Yinka Odumaki just some months before he died that what have happened? We have not seen civil society talk again. He said some of them are now in power, they are now in office. So I'm asking you now, so what have happened to the civil society in Nigeria?
Well, before I go to what
because they are very critical to the success of democracy in any country, in any society.
Well, before I get there, like I said, I want to address the root issues. And I've talked about the rule of law and the integrity of the ballot. We also have to talk about separation of powers, where you see the situation where the executive has complete control over both the legislature and the judiciary. And that's why I told you about this being a maximum dictatorship. Watch my choice of words. I'm trying to be exact. This is a maximum dictatorship, worse than a military government. And the results have also shown you cannot have democracy without free and fair elections. You cannot have democracy without the rule of law. You cannot have democracy without separation of powers. So the situation where you have now is where Jagaban Tinubu has become an absolute dictator. Absolute. And right now, the move he's making is even worse because he's trying to take over the opposition political parties. Quote me, I said it.
The coalition, because of time.
He is because of the crisis in the opposition parties. So he is the sponsor of the crisis in the opposition parties. You can see Wike's hand in PDP. Wike is an APC wolf in PDP sheep clothing. And where is the sponsorship? His sponsorship is Jagaban Tinubu. That's clear to everybody, even the blind. So why do we keep trying to conceal the truth and pretending that we are looking for solutions? You can't get solutions without dealing with the facts.
But people
First thing, let us agree that this is not a democracy. Hello, sir.
I mean, as people like you have always been there. I mean, speaking against bad governance and the need for good policies that will affect Nigerians. What I'm asking is that what have happened to the organized civil society? We don't seem to see much of them around.
I think that's very unfair because the civil society has done several protests. You were here in this country. You saw how underage people were arraigned for treason. Many civil society people are in unlawful detention for over a year now.
Yes.
So why are you pretending that civil society did nothing? That's unfair to civil society. What you have is a maximum dictatorship, but you don't want to admit it. That's what you have.
The coalition, they merged now into the ADC, I-2027. How do you see it? In recent weeks, they have been talking about who is going to be the candidate of this coalition. Is it Peter Obi? Is it Admechi? Is it Atiku?
Number one, I am not a member or a supporter of that worthless coalition.
Why? A lot of people. Why?
There are not a lot of people there. Which lot of people?
I mean, this appears to seem to be this.
Excuse me,
this
sir.
Is the only viable opposition against the APC government and Tinubu administration.
Why do you want to impose your opinion on me?
No. You are free. You are free to say your opinion.
So don't tell me it's the only viable. Peter Obi, you mentioned, is a member of the Labour Party. He's not a member of the ADC.
Okay.
Atiku has no membership card of ADC. I don't wish to have any membership card of the ADC. Are you aware that a Canadian court has declared APC and PDP as terrorist organizations? If you are aware of that, I can tell you that ADC is their sister organization. So we cannot change from A to A. Who is the national chairman of ADC?
David Mark.
David Mark.
Yes.
Where did he come from? Senior president of PDP. Who is the national secretary? Aregbeshola Alaji. Where did he come from? Minister of Interior for APC. So why are you going from 6 to half a dozen? Okay. Are you not tired? You should be tired.
But don't you agree that there has to be a united front against the biggest opposition party now? PDP seem to have been hijacked.
It is a united front of change agents, not a united front of terrorists. Canadian court told you they are terrorists. Go and appeal against the Canadian court. Until you appeal, I agree that they are terrorists. Don't form a united front of terrorists. Form a united front of change agents.
So, what is the fate of the opposition there in 2027?
It's very clear. Opposition in Nigeria is over 90%. Tinubu is out. He knows he's out. That is why you see him taking desperate actions. He's out. And if he thinks that INEC is going to announce rubbish and it will be accepted, that's a joke.
Since after the general election in 2023.
Sorry, sir.
I mean, which party is going to challenge Tinubu in 2027? Because obviously it's going to be the APC candidate. Which party is going to challenge you? The PDP have been in crisis.
No, hold on, please. You and I will generally agree that no one knows tomorrow. That's number one.
Yes.
Number two, you have said something that I agree with fundamentally. When you suggested that to challenge the ruling party, we need a united front. We are working on that, and everything is not for the media. When we are ready, we will come to you and tell you. It will be public.
Okay.
But we're working on that.
Oh, we are waiting.
And it is going to be, I don't want to use the word coalition. It's going to be alliance, a united alliance of change agents in Nigeria, not terrorists, please. And I'm using the word with full authority on the authority of the Canadian court. And take notice that I agree with the Canadian court. All those elements in ADC who came from APC and PDP are elements from terrorist organizations.
Defection and endorsement in recent weeks, even though the 2027 election is still far away. What is your take? Everybody seems to be moving to the APC.
That's not true. That's not true. Salihu Lukman was national vice chairman of APC. As I'm talking to you, he's in ADC. So what are you saying?
Major defection has been to the APC, that's what I'm saying.
No. Bring your census of defections. What is the media that is hyping these things?
Okay.
Aregbeshola, was he not from APC? What are you saying? Atiku, was he not from APC? What are you saying? You people just hype something because you're always in support of government.
But what we have been seeing, what we have been hearing in recent weeks is that the politicians say, oh, the APC, they are being coerced. They are coercing people to join them.
That's clear. That's very clear. That's established. That's not under debate. We have confessions. That's very clear. But what I'm saying is that if you need to coerce people to join you, when you lose the power of coercion, which will be closer to the election, they will leave you. That's one. Number two, you have the power to coerce people to join you, but people are leaving you. Look at it quantitatively now.
Yes.
Then you will see what we are talking about. We know exactly what we are talking about. And you can encourage us by helping us to articulate it better. But we know what we are saying, and they are clearly factual. And for somebody like me, you said I ran for president in 2015. That's correct.
Yes.
Before then, I ran for Senate in 2007.
Are we expecting to see in 2027?
Have a written constitution. They are more law-abiding than us. The constitution you have not complied with it. Is it not the constitution I started by quoting?
Yes.
Have you complied with that one? Who told you will comply with the new one?
Yes.
You're lawless, and you are chasing a piece of paper called constitution.
Thank you very much.
Comply to the law.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us on the program. My time is up. I can be speaking with Martin Onovo, a presidential candidate under the National Conscience Party in 2015 general election. Good to have you, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right. You can watch our previous edition of Inside Policies on your YouTube channel. And also, you can follow us on all social media channels. Good afternoon. Stay tuned to BDTV.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Inside Politics. I'm in Yobong Hiwok. Nigeria has enjoyed uninterrupted and stable democracy.
And welcome to bdtv Roundtable, where we discuss issues of national interest. Usually the way we do it here, issues that affects you, issues that affects me, and of course the nation as a whole. Today we'll be looking at two issues. The first is the collapse roads, whether they are federal or state. I mean, Nigerian roads are just bad, and so we're going to discuss that today. And as well as the pay rise proposed by pay rise for political office holders has been proposed by the Nigerian government. These are the two issues that we are going to discuss today. And I have with me, as usual, the Sunday editor of Business Day, Mr. Zebulon Agomo.
Thank you.
You're welcome. As well as Mr. Uroko, who is the assistant editor here at Business Day. Mr. Uroko, you are welcome.
Thank you so much.
So, like I said, two issues are here for us to discuss. First is the fact that if you look at Nigerian roads, there are things that you can describe as collapsed. I think that's the best way to actually describe the state of Nigerian roads. And whether you are looking at it from the northwest, northeast, north central, southwest, southeast, any part of the country you go, you discover that the roads are just bad, just in a terrible state of disrepair. And then one wonders why this has continued to remain so. I remember growing up, specifically, there was this particular road, if I may just start from this particular road, when I was a little boy, Calabar, Itu, Uyo Road. That road has been like that since the early 80s, when I was a boy, when I was a little boy, really, and till today, it has not changed. And so we keep hearing, accident, loss of life, and what have you. And then that, of course, also, you also find that across various parts of the country, whether in the north or the south. And one wonders why things have remained the same decades after. We can never say we have any relief, so to say, from the state of roads in the country. And I just wonder, Mr. Uroko, I'm going to start with you. How come we haven't been able to overcome the issues of roads, in Nigeria? Whereas in other places, in other climes, road is no longer their challenge.
Thank you for that question. The reason the roads are the way they are, or the reasons are many. And let me just start by giving these little statistics. The total length of road in Nigeria has 195,000 kilometer length of roads. And out of this 195,000 kilometers, only 60,000 are said to be paved. Where roads are paved, you know that they are smooth, they are hard, they are motorable. They are motorable. Then out of this 195,000, 36 belong to the federal government. 36,000 belong to the federal government. And according to the Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission, which oversees the award of contract for or the development of infrastructure in the country, only 34% of that 36 that belongs to the federal government is motorable. So the rest,
that's terrible,
are in terrible state. And of course, as you said earlier in your introductory speech, they are all over the place. We are talking about Benin Asaba Road, we are talking about Lagos, Enugu Onitsha Road, that have been perpetually in bad condition. I remember my first attempt at driving from Lagos to my hometown, 2006.
Which is your hometown now?
About almost 20 years.
So your hometown.
Okay, I'm in Enugu State.
Okay, fine, right. Okay.
And I come from the northern part of Enugu State. Enugu is precisely. So I remember driving from my town to Onitsha in 2 hours there.
Interesting.
2 hours. Now, if you want to drive from my town today to Onitsha, you'll be struggling between 4 and 5 hours.
That's serious.
That tells you that rather than getting better, things are getting worse. And the only thing I think I should say in this your question is the federal government makes a hell of noise about improving road infrastructure. That they are doing that, always rolling out number of kilometers they have done. And it's like nothing is improving. If you go through Benin, from Benin to Asaba, assuming you are going this way, or from Asaba to Benin, it takes you almost 2 hours because of the nature of the road. You find that there are so many trucks that are trapped in all those ditches and gutters that you have there in that stretch of road. Then it is like that all in other places. You are just talking about one road that is your part of the country that have been there since when you were young. Of course, we don't know when you were young. But the truth remains that roads have remained bad in the country because of one, lack of maintenance. At the time, the country came up with a body called FEMA, Federal Maintenance Roof Maintenance Agencies. FEMA, nobody's hearing about FEMA these days. Why? Because the government wants to appropriate everything. And this is a country where the cost of maintaining a road, 1 kilometer of road, is as high as 3.7 billion to do one road in Nigeria. That can build almost a whole 20 kilometer road in other jurisdictions. So if roads are not good, it's understandable. And when we're talking about bad road, remember that all federal roads are highways. Some of them are super highways. They run from, connect so many communities, connect states. So, and these roads are largely in very terrible condition. So that's why the effect is. So my advice, I think, is that David Umahi, that is the current Minister for Works, should talk less and take a trip, maybe from Lagos to the eastern part of the country, and then he will know that he has done practically nothing compared to all the noise that we hear about. The federal government has done this. The most insulting thing has done about some of these states, especially in the southeast. The federal government have been fair to the southeast because they have done so many roads for them, and therefore is assuring the president that he's going to get almost all the votes for him in 2007. So this is a country where we politicize this common infrastructure that is given in other places. It's given. Yeah. And here we celebrate the construction of roads as if it's never done before. Yes. And then we talk about the military government and the civilian government. Look at the network of bridges in Lagos. I don't think any civilian government did any of them. except these ones that were done by Fashola in recent and Ambody, which are just short bridges. And somebody did the third mainland bridge for God's sake, 11.8 kilometers. And that is a military ruler. I'm not making case for military government, but the politicians have not done better. That's just what I want to say.
Okay, just before I go to say, let me just read out some of the, because what we did was just try to capture some of these routes across the six. So in the southwest, I mean, these are just just a few of them. I mean, of course, these things we can't really capture, but we just look at some of the roads that are in terrible condition as we speak. The Shagamu, Ijebu, Ode, Benin roads, Ife Ibadan, Ilesha road, Ife Akure road, Ado Ekiti, Ilesha road, and these are some of the roads in the southwest. If you go to the southeast, there's Enugu Onitsha road, there's Aba Ikorekpen road. Still if you go to the south, you have Benin, Asaba, Kalvaitu, road. If you go to the north central, you have just Akwanga road, Makodi, Otupa road, Mina, Bida road. Just there's so many. If you go to the north west, you have a Benin Quarry, Funtua Highway, Sabon Benin road. If you go to northeast, there is this Potiskum Jaku road, Jalingo, Newman road. That are just the list. It's almost endless, So, but there's something Chuka said that it costs more to construct road in Nigeria than in other places. And I'm wondering, is it because of the terrain or what?
Yeah, we have always known that corruption is very endemic in our political system. And those who preside over, who determine what to do with the resources of the country, have come to believe that building of road is the major thing that determines their performance. Every now and then they reel out, we have done this road, we have done that road, as if that's all that they were elected. Yes, governance is all about what they were elected to do. As he had pointed that road is something that is given. Some years ago, Professor Patu Tomi was talking at an event. He said, if we are not investing on human capital development and you think that you're investing on road, no matter how beautiful, how solid a road is, give it 10, 20 years, it will wash up. But if you invest in human capital development, those are the things that will endure and that will even continue to develop your country. Where is the road today? Every now and then, every government that comes up continue to talk about Lagos-Ibadan Expressway until last when the Fashola as Minister of Works tried to do something solid there, and we have less heard about that. I mentioned corruption. Yeah. Major part of the money that is being voted for road construction goes into some people's pockets. And that's why they never get to complete those roads. Every year, the same budget on a particular road is brought back. And apart from that, any road that is not done with the present budget, of course, inflation, we eat it into whatever that was budgeted for this year. Yeah. By next year, it may be up to 3, 4, 5 times of what was budgeted. Because they were not. In fact, these days, we are hearing that even when contractors are mobilized, the money is not paid, or part of the money is being paid. They release in piecemeal that will not even enable them to complete those roads. Here are really some projects that have been done across the country. In the month of May, I had the opportunity of traveling to southeast, major part of the southeast. I flew to Owerri. From Owerri, I did on the road Owerri to Aba. Then from Aba to Abakaliki. From Abakaliki to Enugu. And I saw that at least there had been something is going on in terms of repair, reconstruction and paving of the roads. But that cannot be said for Enugu and Esha. That axis is really bad. And by July 4th, when I was going for my father-in-law burial, Bini was a no-go area. In fact, rain was falling that day. We could not even go through the bypass because it's a write-off. People said, if you go there, you could be trapped, and these bad boys will lay you. To pass Benin took us 2 hours because we had to move inside the villages and before we reconnect. So as we speak, Benin, I think, is the worst on that axis now when you are going from Shagamu to Benin, the eastern part of the country. Benin, I don't know what is happening. And we believe that with the huge money that is accruing to the states this time, if the federal government, for whatever reason, is not forthcoming, the state government that is getting this part, yes. So do not wait for the federal government to, because for Christ's sake, it is being used by your people. So I don't know why state governments are closing their eyes. Yeah. What I saw in Benin in that July, and I've been speaking with people who have been traveling and coming on that road. The situation has not changed. So what I'm saying is that corruption is at the heart of what is happening in terms of our bad road network and the deplorable condition of the roads in the country.
Yeah, Chuka, some people have made this argument that, look, rather than awarding new contracts for new roads, as it were, I mean, why not just fix the ones that are already bad so that people can actually use them and then get to where they want to go? Because this thing also have a lot of implications. We're talking about security, talking about being able to move food from the hinterland to city where these food products are needed. They delay the traffic and all of that, the wear and tear on vehicles. So people have made that argument. So what's your view on this?
Yes, that would have been a very good approach to fixing some of these deplorable roads. When the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway came on board, and the government started pursuing it as if there was something more to it than we just saw. A lot of people put up this argument you are making. Why not use this kind of money? 15 trillion naira. 15 trillion. To fix some of these. Some of them will not take up to even maybe 100 billion. I know the number of billions that are inside 1 trillion. So people were actually arguing, why not just use this money and fix existing roads? I will always have Babatunde Fashola as my fan in terms of his reasoning. When Fashola was the Minister for Works, he prioritized routes according to their economic viability. Okay, this place takes us to so place, this takes us to so place. And therefore, we have to fix it first and foremost. And Fashola was always talking about build your road and recoup the investment through tolling of the roads, which is a very good approach to how roads can be fixed. Yeah. The federal government within that period also came up with what they call an infrastructure tax credit scheme, in which case all these big companies and individuals like Dangote, let me just use Dangote as an example. Dangote had used that to build so many roads, and you build concrete roads, which will, according to him, if you listen to Dangote, will tell you that it will last 2 generations. Of course, if you drive through a concrete road, you know that it's meant to last. But because that thing doesn't go directly to the government, they're not emphasizing that, they're not prioritizing that scheme. Yeah.
That option.
Because it is that option.
Yeah.
Because if you are the one bringing your tax credit instead of paying tax to the government, you now use it to build the road for the interest of the people. And the government doesn't want that kind of thing because they want the money to come to them first.
So they can now award the contract.
Yeah, they want to award the contract and do whatever they want to do with it. Just as my colleague said, when money is voted for a road project, if that road does well, it will not take maybe 50% of that allocation. And then the rest goes back to the government. Not that all the money was utilized, they will still retire the money. And then by next year, it is awarded again at a higher cost. Why they save money from what it should have just spent and left, nobody knows why. It is just best known to the government people. But the truth remains that the government is not thinking so much about the people. Because if you build roads, you connect cities, connect communities, connect states, and then it will help trade. It will help a lot of things, movement within the city or within the country. But you find that for political reasons, sometimes some of these roads some areas are favored more than others. Sorry to use Southeast as an example, not because I'm from that part of the country, but Southeast roads are left as a punishment for the people of that part of the country. Because you remember when Buhari, for instance, was in government, he was telling you that South is just a dot in the circle. And which means it's when you have already gone around the time, you remember this small spot. And you cannot talk about a region that gave you 5% votes when you have 95 somewhere. A good leader doesn't reason that way. And remember that Lagos Ibadan Expressway, for instance, will link you to Benin, Onitsha. From Onitsha, you get to Enugu. From Enugu, you get to the northern part of the country. So if you do these routes, you are not helping just the eastern travelers. You are helping the entire country. And as these roads improve, so will commerce improve. So will the economy of Lagos, for instance, improve. So will the economy of Onitsha, Anambra State improve. But government is not reasoning that way. It's about how do we do it so that somebody will feel it. Somebody somewhere will feel it. And when they feel it, maybe by next tomorrow, they will change their thinking. Forgetting that the way you can change somebody's mindset is by letting him understand that, you are part of me. Yes. Not because you go somewhere and then we are not part of us and things like that. So it is misplacement of priority, and then government doesn't really look at the bigger picture in whatever it does. It's about this parochial thinking. It's about us
today,
and
today.
About
because
today.
We are in power today.
What do we get? You don't forget that some of these the money voted for infrastructure is also part of it. It's alleged to be used for running or rather prosecuting elections. So any government in power has the opportunity, the privilege of awarding contracts and using part of it to do whatever they want to do. And that's why somebody flew the cat. It's just maybe wanted to test the waters. That we want to rebuild Third Mainland Bridge at the cost of 3.6 trillion naira. 3.6 trillion. Then you don't know where Third Mainland Bridge was going again, whether it will run around the entire Lagos.
All right.
We
are still on the BDTV roundtable. We go on a short break, and when we return, the conversation will continue. Bonus, the members of the National Assembly, and the rest of them. And since this announcement, there've been so many reactions since this announcement was made. The NLC has opposed it. Femi Falana, SAN has opposed it. And so many other people are saying, look, you can't do this at this time. And then if you go ahead with this, it's insensitive at the time that Nigerians are actually going through difficult time. And then, of course, these politicians, they really have, they have the money, really. I mean, so why are you trying to do this at this time? How do you react to this announcement by the Revenue Mobilization and Allocation and Fiscal Commission?
Yeah, thank you very much. You see, it depends on the part of the elephant you are touching. We are told about 10 blind men that went to feel a huge elephant. Each and every one of them touched particular part of the elephant and described the elephant based on what they felt. So in this case, we are seeing those politicians as big men because of the way they appear in public and all that. The truth of the matter also is that these men, the responsibilities hanging on their necks may be killing them, because every now and then people will come to them crying and they are doling out money, and they are members of their constituencies and all that. But be that as it may, that just trivializing a very important issue. But I can say that it's very insensitive on the part of whoever that mooted this idea in the first place. If you are looking at where we are in this country, that some people, some institutions, even international organizations have described Nigeria as a poverty headquarters because of the poverty level, the endemic nature of poverty in this country. And someone would be callous enough to move the idea of raising the salaries of certain politicians and those who are even inflicting these injuries on the poor people. It is very callous, to say the least. Because when the NLC was moving for the increase in the minimum wage of workers, the sing-song then was that this was not the right time, and it was pegged at 70,000. I don't know what anybody could do with 70,000 at this time. And those we are thinking who are also spending the money that belongs to everybody, they are now making case for themselves for salary rates. And it's insensitive. Because if we are talking about salary is not, they are not living on their salaries. Look at the members of the National Assembly, for instance. If you know the kind of money they are getting, it will baffle you. And how many times do they even sit at the National Assembly? Every day they're on recess. And each sitting day, every plenary, you look at, everywhere is empty. They never form any quorum reasonably. And bills are debated, motions are passed, and nothing by few people. Yet, people are telling you that they need more money. Governors that are getting all manner of money, and these security votes that remain issue of controversy, that somebody described as bottomless pit in terms of hugeness. Yet, we are making case for them for salary raise. It's insensitive and it's wicked. So, every Nigerian will be out here watching at them and say, are these people really our leaders? If they are our leaders, they cannot put us into the poverty level we have sunken into, and they are making case for their own salary raise. I think the time is inauspicious. The time does not permit such a thing. If you say that things are hard, every one of us should make sacrifice. You cannot be living large. You cannot be enjoying yourself, and you are telling other people to tighten their belt.
Okay, thank you. Chuka, I come to you. The chairman of the Revenue and the Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission, Mr. Mohamed Bello said, President Tinubu said salary, or president's salary, not Bello, not Tinubu's salary, it was the salary of the president is 1.5 million. The salaries of the minister is 1 million, and of course others like that. But there's something here that he said that people are really. He said this salary now, they've been on this salary scale since 2008. And so I want to, could it be that because this commission has a responsibility to fix the salary of political office holders, right? So could it be that because they have no job to do, it's like since 2008 that they did this last, and so they've been sitting idle, doing nothing. Could it be that they have they want some work to do, so they will not be accused of doing nothing since 2008? Could it be the reason why they are proposing this?
That's a very interesting joke. But I want to believe that decisions people make or take should reflect prevailing circumstances. If you are in a circumstance where, or let me say within a small enclave where majority of people are crying and there's no food, and you are thinking of how much of what you have will be thrown away because they are occupying some space, that would be very, very reckless. It is insensitive, as he said. The idea of even thinking about the fact that somebody sat down and started thinking about raising salary of, we are talking about 1 million for one month.
For ministers.
Or for ministers.
Yes,
we are not talking about maybe government. Let us assume that these people don't even collect any other allowance. They are living on 1 million. That same, most of these people, big men they don't have big families. I don't know why it is like that. Most people who have money have small families. And those who don't have, their families are many. So you are looking at an average civil servant in Nigeria who may have maybe 5 children and is living on 70,000 naira. Then somebody who has 2 children being taken care of by the government, because the families of these people are fed and clothed by the government. You are proposing to increase from 1 million to somewhere else. Then you ask yourself, how many 70,000 is in 1 million? How many? Can you count the number of 70,000 naira that is in 1 million? Then the civil servant is expected to manage his money from the first day of any month to the last day. That same man who earns 1 million is also expected to manage it from day one. Yes, I agree with you that my colleague here that those who have actually more responsibilities, more dependence, people actually pester them more than they do. So, of course, nobody goes to civil servant to say, give me money. But to find that most of the actions these politicians take is for selfish interest. If you see a politician who is doing community, doing something for his community, buying materials for empowerment, and is looking at 2027.
Yes.
Not because he likes you so much. So that by the time he gives you a sewing machine, gives you a keke, gives you any other thing, you can die for that person. So that you will remain there to remember you again tomorrow. So they are not our friends. And that's why they're even thinking about that kind of thing. Don't be surprised that tomorrow or next, this thing will be done. Because they just say it, watch reactions, and we already captured people. Nobody who cannot react, who cannot talk. Even an LC is just a toothless bulldog, especially since the last 10 to let me say in the last 5 years. So the anger is not sufficient in Nigeria to question or to protest, to ask questions. We are very complacent. Everybody is just okay with what happens around him because we seem to have resigned to fate. Whatever, and here is a country where hope has become a creed. Oh, let us allow them to spend his 8 years. And the next 8 years, a worse scenario will be created We say, oh, it's just the next 80 years.
That's how we
So
continue to
and then they continue to it's a very worrisome situation we find ourselves in the country. For anybody to even think about that, maybe as you said, those who have an idol, and an idle mind, is a devil's workshop. Devil just went and spoke to them and said, do you know that these people who will better your lot will be happy?
No, it could be that. Do you know you have not been doing your job?
And they wanted to please.
Why not just do something?
But let me ask you: do you see the commission withdrawing from this in light of the reaction? The reaction that we have, the backlash.
What reaction has prevented them from doing? You see, they have studied Nigerians and discovered that we are, as he said, we are a conquered people. Olusegun Sam described Nigerians as a conquered people. He said, you know, as you normally catch an animal and put that animal in a cage and lock and throw away the key, that's how all Nigerians have been captured and put in it. So there is never a voice of protestation that can dissuade these people. It's unfortunate that those who are inflicting this pain on the people are the people making case for their salary raise. Unless Akinyele, former Minister of Information always say, there's always a quote he normally say. He said, that which touches us most must be last served. Those people should know that they are well off more than the ordinary person on the streets. That which touches them most should be the last thing they should be thinking about. They should be thinking about how to better the lot of the ordinary man, the majority that are languishing in penury.
Thank you so much. This is where we're going to draw the curtain for today. Thank you for watching, and please give a day with us Wednesday next week as we come your way again. My name is Joshua Bass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this.
Good afternoon and welcome to Industry Focus on BDTV, where we pinpoint industries, both locally and globally, hence identifying economic and business value and how it affects the GDP in Nigeria, lives of Nigerians, and of course, Nigerians across the globe. So here are our segments for today. When we start, we will give you business quote of the day, and then we jump right into our captain's opinion, where our guest, Otto Bong Aniefok, is here with us to tell us exactly the pros and cons of culture and tourism industry in Nigeria. Very important. You don't want to miss that. And right after that, we also do have the deal or no deal, where we find out how Nigeria as a country plans on pushing its strategy to alleviate the creative industry and economy of the tourism sector. Then after that, we do have retrospect, where we will talk about the past tourism sector that affected the conference in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. All these coming your way. I'm Onyeka Valentine. Don't touch it. When we come back, you will find out why this show caters for everything that you need industry-wise. I'll be right back. Don't go away. Welcome back. Let's jump right up into it. The quote of the day on tourism. They say, if you will have to visit 2 continents in your life, well, visit Africa twice. If you only visit 2 continents in your life, visit Africa twice. A lot of reason why that carries a lot of weight, but not my words, but words of R. Elliott. Go check him out and see all the great quotes he has on tourism sector and, of course, culture and more. And because today's show is focused on that, we have taken our quote of the day, write it down, and I'll tell you how that transmits into business and how you can grow the GDP. Once they say carry a lot, the meaning you make from them matters a lot. All right, so we'll take a quick break. When we come back, I will give you a breakdown of how my guest today is the right person to make this show and this segment and topic a blast. We'll be right back. Don't go away. Welcome back, welcome back. Yes. So our guest today is not only a prolific speaker, he's someone who knows exactly how to do good justice to topics that border on culture and tourism. So let's jump into it. Today we're discussing the industry of culture and tourism in Nigeria, its pros and cons. And our guest, Mr. Otobong Aniefok Owa, is a lover of humanity and a firm believer in the continuous level when it comes to nature, how to grow it, and of course the human spirit to overcome every challenge that confronts mankind in every epoch. He is a lover of history, a human, social, dynamic person who, in many ways, brings forward major interest in governance and the government itself. He also is a public speaker, and in that particular area of public speaking, he gives you that which you need. He's a lover of poetry, as well a big supporter of simple tech-enabled initiatives that bring solutions to the immediate environment and the world at large. His interest in culture and tourism doesn't end there. He's also an anthropologist. He has led so many literary works, contributed in a lot of world-giving speaking environment when it comes to culture and tourism, and is an award-winning book author titled Ibibio Nation, Culture and History. Help me welcome my guest right here in the studio, Mr. Otobong.
Thank you, Eka.
You're welcome. I hope I was able to give you a robust breakdown of who you are and what you do.
Yeah, you did. I think you did well.
All right. You're welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Yes, some will say that culture and tourism is important. Yes, a lot will agree. But before we jump into our 5 key questions, we want to know, why would you underline culture and tourism as a way out for Nigeria?
Okay, so I think I'll start with the quote. Okay. If you must visit a continent twice, visit Africa twice.
Okay.
I really tried to go around Africa, and Africa is beautiful. And if you go to Kenya, it's a different world. If you go to Masai Mara, you literally see Tarzan in action. I mean, you will see and live with animals, so to say. And I've not been to Madagascar. I heard it's Garden of Eden. So it's the potential of economies, tourism. I mean, I was in Ghana earlier in the year, my second time on a tour drive. And of course, we spent a lot of money in a team of 10. And I mean, if you understand how much it will cost in flights and accommodation,
welfare.
Tourism is ready potential. It's the potential that does not diminish. It's a static potential. So if it's historical tour, you come there, you go to historical sites, you go to Jerusalem. The Jordan River is the Jordan River. But every year and every generation, they will go there and they will spend money. Okay, if you go to Rome, you go to St. Peter's tomb. It's the same tomb. And people go there, you go with your children go with their children. So it's really a money spinner, and it has a lot of potential there.
All right, so it has a lot of potential. So let's come home now to now say this, which most of our listeners and our, our contributors online, they send their questions just to find out, since we're talking about tourism. Prosperity versus potential. Why isn't an industry like culture and tourism with immense economic power also a major contributor to our GDP? Because, we know that you are a professional when it comes to these areas. And we're thinking, if someone like you is the president of this country, would you answer this question with action? But first of all, let's answer the question first.
So answer if I were president would be yes. Okay. So basically, I'm also a numbers person. I'm an accountant by training. So I know numbers. So unfortunately, I think we'll not be able to tap very well from the resource of the Nigerian tourism sector. We just recently rebased our GDP. So we have a GDP of, I think, 243 billion US dollars, using 2019 as the base year. But unfortunately, in the old GDP structure and the current GDP structure, tourism contributes 4%. It was 3.6% in the old GDP structure and 3.9% in the current GDP. I think around Africa, in Kenya, and I think South Africa is like 8%. So in Rwanda, it's 10%. And Rwanda is making a lot of money in tourism. Last year, Rwanda had 1.5 million visitors.
1.5 billion visitors?
Yeah. And they made over $450 million in 2023. And over $650 million in 2024. So you can see a remarkable leap in their GDP. It's a gold mine for Nigeria, and I've really toured Nigeria. I've gone around Nigeria. I've gone to those places. I've gone to Yankari. It's unbelievable what we have there.
Yankari Game Reserve.
Yeah.
Is this still functioning very well?
The last time I went there was just the week before the Boko Haram incident. So I passed through that road on a Monday, on Tuesday. The Boko Haram issues occurred. But I went there. I saw elephants. Yes, I did see elephants, baboons. I went to Wiki, Warm Springs.
How did you see the Warm Spring and then all those, the waterfall?
Yeah, it was nice. It was really nice.
Like what we can see on TV, the waterfalls.
Yeah, there are a lot of baboons at the Wiki Warm Spring. And talking about waterfalls, we really have a lot of waterfalls.
Do we have them in Akwa Ibom? I know you have from Akwa Ibom.
Yes, we do, but not really much. But in Cross River, one of the best images you will see, unfortunately, it's not really publicized, is the Agbokim waterfall.
Amboki waterfall.
Agbokim. Yeah, it's really a Victoria Falls in north of Cross River. It's really part of the circumscribing issues around our tourism and GDP, because access to tour sites is really a problem. When you go around the world, going to Ghana, the journeys were smooth. Yeah, the roads are not perfect as in all of Africa, but every major tour site had an access road to it.
Right.
When I went to Yankari, there was road network, very good road network. I would think it was well built, so it should still be in existence. So, clearly without the supporting infrastructure, we will not be able to contribute to the growth of our GDP. And again, in the 4% I talked about as a component of our GDP for tourism, culture is still very little, because of the 4%, over 60% of it is of the hospitality services sector.
But again, as much as it is quite little, we see a lot of artistic work with our traditional people showcasing some culture and tourism and all that stuff. You see that people who are supposed to make money, they are just sitting back on their hands. Because we have like Miss Tourism, we have a lot of activities. Because it bothers us, and when we think, is it that we are not seeing the potential, the business potential in all those activities?
So we see. I think we see. Unfortunately, Nigeria is just so blessed, but somehow we stutter with our potentials. Looking at the variables that should support our tourism drive. Like I said, we have inhibitors like insecurity, poor road network, poor infrastructure. We even do not have the manpower. Trust me, we do not have the manpower. I went to Yankari with so much potentials. There was no curator to take me around. There was no curator to market what was happening.
That was sad.
If you go around Africa, so I'm not talking about the Western world. If you go around Africa, you go to Kenya, you go to Uganda, you go to, of course, Egypt is at the level of the Western world. You go to Rwanda, you have proper tour guides. I mean, from the airport, there's a system that creates the tourism ambience, you know, and you know, I'm an advocate for tourism belts, you know, organized tourism, and that's really the problem with us. Our tourism is not organized. That's why people are not making money. We have artists that, visual artists that are not
visual artists, performing artists.
No, for the performing artists, we are really making a hit. We are really making a hit. Right. I've been peripherally involved with some of them, and I know the kind of monies that they were paid. And so for the music industry, for the creative arts industry, I think Nigeria is scoring a big A.
A big A? So
yeah.
I'll give you a lot of applause
for
that.
Yeah, we're scoring a big A. But I mean, for historical tourism, anthropology, cultural tourism, I think we are not there. Considering our natural endowments, I mean, the Mambila Plateau, that exists, Taraba State, the waterfalls, there's the greenery. I mean, from Udi Hills in Enugu, if you're driving around, I mean, it's just beautiful. If you go to Obudu, it's one of the most beautiful. Yeah, it's one of the most beautiful places on earth. You actually drive into the clouds. It's cool, and around those tour sites, there are potentials. I mean, Obudu has the potential for a dam. So they were supposed to use the waterfall in Obudu to create a little hydro power system to feed the ranch and also feed the neighborhoods. In Ghana, the Akosombo Lake, I mean, they have a dam, you know. So around the tour sites, there's absolutely great potential for direct economic activity, which is not directly linked to the tour, but it's an offshoot of the tour site. So you create economic activity, the company and the government makes money, company makes money in profits, the government makes money in taxes,
right,
and social enhancement through job creation. So government knows that more people are employed, and of course the entrepreneur also boast about helping the government to employ people, while also providing a long-term solution to the issues of everyday life, like power, like roads. So, like the road to Yankari Game Reserve, it was built largely for the reserve. Like I went to Ikogosi 3 months ago, and there's a new road that has been built to Ikogosi, but the communities around there will also benefit from the road. So, whereas you may want to solve the problem of the tour site, you will also be solving a big social problem of the environment.
This is key. You're giving us an in-depth breakdown on some secrets in tourism and how, you know, the country can actually make money out of these things. I wish the Minister of Culture and Tourism is actually watching this. I know one of our segments we drew a sighting, you know, considering where Nigeria is going to regarding upping its economy with culture and tourism. But before we jump into that, we have another question here. One of our listeners, you know, viewers said they wanted to know the collaboration versus the fragmentation. What is the economic cost of lacking a unified industry vision like the one of culture and tourism? If there is something lacking, what's going to be the economic cost? I know we're going to pay dearly for it, but how badly if we ignore this sector?
So very badly. Unfortunately, we still have shortage of data on that. But I think for me, considering global data available, it could be upwards of $100 million annually. I think so. So
$100 million.
Yeah, I mean, it's not database, but this is my own conjecture. Okay, because, and I will speak to some examples, 2, 3 local and maybe others foreign. When Tinapa was envisioned, it was envisioned as a Dubai of some sort in a locale. So you could shop there and you could have your fun there. There were hotels, the water parks, there was a film village, a cinema, so many things. At the same time, Ibom Hotel was being built, independent infrastructure development. But there was a mooting of an idea, a wonderful idea, and there was a coming together of the two states. And what was the idea? You could shop in Tinapa and play golf in Ibom, or you could play golf in Ibom and shop in Tinapa.
There's some form of partnership and cohesion.
And you were to use a ferry, and it actually did happen in the first 2-3 years that both facilities were functioning optimally, and that's collaboration. So it created a tourism belt. So it created aqua tourism, and you really have a very beautiful mangrove pathway from the marina in Ibom to the marina in Calabar. So that's collaboration. So that's like a joint tour access. So, like, I speak proudly about Akwa Ibom.
It's right on. I want to hear part of that.
It's the third destination of Nigeria. So,
before we go,
yeah,
towards the end of last 2019, obviously they had a breakdown of how culture and tourism in that conference, and that conference held in Kuala Lumpur, in Malaysia, about tourism, and then they found out that Africa adds a lot to tourism globally, but nobody documents it that much. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do. I think...
and that was in 2019. You can see the picture there. World Tourism Conference 2019. And also in 16 was mentioned. What can they do to make Africa be more inclusive and, and bring in more money for Africa?
So there's this saying, what is not written does not exist. So we must write about ourselves. We must write. We'll make the writing accessible to a greater part of the world. We'll also make it accessible to different generations. So you have the Gen Z, the Alpha generation, and co. So, I mean, are you going to make it in animation form, whatever, but you just need to project yourself.
Before we go quickly, in case you guys don't know, Ibibio Nation, you did this book some time ago.
Yes, I did.
Yes, we just have about 1 minute. Tell us about this book, and if we're looking at the part 2 of this book, Ibibio Nation.
There won't be a part 2, but there will be other books.
Culture and tourism.
No, there will be other books, but I mean, this book is wholesome in itself.
Okay.
Yeah, there will be an updated edition just to add maybe contemporary sociology, sociological practices. But the book speaks to our history as the Ibibio people, our migration from the southern valleys of Cameroon, and to a place in Arochukwu called Ibom, and to Ikono in Akwa Ibom before we dispersed to other parts of the state as we are. So they also speaks about our relationship with the Efiks, who some authors believe are Ibibios and they believe they are not Ibibios. And of course, our relationship with our Igbo neighbors. So beyond Arochukwu, we have a relationship with our Igbo neighbors and also with larger part of Cross River State. Then it speaks a lot about our practices, so our sociology, marriage, inheritance, kinship, and things like that. But I think it's a book I recommend for people to read, not just Akwa Ibomites. And what's beautiful, we also try to capture names of plants and especially
cultural sites.
So
a whole lot history,
so we have
culture.
The English name, we have the Ibibio name, we have the botanical name.
Okay.
So just to make sure that even a non-Ibibio reader will really understand that this plant is really referring to this botanical name. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Nyeka. It's a pleasure.
Hopefully we'll do a part 2.
Yeah, we'll do a part 2. Longer time. Yeah. There's a lot to talk about.
There's a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
All right. Before we go, are you on social media?
Yes, I am.
What's your social media handle?
It's Otobong all handles. Yeah.
All handles. Otobong.owa.
Twitter, Instagram.
Right. All social media handles.
LinkedIn. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much again. We cannot thank you enough. You've done so much justice to our topic and in line with your book, Culture and Tourism. You guys go check it out, most definitely. Yes, it has been a robust one. Time for us to leave the studio. So we don't overshoot our time. Industry Focus comes to you every Tuesday, 12:30. And you can catch us right here on BDT. My name is Onyeka Valentine. Until next week, Tuesday, stay strong. Bye-bye for now.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is News Update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Nigeria among top drivers as Chinese exports to Africa surged past $122 billion in 2025. Tinubu's approval on 6 months ban of raw shea nuts exports. Tinubu praising capital market growth under his administration. Coastal surges sweep away Nigeria coastal community as Commonwealth promise stalls. Thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Norma Obona. On our top story today, Africa has become a major growth hub for Chinese exports, with Nigeria, South Africa, and Egypt driving a surge in demand. Bloomberg reports that Chinese exports to Africa rose to 25% year-on-year, reaching $122 billion so far in 2025, already surpassing the continent's total trade volume with China in 2020. Nigeria has emerged as China's largest import destination in Africa. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics shows that China exported goods worth 4.66 trillion naira to Nigeria in the first quarter of 2025. This accounted for just 30% of Nigeria's total exports, although it was down from over 14 trillion naira in the final quarter of the last year. Chinese exports to Africa include construction machinery, passenger cars, steel products, and solar panels, with shipments of clean energy technology rising 6% in this year through June. Africa also signed construction contracts worth more than $30 billion with China in the first half of 2025, 5 times higher than the same period last year. Analysts say the surge is linked to the ongoing trade war between China and the United States, pushing Beijing to seek new markets, while Africa's share of China's exports remains modest at about 6%. The trend reflects a growing shift in the continent's trade relations towards Eastern markets, in particularly China and India. Moving on, the Grand Commander of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has approved a 6-month temporary ban on the exportation of raw shea nuts in bid to boost and support local processing, control informal trade, whilst preserving and boosting Nigeria's shea production industry. The ban, which is to be effective forthwith, is subject to be reviewed upon a 6-month expiration period, is solely aimed at increasing the revenue from Nigeria's share production industry to about $300 million annually. Adding to this, the Vice President of Nigeria, Kashim Shettima, explained that this decision is pro-value Nigeria and aims to secure raw materials for our processing industry and not an anti-trade policy. To also ensure the immediate enforcement, the Vice President called on the Ministry of Finance and other interlinked governmental agencies to ensure an immediate enforcement of this ban. The Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, in support of this decision, added that the benefits of the temporary ban are equally numerous, as it will ensure domestic supply, enable food processors to be functional and operate at full capacity, curtail informal trade, and create a path for Nigeria to venture into exporting high-value products such as butter and oil. Still on, President Bola Tinubu has praised the tremendous growth of Nigeria's capital market under his administration during a meeting with the Director General of Securities and Exchange Commission, Dr. Imomotimi Agama, and the board of the Nigerian Exchange Group in Brazil. He reaffirmed his commitment to supporting the financial market, pledging additional reforms to strengthen investor confidence, unlock capital, and drive innovation in line with his renewed hope agenda. SEEC Director General Imomotimo Agama highlighted the President's recent signing of the Investment and Securities Act 2025, describing it as a milestone legal framework that positions Nigeria to target a 300 trillion naira market size. The NGS Group Chairman, Alhaji Umaru Kwayaranga, also reported that trading volumes and market values have nearly tripled since the current administration took office, underscoring growing investor participation and market confidence. Up ahead, coastal surges sweep away Nigeria coastal community as Commonwealth promise stalls. We'll bring you more details after this timeout.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You're welcome back. In Lagos, the coastal community of Apakin is on the front lines of climate change as powerful ocean surges continue to wash away homes, livelihoods, and even ancestral graves. The settlement of about 3,000 people is one of the last indigenous coastal villages in the state, but residents fear it may soon be lost to the sea. Local Chief Abimbola Iyowun said the destruction has already claimed his family's homes and graves, leaving only 2 visible. A 2022 report in the Journal of African Earth Sciences found that about 80% of Lagos shoreline has disappeared in the past 5 decades, blaming deep water ports along the Bight of Benin as a major cause. Apakin is not alone. More than a dozen coastal communities in Lagos face similar threats, with coconut farmlands, homes, and even palaces swallowed by the ocean. The state government has acknowledged rising seas as its biggest long-term climate threat, but environmentalists argue that major projects like the Dangote oil refinery and deep-sea ports are making the erosion worse. Activists including Philip Jakpo and Akimbode Oluwafemi warn that the dredging and unchecked development are displacing communities, while international pledges like the 2022 Living Lands Charter have yet to deliver real protection. For Apakin's people, each surge brings the fear that their community could vanish forever. In other news, the federal government has launched a new digital portal that allows Nigerians to report fraudulent activities in housing estates, submit evidence, and track the progress of their complaints. The platform, overseen by the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, was unveiled in Abuja on Tuesday. The portal will serve as a safe and user-friendly system where complaints are reviewed by the ministry in collaboration with professional bodies, law enforcement agencies, and the judiciary. Officials say that the initiative aligns with the National Housing Policy of 2012, which calls for stronger regulation of estate developers and better consumer protection. Alongside the fraud reporting portal, the ministry also introduced the Contract Performance and Compliance Project Monitoring System, a digital tool designed to monitor housing projects in real time, assess contractor performance, and store project documents, including payment certificates and bills of quantities. Both platforms, developed in partnership with the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, also known as EFCC, were presented with technical demonstrations by consultants Freestone Investment Limited and Prawn Edge Development Technologies Limited. Those present at the launch included the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Architect Ahmed Musa Dangiwa, senior officials of the Ministry of Development, and the Deputy Director of ICT, Dr. Marcus Amiolemen, representatives of the EFCC, professional housing bodies, and other key stakeholders in the real estate sector. The government stressed that fraudulent practices in the housing industry will no longer be tolerated and that offenders will face sanctions. Moving on, the Lagos state government says it will begin regulating beach houses and other unapproved developments along the coastal corridor, including Ibishe, Ilashe, Kare, and Takwa Bay. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu made this known during a 5-hour inspection tour at the riverine areas on Tuesday, stressing that the corridor holds potential as a future hub for tourism and economic activity. The governor, who was accompanied by Deputy Governor Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, members of the State Executive Council, senior officials, and traditional leaders, said the government will take firm steps to restore order, upgrade infrastructure, and ensure that private projects align with Lagos's broader urban and coastal management plans. He noted that while the natural landscape offers opportunities for leisure, investment, and housing, unchecked growth has encouraged disorderly developments that could undermine long-term growth. During the tour, officials surveyed unapproved structures that encroached on approved setbacks in Ibashe, Kare, Ilashe, and Inagbe. The Ministry of Fiscal Planning and Urban Development, alongside the Lagos State Building Control Agency, is expected to carry out a full enumeration of the violations before the government takes its final decision on regularization, titling, and community integration. The move comes as the federal government also tightens control on shoreline developments nationwide. The Office of the Surveyor General of the Federation has suspended all land allocations and certificates of occupancy along Nigeria's coastlines, this directing that they be resubmitted for review. It warned that unapproved buildings risk demolition, while titles issued under the presidency or OSGOF could be revoked. The National Inland Waterways Authority has also been ordered to halt fresh approvals. The National Bureau of Statistics, also known as NBS, reports on the Premium Motor Spirit Price Watch for July 2025, disclosed a 33.20% increase in fuel price, with the average retailing price of a litre petrol rising from 770.50 naira in July 2024 to 1,024.99 naira in July 2025. From a state-by-state analysis, Jigawa State tops the price chart for the product at 1,107.52 naira, followed by Lagos and Sokoto states with 1,100.29 naira and 1,100 naira per litre, respectively. While the lowest average prices were reported in Zamfara, which is 884.63 naira, and Yobe, 950.60 naira, with Kogi State at 986.67 naira. According to the geopolitical zones, the Northwest region recorded the highest average retail price at 1,035.85 naira per litre, while the Northeast had the lowest price at 1,017 naira in comparison. However, the price of PMS decreased by 1.22% in June 2025. The review from the report shows a rise, which has contributed to the price paradox, comes despite a month-on-month decrease and a recent drop in crude oil prices, leaving consumers to grapple with a complex and volatile market. Still to come, IMF says waiver on Senegal debt misreporting still weeks away. And we'll bring you more on this story after this commercial break.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome back to the news update. We now head to the African scene. The International Monetary Fund says it will weeks before it can move forward with a waiver for Senegal in its debt misreporting case as discussions on corrective measures with Dakar continue. The fund froze Senegal's $1.9 billion lending program last year after newly elected leaders revealed hidden debts were estimated at more than $11 billion. Senegal had hoped the IMF would approve a waiver months ago, but without board approval, the countries risks being forced to repay. A waiver is also a prerequisite for Dakar to secure a new lending program, which authorities say they intend to request. The IMF mission said Senegal's government has pledged reforms and is preparing to rebase its economy for the first time since 2018, a move that could improve debt ratios and ease investor concerns. The fund also noted the Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko has unveiled a new recovery plan that aims to finance 90% of projects domestically to limit new borrowing. The IMF insists it stands ready to help Senegal design what it's called an ambitious reform agenda, but made it clear that further data and agreement on remedial measures are still needed before the case goes to its executive board. And turning now to Kenya, where Kenya Airways says it plans to raise at least $500 million in fresh capital by early next year to fund fleet expansion and improvements after reporting a steep pre-tax loss in the first half of 2025. The carrier posted a loss of 12.17 billion shillings, which is $94 million between January and June, compared with a profit of 634 million shillings in the last period last year. The airline, one of Africa's biggest, attributed the setback to reduced revenue and passenger numbers after 3 of its Boeing 7878 Dreamliners were grounded for maintenance. CEO Alan Kilavuka said one airline is back in service and the rest should return by next year, when the airline expects its full fleet to be operational. Kilavuka told investors that the company will identify funding sources and seek shareholder approval for the capital raise within the first quarter of 2026. He said a minimum of $500 million was needed to support fleet expansion and position the airlines for long-term growth. The results mark a reversal from 2024, when Kenya Airways reported its first pre-tax profit in over a decade, buoyed by a full-year gain of 5.53 billion shillings. The airline, which went into insolvency in 2018, continues to rely on government support, including a $150 million state loan repayment earlier this year. And now onto the foreign scene. U.S. President Donald Trump has warned that China would face 200% tariffs if it fails to supply the United States with rare earth magnets crucial for making smartphones, electric vehicles, and other technologies. China, the world's largest supplier of these critical materials, has in recent months tightened export restrictions on rare metals, a move the White House sees as a pressure tactic in the ongoing trade war. The tariff threat comes despite a 90-day truce on tariff hikes agreed by Washington and Beijing earlier this month, set to expire in mid-November. Analysts say Trump's comments could undermine negotiations and reignite tensions. Beijing has not yet issued an official response to the U.S. president's remarks. Also, U.S. President Donald Trump's steep 50% tariff on India have come into effect weeks after he signed an executive order imposing an additional 25% penalty over New Delhi's purchases of Russian oil and weapons. The move makes India one of Washington's strongest Indo-Pacific partners among the countries facing the highest tariffs globally. Analysts warn the measure could halt exports and slow growth in the world's fifth largest economy. The tariff setback has prompted the Indian government to go into crisis mode. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has pledged sweeping tax cuts to soften the blow on households and small businesses, while urging greater self-reliance in the face of global protectionism. Modi has linked his message to a push for domestic production and consumption, urging businesses to embrace Made in India as a rallying call. He has repeated the theme in multiple public addresses this week, presenting it as both an economic shield and a matter of national pride. Experts say that while boosting local manufacturing remains a long-term challenge, accelerated tax reforms could immediately cushion the impact after a $12 billion income tax giveaway earlier this year. Modi is now preparing to simplify India's goods and services tax system to provide further relief. Up next is sports news after this break.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Now to sports. Benjamin Sesko could be handed his first start of Manchester United on Wednesday as head coach. Ruben Amorim confirmed he will rotate his squad in the Carabao Cup clash against Grimsby Town. United travelled to Blundell Park in search of their first win of the new season. The 73.7 million Soma signing has so far made substitute appearances in the defeat to Arsenal and the 1-1 draw at Fulham. Amorim is expected to use the League Cup to tie to give fringe players and new arrivals more minutes. Former United captain Gray Neville has urged that Sesko should start, saying the 22-year-old striker needs game time to settle and prove his worth ahead of Saturday's Premier League match against Burnley. The Carabao Cup second round fixture will be broadcast live on Sky Sports, with United under pressure to kickstart their campaign after a poor opening at the season. And now to end the news, Wolves have turned down a second approach from Newcastle United for striker Jørgen Strand Larsen, following his late double in Tuesday's 3-2 EFL Cup win over West Ham. The Magpies increased their bid to €55 million after a €50 million offer earlier in the week was rejected. The Norway international only made his €23 million move from Celta Vigo permanent this summer, and Wolves are reluctant to sell with a transfer window closing on Monday. His importance to survival hopes is also a major factor in their resistance. Newcastle are in the market for attacking reinforcement, with Alexander Isak unsettled and pushing for a move to Liverpool. Strand Larsen, who netted 14 Premier League goals last season, has emerged as a top target, but Wolves insist that they do not want to lose him. Manager Vitor Pereira has admitted that every player has a price, but stressed the 25-year-old is crucial to the team. While Newcastle remain an attractive option, Pereira believes that Strand Larsen will stay professional and not force a transfer. And that is how much we have for you on the news update at this hour. Remember to follow us across all social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Norma Obona. Many thanks for watching.
Ghana.
My name is Yarabal Bahrani.
My name is Mark Kennedy.
My name is Bisi Shotunde.
And this session will be all about attracting private investment in state-level generation, transmission, and distribution. And on this panel, we've got the Chief Investment Officer at Stanbic IBTC Infrastructure Fund. As I call them, please make them feel welcome as they come up with a round of applause. Mr. Dolu Olugbenjo. In the interest of time, I won't be able to read their bios, so please permit me. Also on this panel, we've got the Chief Finance and Development Officer at the North-South Power Co. Limited, Mr. Kolapo Joseph. Please make him feel welcome with a round of applause. And still on this panel, we have Ms. Abby Odende, partner at Olaniu Ajayi LP, duly represented by Ganiat Seriki. Please make her feel welcome as she comes up. Also on this panel, we have Pade Durotoye, the Managing Director at Savannah Energy Limited. Please make him feel welcome with a round of applause. And moderating this panel is Temilola Adetono, the associate at Olaniu Ajayi LP, who also happen to be our technical partner today. Please make Temilola feel welcome as he comes up. Also, we want to acknowledge those joining us virtually today. There are a number of people joining us virtually today. We also want to acknowledge especially the Commissioner for Legal, Licensing and Compliance Division at the NERC, Mr. Dafe Akpeneye. We also want to recognize the Chairman and CEO at the Enugu Electricity Regulatory Commission and the Commissioner for Policy Innovation and Stakeholder Management and Customer Relations, Mr. Chijoke Okonkwo, who is also joining us virtually today. Please, before they begin their panel, I'd like you to please cheer them on with a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and fellow power sector enthusiasts. My name is Temilola Adetono, an associate of the Power Infrastructure Practice at Olaniu Ajayi LP. And it is my great honor and privilege to be able to moderate this session today. This session is to deal with the theme, attracting private investment in state-level generation, transmission, and distribution. As we all know, Nigeria is accelerating towards a more decentralized electricity market, but the success of this transition will not be dependent solely on political will or on regulatory reforms, but also on the ability to attract and sustain the much-needed financing. As the distinguished publisher has noted today, the quest for uninterrupted supply would require financing. And to quote the commissioner as well, we need more money, right? And so this panel is supposed to focus on just that, practical and structural pathways to attracting the much needed funding. As the host has mentioned, we're joined by experts across the legal field, finance, and even operations to shed light on this topic. Thank you all for being here. And to dive straight in, I'll start with Mr. Dolu Olugbenjo with the first question. Kind sir, with the decentralization of the electricity sector under the 5th Alteration Act and the subsequent Electricity Act 2023, as an institutional investor, from your perspective, how would you assess the regulatory readiness of the states and their state electricity market established under the different state laws? Would you say there are any specific developments or innovations that you think could be adopted at the state level to encourage institutional investment?
Thank you very much. Good morning, guests and colleagues. How do I assess the readiness of the regulatory of the states to the new regulation? I think in summary, I would say that it's in transition. Some of the states are sort of advanced in the implementation of what the law says, and they're getting prepped up, and some of them are ongoing. So generally, from an investor's perspective, the sense you get is that you don't have the clarity that one would have otherwise expected, particularly given the amount of capital that is meant to go into the sector. But it's not to say that some states have not taken the bold step to start doing things. And that's the way it will play out. Some states would lead and others will follow. And so I think that question is that the readiness is in transition, if I could say that. Take for Lagos State, for example, it's been widely said here, our interaction with the state, we get a sense of clarity of purpose. So they talk about the regulatory sandbox, and which I think the commissioner also mentioned. And what it really means is that they don't want to come around and draw a fine curtain down to say this is how you do it. They're experimenting. They've been able to communicate that what is important for them is affordability and the ability for power to exist across the state. They've also kind of put forward that one of their key focus is on improving, actually allowing open access. They've been clear and transparent in communicating. So I get a sense across when I meet with stakeholders in the power sector that every one of them that wants to have access to the regulator have had access and have had a conversation. And I think that's very important for capital because it tells you what the regulator is thinking about, how they intend to operate or regulate the market, and provide answers to all the questions that an investor might have. I would say that in our interactions, there's that access, there's that clarity of thought, and there's that consistency in messaging. Obviously, it's early days. There are still concerns that if I represent the investor community, there are still concerns that investors have as to the respect for sanctity of contracts. And you would find that when investors meet regulator, the one thing they're asking for is assurance that contracts will be honored and there would not be policy somersaults. And I think that is a great area of concern that still exists for investors. But it is to say that, and this is where I close, investors are looking at the power sector. They're hoping that the first set of investors that move would have a good story to tell. So it's very important that as some of the investors plunge into the sector, whether it's in renewable, whether it's in distribution, whether it's in generation, and they're taking institutional capital from wherever to go take that risk, it's very important to know that there are many other investors looking at the outcome of that first investor, first set of investors, and making that decision that the market is ready. And I think it's very important for regulator and the market to know that while there's a great pool of capital, the ability and the reference and the feedback that investors feel as to all of the points that has been made is now assured and respected so that it can unlock many more avenues for incremental capital. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olubenjo. Staying on the same line of thought, Ms. Seriki, how would you, to describe it the way the commissioner did, a sector-specific legal expert for the power sector, how would you assess the current legal and regulatory readiness of Nigerian states to independently support private sector-led electricity projects under this decentralized electricity market?
Okay, thank you, Timmy, and good afternoon, everyone. I think Mr. Olubenjo has sort of put it succinctly. States are in a transition, and in terms of the assessment and readiness, it has varied across certain states. I believe the publisher mentioned earlier that the expectation, because Lagos State had an electricity policy, they had an electricity law in 2018, the expectation was they would be the first to have their electricity law, but we had states such as Enugu State that already implemented the laws. And so in looking at the readiness of the states, it goes beyond the laws. I know we have Lagos State, we have a couple of states that have enacted the laws, but what are the, is there an established regulatory commission? We have certain states that have that, and in relation to those commissions, are there regulations? I think this goes to the question that the managing director of Tranco had asked earlier as to if I apply for a license, how long does it take? So states like Enugu State, before the law was enacted, they already had the policies, they already had the regulations, they sent it out to stakeholders, and so they were communicating to stakeholders that I'm ready to work for the market, and I'm ready to work with the market. And so those are ways in which you start to understand states that are willing to establish a market that works within the state. And so those policies and regulations were clear as to timelines for issuing licenses, the terms and conditions of the licenses. And I believe it was mentioned earlier in terms of tariffs, what is the tariff methodologies that the states intend to put into place. They have the codified laws. What are the regulations? What are the tariff methodologies? What is the investment climate going to be in the states? So those are the things in terms of assessing states. There are some states that have started putting that in place, and so it's clear that they are ready to regulate their electricity market. And there are some states that have the precedent and the experience. Lagos State has a very broad PPP law. You also have Oyo State, you have Ogun State. So those states already have experience in regulating private sector-led markets within the infrastructure space. And so in looking at those precedents, in looking at the policies and regulations states are putting in place, then you start to see which states are ready for business, are ready for investors to come in and invest in the electricity markets.
All right, thank you very much, Ganiat. So as our panelists have mentioned, right, the electricity market is still in the transitionary and reformatory stage. And so, Mr. Pade Durotoye, I'd like to ask, based on your experience as an active participant and stakeholder in the power sector, what would you say are the top 3 structural reforms, whether policy, legal-wise, or institutionally, that you think would unlock greater infrastructure financing? Yes, thank you. So what are the top 3 structural reforms that you think would unlock greater infrastructure financing in state electricity markets?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Many years ago, I don't know how many people remember, there used to be a TV program. It was like a comedy of a business school, a Nigerian business school, and there was a trader there, and they had asked him about the 3 conditions to have a successful business, and he said the first, na money, the second, na money, and the third, oh God, na money. To attract investment, it's the same thing. The returns must be assured, and they must be assured in the present and in the future. And the good news about what we're doing today is we've been doing this well enough now that the answers are now clear in front of all of us. What do we need to do to be able to assure the investors that they're not crazy? One of the greatest signs, perhaps the biggest one, there are many signs that we all use to assess the state of our grid electricity supply, how bad it is. But for me, of late, what I've been telling everybody is it's the only sector that doesn't have foreign participation, with 1 or 2 exceptions, and I am one of those exceptions, and Edu over here is the other one. Had it not been for the JMGs of this world, we would all be in darkness. So at any point in time, 45,000 megawatts or 50,000 megawatts, somewhere between 45 and 50,000 megawatts of electricity is being consumed in Nigeria every day, every moment. Most people forget that. People think it's 4,000. But unfortunately, the tail is wagging the dog. The 4,000 that is grid generated is shaping our perception of what is happening in the country and is making us ask questions that the answer is wrong, which is there, can we afford it? We're already affording 40,000 megawatts at 900 naira per kilowatt hour. We already afford it. We're spending $10 billion a year. So the question, unfortunately, the way most people look at it is, what do I need to do to leave that 45,000 megawatts to continue to spend $10 billion and then provide electricity for people who don't have work? So we want to be a country where people who don't have work and income can afford electricity. And unfortunately, those dynamics make things not work right. So it makes us ask the wrong questions. So the way I've looked at it and the way we've been framing it in the organization that I work in is we've changed our mantra. And the mantra is, how do we make the Nigerian grid power sector attractive to foreign investment? And the first one is the tariff structure needs to change, which we've all agreed. And I was overjoyed to hear the commissioner talking about a tiered electricity pricing structure, which is used everywhere. And, the first, I would say, the number varies, but the first 1,000 kilowatts per month that you take would be priced at a particular amount, and God blesses you and you can afford an air conditioner or something, you better ask for the blessings to pay for the electricity. If not, you don't have to. You stay where you are, okay? And we will be able to do that in such a way that the final 2 points of it will address the manufacturing and heavy consumer sectors, and they'll be floating. And the reason why I use the word floating is they will not be fixed, they will be pegged to something where the price moves every day to take care of things like inflation and exchange rates. That's the first one. The second one is, I worry a lot about the messaging that we believe that the existing infrastructure is sufficiently broken and we can leave it like that and start building new ones. Unfortunately, we have to fix what is there today. The balance sheet of the sector is broken right now. And if we don't fix that balance sheet, we will not be able to attract investors to come in. Fixing that balance sheet, luckily for us, we don't have to, think too hard on how we're going to do it. There are examples around the world where industries have been reset from scratch. It's going to require CBN and Treasury activity to fix those. And then the third one, which we don't like hearing, but unfortunately we're going to need to do it, is we're going to need to give guarantees. We need to give guarantees. We're going to need to give guarantees to the people who come first. And those guarantees, they're going to be cheaper than us attempting to finance those things ourselves. But without it, we will continue to see what we're seeing today. And I'm really happy for you, but GMG will continue to sell more and more generators. As will your competitors, But to kind of close, let me just point out to you that most of us don't understand the size of the gap we need to close. When the publisher said he's not sure that in his lifetime, we will see sustainable electricity, many people said no. Of course, hope is what we sell the most in Nigeria. But let's understand this. First of all, we have to remove the 40,000 megawatts of centrally generated electricity and replace that by the grid. Okay, and then we get to 40,000. Where we're going, if you look at it to say South Africa, for their population of 60 million, has 60,000 megawatts is not enough for them. So if you just drew that line, we need to get to 240,000 megawatts. Okay, that's where we should be going. But their GDP is not even where they want it to be. So we are going from 4,000 megawatts to something like 300,000 megawatts. This is what we should be aspiring for. Not solar on my roof. That's not the game. So when we're talking about what do we need to do to change the that's what the question should be, we should be asking. And I'd like to say and close that the capital is there. Nigeria is going to transform the economy of the world. When we figure out how to get the capital, there is no other shortage of the size and the type that we have in Nigeria. And when we figure out a way to give the first movers the comfort and the returns that they need, there will be a rushing sound that you will hear, which will be the influx of capital into Nigeria in a way we have never seen before.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dorotoye. As you said, the first three requirements, no money, right? And so that requires us to turn to the finance expert in our midst, Mr. Kolakbo Joseph. Kind sir, as an experienced investment banker with over 20 years experience in corporate finance and having overseen the issuance of Nigeria's first green corporate bond, what innovative financing structures or instruments can be replicated or adopted by states or private players in the sector to unlock funding for state electricity projects and get the money, the top three requirements that we need to boost these electricity markets?
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone, or good morning. I don't know what time it is. First, North South Power Company, which I represent, is an investor in the power sector. So you may say we are drunk already. And we now doubled down on that investment by leading the acquisition of EcoDisco, which should conclude in a number of months. So we are a key stakeholder, and that's why the commissioner said, Kolakbo, you joined us in it. So I represent Transgrid Enerco here, incoming MD for that company. For us, why are we doing this? A lot of people say the sector is broken. The challenge is liquidity, but the liquidity starts from the distribution company. And one of the things we didn't get right at the beginning was the incentives and the alignments of interests. So at the beginning of this power sector reform, it was Discos, Gencos could not own Discos, Discos could not own Gencos. Over time, that has passed, and you see a lot of forward integration, because if I develop the product, or I manufacture the product, which is what the generation companies do. The distribution companies distribute the product, and then they have someone in the middle who incentivizes them not to really pay fully for the product. What you get is what we have here, and it stalls follow-up capital, follow-up investments. We are taking that risk. Sleepless nights, and Stambik is also part of that risk with me. So you can see we sat together, and all we think about is how do we resolve this issue. So when we talk, at least from my perspective, we are talking not just by being pragmatic, because we are in this market, both on the generation side historically and now on the distribution side. And guess what? The distribution side probably has a lot of impact to a lot of you. When Mr. Dorotoye said 4,000 megawatts, I agree. When we came in and we were looking at EcoDisco, they were willing to average about 500 megawatts. Based on what we did, we commissioned Siemens. They can do about 4,000 megawatts. That franchise area alone, small geographic area. How do we, I'm still going to answer your question, but I think I need to steps of things. And the commissioner said culture, change and everything. How do we think we want to run EcoDisco differently? We want to run it like a bank. And because the operational highlights of a bank and the distribution companies are about the same thing. They have close to 1 million customers. For EcoDisco, we have over 700,000 customers. We manage cash every day, so you have to build a risk management framework. You have to invest in the technology to secure that cash. So we must change that philosophy, and also customer service. Why can't you walk up to a EcoDisco office and be able to get clarity on what you need to achieve and live there in a sensible approach? That's what we must change, and that's the investments we must bring it into it. We're currently raising capital. So when you talk about capital and instruments and things like this, I've done this for over 20 years, and it varies based on the project, based on the risks, based on the returns you want to get. If it's a Naira investment, you want to do a Naira return, you want to do a Naira facility. One of the things we've seen in raising capital in Nigeria is, one, there's the exchange rate risk. You must deal with that. There are tenor constraints for what you want to do. Average loan is between 5 to 7 years. You want to do more than that. I think those are the two biggest financing issues you face. And what we've been able to do, and one, not everything's under your control. Have that in your mind. And I think that's something we've taken that under our control. So I can't control NPR. If they leave NPR at close to 28%, then that's what the banks would give me. If I'm doing local currency, that's what the banks would give me. But what things I can do, and how do I structure it to extend my tenure? And that's one of the things we've been able to do in our acquisition, is extend our tenure from 7 years to 14 years. And by the time it's announced, it's something that will change how the market is raising capital currently. But how best do we use what we have regarding in the local market context, and how best to do that? The reality is that the DFIs would not come in the way we want them to come in. I think that's clear. I always knew that there would be a second set of investment flow into the market. The first would be those that came in early in 2013 privatization, and there would be a reset because there'll be learnings and there'll be a shakeout. It always happens in industries where this, and what you have is a second wave of investors. So EcoDisco is the first commercial-driven acquisition. All others have been driven by AMCON or lenders. So there's something to it, why that has happened. There's some sense, there's a lot of sense to it. So bringing everything together in terms of how I would advise anyone raising capital, there are things you can control and there are things you cannot control because of your operating environment. You need to look at those you can control and see how you can push the thinking of the lenders and the lending market. The other thing, do not rely on the DFI money. I think that will not come in, especially in the power market, because of where we are currently. They will tell you, ourselves, some of us who are locals, that first go in, lead the charge, let's see what happens after 2 or 3 years, and then we come in. So basically, you de-risk it for them. Again, capital, typically the cowards, the word they use, the cowards are scared of risk, right? So it's going to be a homegrown solution. It's going to be people who believe it's a mission beyond the returns. There'll be some risk, but it's a mission. And that mission has some risk, but has significant upside. And that's where we play and we believe in, and that's what we're able to do. And it's important to put it, North-South Power has always set the bar on how we want to raise finance. When we did the first, I'm happy you said the first green infrastructure bond. We opened up the markets to because nobody knew about the power market then. And that's true. This was about 5-6 years ago. You only knew what you read in the papers, but now there are credit rating reports on power companies and they are listed power companies. Before then, it wasn't that way. So again, Transgrid and Eco, which is acquiring Eco Disco, will lead it, how we're going to change Eco Disco, and we are mission driven. We have built the right partnerships in terms of capital providers in driving this narrative. We understand what it takes. We've been in the sector for 10 years. We know everything, what the issues are, so we understand it, and therefore we will deploy capital into that. And we are happy that we've been able to convince some of our capital providers to support us. So there's a track record, obviously. So you need to have that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir. So it would appear that a recurring theme from the responses is the existence of a deficit, right? And constant losses as a result of this deficit, which would also suggest that if we're going to go into the next stage, there's a need for modern, efficient infrastructure to be in place at, even at the state level, for investors to be more incentivized to deploy capital, right? And so, Mr. Olugbenjo, the question goes to you. How would you evaluate a state's institutional and technical capacity, either in terms of grid readiness, efficiency, agency coordination, etc., before you deploy capital into such a state? And in answering that, maybe you could suggest what actions state governments could take to further present themselves as being technically and operationally capable for the deployment of capital and establishment of projects.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's a loaded question. Ultimately, in making any investments, you assess whether from a fund perspective, because I represent an infrastructure fund, you look at two items that are quite sacrosanct. Is there a return for your investors? And in our case, is there an impact story? Okay. Certainly, the return narrative will come with some risk, and the impact narrative is very evident. What are you going to do? What transformation? What benefits does it provide? In assessing a state, it's about mainly the state's openness to business. Is the state ready? Do they understand? Are they willing? And I think it's a partnership, because I don't think there's any state that has the full index where you ticked all the criteria. You have to engage the states to know what it is they're trying to do. And in the context of this question, I'm actually referring to transformative projects. I'm not talking about solar on a building. I'm talking about how you pretty much give energy access to majority of the states, stimulate production, stimulate consumption, stimulate economic activities, and all of those things. So you're really talking about tens of millions of dollars of investment value. And providers of those capital, it's not, to Kolapo's point, there are some providers within your domain, within the country, but there are others that you could actually bring on. And there's nothing wrong with foreign capital. Foreign capital is good if it can stay the long haul. And for those types of capital, they're looking for assurance, certainty, that what they understood when they were deploying capital is accurate and nothing is going to change it. Certainly, there are layers of investors, but one thing the investors does not want to take is a risk that is other than a market risk. I can take a risk whether there will be demand in the future. I'm comfortable with that. I would access that. But I cannot begin to take a regulatory risk. Why should I take a regulatory risk when the regulator have already set the framework and I accepted it? So why should I walk in 2 years into my investment and then I have a change that impacts the value of capital, the kind of promise that I've made to investors? So I think those are the things that you would assess. That is quite an intangible assessment where you will do so, you will come to your comfort zone as an investor based on the engagements that you've had, right? And the exchange, as I referred to in my earlier conversation about meeting with the regulator in Lagos on the account of the investments that we've made with North South Power into EcoDisco. So those are the kind of assessments you will, and it's so I haven't made those assessments. It's actually ongoing. it's continuous. It's not a one-stop because there's going to be exchange of ideas and a dialogue. So it's not a one-stop. You don't stop because you've just had the conversation. You continue until your objectives are achieved. And so that's kind of how I would look at it. So to come back to that question, there's not one thing. It's a bucket of things that you look at, but ultimately you're looking for assurance of the return that you expect, and you're looking for the delivery of the impact, and everything that surrounds that is the work that you do in order to make sure you extract those value.
Thank you very much, sir. So we're running out of time. We'll try to take one question, for every other panelist, but probably answer in about a minute or thereabout. So for Mr. Kolapo, Joseph, how do you reckon that states can build, credible project pipelines and attract technical partners, especially in areas of like greenfield infrastructure where, as you had mentioned earlier, sometimes the data might not be there?
I think the first thing states need to do is collaborate with the DISCOs. Because the DISCOs, I think Mr. Dutu said, you have to first build what you have. The DISCOs have that data. So let's even get them to be able to provide that data. And I think the commissioner said that, provide it upfront. And therefore, because once you have data, you're able to see, okay, this is the demand, this is supply gap, and then investments can go into that area. But one of the things that must be done is that it's done in a way that you're not robbing Peter to satisfy Paul. I don't know how to explain, but it's done in a way that the existing players and the new players, they have an even board of even rules. So it's very clear on what basis they are coming in and what needs to be done. But I think clearly data is the first thing. Collaboration with existing DISCOs to get that data and build up on that data.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Gania, to get the benefit of your legal expertise, how, based on your experience and using the Lagos electricity market as your case study, what key regulatory concerns do you see deterring private investment in these subnational markets as we go forward?
Yes, so the first thing, which goes to what Mr. Durotoye had mentioned, is in respect to the level of government support that remain in the markets, in the state electricity markets. For instance, using Lagos State as an example, under the Lagos State PPP laws, Lagos State doesn't issue guarantees for PPP projects. They can provide letters of support. And so does Lagos State intend to follow this path in relation to developing the electricity markets? Looking beyond institutional investors such as Stanbic, if we are looking to attract private capital, these private investors have historically relied on the federal government issuing guarantees, which they haven't typically issued those, apart from very limited projects. They've had to rely on the federal government, and now we're telling foreign investors, you're relying on a state's IGR. And so some investors might be a bit hesitant to go into the market. I think Lagos State has created a precedent as a very vibrant economy, but there are some other states that wouldn't have the benefits of that, and so it would definitely be a concern for investors. And one other thing to mention is in relation to even the regulatory overlap. So when we look at the Electricity Act, we see that, okay, once a state establishes a state electricity market, there's a transition from NERC to the State Electricity Regulatory Commission. But then the Electricity Act still goes further to say, if there's any activities within that state that relies on the national grid, if there's any interstate activities or any cross-border activities, NERC still has the regulatory authority. And so let's say I'm an investor, I start to think, does that mean if I want to conduct or invest in a project in Lagos State, if the project relies on national grid and relies on maybe a state grid, does that mean I need to be licensed by both NERC and the Lagos State Regulatory Authority? And so there are some jurisdictional uncertainties that still need to be clarified. And I think, like we'd spoken about earlier, investors are looking at what is the institutional framework and precedent within the states. Am I investing in a state that has typically not upheld its contractual obligations, regulatory certainty within those states, enforcement of contracts? So those are some of the things that I believe investors will be concerned about. So I assume, like Mr. Olugbenjo had said, a lot of investors are going to wait and see how other investors act in the market, how other investments go in the market before really investing.
All right, thank you very much, Ganiet. And then final question to Mr. Dorotoye. Ganiet had mentioned, for instance, PPPs, right, playing a role. And so the question is essentially, what role do you think PPPs can play in driving investment in subnational electricity markets?
Exactly what you said. So we're lucky that we're now at a stage where the governors and governments are owning up and saying we cannot be investors. So the shortfall of spend on healthcare, on things that government alone can do, education, roads, security, is so much that there's no point in you using money that is not enough to do social things to go and compete with capital that can deliver a return. But what PPP would need to change in the way we look at it. So, the commissioner did mention, the states being willing to help, by capitalizing some of their own contributions. But that would be nice, but it's not even going to really be what they really want. It's really around the stability of the business environment. Okay, if the regulators change their posture from policeman to chief investment officer, transparency, clarity, the things that investors need for states to provide such that you can evaluate properly your risk. Investors don't need our money. They need our market. They know how to do it well, but they need it to be stable. And if there's anything you want to do with the little money you have, go ahead and give guarantees, which on a risk-adjusted basis will cover a lot. So when you look at the default risks, like Dolu said, what you're going to be wanting to guarantee is not the investment itself that people know how to assess. Are you going to change your mind on your tariff structure? Are you going to change your mind on your repatriation structure? Are you going to change your mind on your foreign exchange, mechanisms? If you do any of those things, it messes up my investment. I'm going to need a guarantee. But collections, leave that one for me. Uptime, leave that one for me. We know how to do it. But the ones we don't know how to do are, one day you will say, I'm going to do this, and 4 years later, somebody else comes and says, we're not doing that again, we're changing. And that is what is going to make people scared. So we need to find, that is the primary area that we're going to need, the government's participation to support investments.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for every panelist here. Thank you all for your time. Thank you for your expertise and for the benefit of your experience. I'm not sure that we have the time to take questions from the audience, and so I would hand over the conch back to the host. Thank you.
All right, while we'll take the photograph, please, quick announcement, please subscribe to BusinessDay's channel. We have curated content, and also we cover business stories, and you'll be seeing, yes, it's already up on your screen. So please just grab your phone and scan the QR code and be a part of the conversation. Please scan the QR code and subscribe to our channel so you could be a part of the conversation. Also, like to provide you additional value. So Business Day Premium is one of our offerings where we are bringing to you trusted insights, exclusive interviews. We also have expert opinions, deep research, and full access to our e-paper. That's also something we'd like to get your own feedback. So there's a form that you got at the registration desk. We'd like you to please fill those forms so we can have access to you and offer you value-driven opportunities through our newsletter and premium platform. Thank you. All right, right now we'll be going to our second and final session, and this session will be all about state versus federal roles and defining clear boundaries in Nigeria's electricity. And on this panel, we've got the chairman of the Enugu Electricity Regulatory Commission, Mr. Chijioke Okonkwo, and he'll be joining us virtually. Please put your hands together for him so he feels us even while we're here. Also on this panel, we have the CEO of Azura Power West Africa, Engineer Edu Okeke. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up. We can do better with the applause, please. Thank you very much. Also joining us on this panel is the Deputy Managing Partner at Olaniun Ajayi LP, Mr. Wolemi Eson. Please put your hands together as he comes up to the seat. And still joining us on this panel is the Country Manager at Empower Nigeria, Robo Igbo. I hope I got that correctly. Please put your hands together for the Country Manager. And also joining us on this panel is the Commissioner for Legal, Licensing and Compliance at the NERC, Mr. Dafe Ekpeneye. Akpeneye, please put your hands together for him as he comes. He's actually joining us virtually today. And moderating this panel is the head of the Energy Desk at BusinessDay, Dipo Oladende. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm sure it's been a very, very insightful conversation. And so we are talking about a sector that basically affects everyone. So I heard the first panel talk about the pathway to attaining investment in building energy infrastructure, and then, of course, tap into the state electricity market. And so what we would focus here on our panel session is to get insights from you all and share your experiences, your views, and how most especially put solutions to some of these things we've highlighted today. And so we'll start from, excuse me, just a minute. Yeah, so I just wanted to, so can we, Mr. Daffy, can you hear us?
Good afternoon, everybody. I can hear you.
Oh,
can
okay. So we'd like to start with you. So the question is around states, really. So we have close to about 7 states who have gotten permission to start regulating their own states' electricity markets. So what role is NEC playing in terms of making sure that there is harmonization, first of all, and there is a reduction in uncertainty. So everyone is not doing. So we are all working towards one goal, and there is no chaos in terms of what each and every state is doing.
Okay. Thank you very much, and apologies for not being there in person. I'd actually planned for this event last week, only to have been hit with a date change, and I had another commitment. That's where I'm at now. But that being said, I said I wasn't going to miss it, so I'll join virtually. I think we need to be a bit circumspect with how we phrase the question and being mindful of the various roles. So NERC is not responsible for harmonization of laws, right? As your colleague rightly said in the opening, the electricity is a constitutional issue, and it's also, for nuclear power, it's in the exclusive list. For all other matters, it's on the concurrent list. And not only is it on the concurrent list, it's qualified. So there's what the federal government, National Assembly can do, and the states, and also state what the states can do. And when you read the concurrent list very clearly, the states have exclusive jurisdiction over distribution in Nigeria. And with the exception of the FCT that would sit with the National Assembly. So with this move towards awakening decentralization, because decentralization has always existed in all our constitutions from 1979, 1999, and the recent amendment. The Electricity Act only makes room for orderly transition. So in the EA and the Electricity Act, when the states meet the requirement, the Commission is meant to exercise those mandates of one, issuing an order mandating the utility to incorporate a subsidiary and take certain steps, and thereafter full regulatory mandates will be transferred to the state, so the state becomes responsible. On the issue of harmonization, it now boils down to the states in the lawmaking process to ensure that they put in place pieces of legislation that are fit for purpose. I would have wished and prayed that we had done what we did and what the Indians did, whereby they have the same framework whereby they operate constitutional decentralization, but they only have one law, which is the Electricity Act of India that everybody operates out of, and the regions derive their powers from that, and they operate. But we're where we are, and we don't have the legal powers to do so, but as being a key stakeholders, we've had engagements to various working groups and ensure that best practice has been offered to the states. And so far, from what we've seen, the laws are not uniform, but they appear to be fit for purpose. But besides being fit for purpose, we need the political will and the other things that make the laws work. Laws just don't make themselves work. It's the people behind the laws that have to do what's right to make it work. And you can use traffic as an example. Nigeria's traffic laws are similar to what you would have in the United States or the UK, but what you see on our roads, it's not the same thing.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'd like to hear from Engineer Okeke. So we've heard Mr. Daffy talking about making things work and also having political will. So my question to you is, states' electricity markets, what is it for you and your business, opportunities or risks?
Thank you. That's a question. It's very difficult to answer today because we still don't know what is, for us as existing generating companies, we are still watching what states are doing. But if I look at the practical aspect of it, I am going from being regulated by one regulator to potentially being regulated by 37 regulators. I don't know whether that is an opportunity or a risk to me. It's unfortunate that the Commissioner for Energy Lagos State has left, because I have a critique of the Electricity Act of 2023. I think it's an act created, it's kind of throwing away the child with the bathwater. We know we've had problems in the electricity sector for some time. Do I think that it's for states to regulate everything? I don't think so. Probably distribution aspect of it, maybe states can regulate, because setting one tariff across the country, probably you might say take it down to the states. But when you go to regulating the generation and transmission, I know that the Act says if you're connected to the national grid, of course, NERC, but, there are still quite a lot of things there that we are trying to understand what it means. But let me share a discussion I had with a senior official of one of the states some time ago, and he told me, he said, look, that they are going to regulate the market in such that they have abundance of gas. They are going to regulate the market in such a way that generators who basically charge zero to nothing in their state, that electricity will be free in their state, and that power will go to Lagos where people are going to pay. So you can understand the thought process behind some states, And then I also think that law was created. I mean, when we look at the telecom industry, maybe looking at it, but let's understand the big difference. You can put up a mast here and transmit signal to people around here. Electricity is not like that. It must flow. You understand? So my power plant is in Benin. That power goes to, if you go to TCN, they'll tell you how many places that power goes to, which means it's grid connected, is there. Now, there are questions we haven't asked in terms of transmission of electricity. How many states can actually generate meaningful electricity? Do they have the fuel and everything? How many states can do that? Which means a lot of power that will flow will still be on the grid. I mean, how do you manage that regulation between NERC and the states? And also, when you now think of it, that what happens, that power must flow from one place to the other, it becomes quite challenging. I mean, if I go to my investors today and say we want to, say put up 500, maybe expand the capacity to 300 megawatts, they're going to ask me, that means before you do that, you probably have to run the load flow, maybe work with TCN, understand where your load is going to go to, before you start even doing anything, understand the laws in those states, Those things are big challenges. Electricity, like I said, is not like telecom where you can transmit signal. And let's understand what has happened. I think you do that, Nitel died, but for us, we cannot do that. And when you also think of TCN, what is their primary responsibility? Yes, it's about transmission of electricity, but primarily it's also maintenance of stability of the grid. So there are so many things. Okay, I have Lagos, so to say, I sign a bilateral, say, to transmit power to Lagos, and TCN wakes up, there is challenge on the grid that the only way they can maintain stability of the grid that very day is take that power to Enugu. What happens then? So there are so many unknowns and challenges there. We probably will figure it out. Do I think that the law is good as it is? I don't think so. I think we've all lived in a situation just like Mr. Dorotoe said when he was speaking. You will have about 40,000 megawatts out there. Every one of us has been a generator, distributor, and transmitter, and we are now trying to formalize it by getting the states, maybe aggregate small portions. I think that the law as it is today, probably the only state it favors is Lagos, because it's only in Lagos you can meaningfully install a very big power plant. Every other state is going to be like embedded, but we have to ask ourselves, NERC has always been issuing license for embedded power. Why is it that it hasn't taken off? We haven't asked ourselves that question because of the cost. The smaller the power plant, the higher the cost of production from that power plant. That's the reality. So in a nutshell, I wouldn't call it a risk. I wouldn't call it an opportunity, but we see quite a lot of red flags coming out from there, and we are still watching to see what states are doing and comparing to what NERC has done in the last few years to see where it puts us in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. Okay, so Chinye, you're a lawyer and you've heard a lot of concerns that the previous speaker have raised. What would be your advice to states in terms of how to set up their own state electricity markets? He also raised concerns about some red flags as well, which he thought would not I mean, you can't be getting more than, now, basically a GENCO will be dealing with more than one regulator, dealing with a lot of regulators at the same time. So how can states position themselves in order to be effective and efficient in this new era of state electricity market?
Okay, thank you very much. And those wondering, my name is Chine Ajay. I'm representing Olivia-son. When the Electricity Act was passed, one of the things I hear, very commonly was, okay, state can now generate their own power. And I was like, nothing ever stopped states from generating their power, even before the law came in place. Nothing changed. I mean, you could as well set up a plan, go get yourself a license, right? The main thing the law actually did was, okay, give them power to make laws. And I asked myself, is the problem really laws or power? Because the real deal is to get power into houses, right? So in my view, it's a step in the right direction, but I like to say that not every state needs to set up an electricity market, if we have to be very realistic, right? Because there are a lot of things that is required to do that, right? So things like technical capacity, things like enabling environment, do your citizens have the power to pay, right? Then there is also, in fact, like I said, not every state needs to pass their laws. And I see a lot of states trying to make effort. Please don't just do the copy and paste thing. Check, do you have the technical capacity? Do you have the enabling environment? Can your people pay for that? Now that's for those states who do not have laws. Now for those states who now, okay, you've taken steps to take, or you're looking to, establish your own laws. The first thing I see is that states, you don't necessarily need to regulate everything. From my review of various state laws, I see states trying to regulate virtually everything from end to end. It's just going to make things a lot more difficult. In my view, the first thing, the state should focus on the lowest hanging fruits, which is how can I get power to my people? Mini grids, what are the quickest things, we can actually do to do that? Then how can I, develop technical capacity with my team? And then how can I make, the environment friendly? We're talking about guarantees. The truth of the matter is that, at least, like, Mr. Dorothy said, the first movers have to be given those guarantees. Then by the time the market now gets really comfortable and balanced, then others are coming in, may not necessarily need those guarantees. But for those first few, first movers, that has to be considered. So in terms of the contradictions, now there are a couple of them in the Electricity Act, particularly one that Mr. Edu just mentioned in terms of power, grid plants rather that are connected to the grid should be regulated by NEC. Now we have that in the EA, I think section 63, but then we now have states also regulating that same entity. So I think there has to be clarity, right? Once you are connected to the grid, and of course the power you generate is supplied across the country, states should not regulate those entities, right? So we don't have a case of dual regulation. Then if you have an entity that operates solely within the states, right, then you can then be regulated by the state. And of course, if a grid-regulated entity now needs to probably deal or enter into any transaction with a state-regulated entity, then we can talk about complying with maybe with the market rules, as it relates to that transaction. A very critical one is also interstate. Thank God Mr. Dafe is here, and this is my view, that in terms of interstate transactions, or rather power transactions, I think it might be useful to consider having interstate licenses where entities that have to do cross-border will have to get licenses that enable them to deal across border. So you don't have a case of I'm going to get license from Ogun, I'm going to get license from the neighboring state. And also there are a couple of things, but the EA is a good, well, maybe I'm not to say it's a good law, but there are still some very gray areas that I think should be clarified to ensure that the market moves forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, let's talk to a state that is already practicing electricity markets. I mean, they're one of the first states who got licensed to regulate their own markets, and that's the Enugu state. And well, I'm sure you can hear me. So can you give us an overview of how you've started and what have been the success points and what have been the main challenges so far, briefly? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to this day for putting together this conference. It is
Business
actually
Day.
a pleasure.
Business Day.
Sorry, please forgive me.
Thank you.
I actually regret not being physically present. I couldn't just make it, but that doesn't diminish the importance that has been attached to this particular conference, and it's a pleasure to speak on Enugu State's experience when it comes to developing our own state-specific electricity market. So our experience has been one that has been rather motivating, inspiring, in the sense that what we're doing within Enugu State is changing the dynamics of what we feel an efficiently run electricity market should look like. Let me give a little bit of a background as to the situation we met before that necessitated and initiated the change that is currently taking place in our own space. So Enugu State, being one of the Southeast states served by the Enugu Electricity Regulatory Commission, that is EEDC, was basically taking approximately 70 megawatts from the national grid. And of that 70 megawatts from the national grid, we also identified that the focus was basically within the metropolis, within the urban centers of Enugu, Nsukka, and the Abani urban locations. They were basically the served communities or locations within the state. And that puts approximately 113 communities as either underserved or unserved. When we say underserved, we are looking at just getting over 4 hours, less than 8 hours of electricity services. And when we are saying unserved, we are referring to 0 hours of electricity services. That is, there may not even be an existence of electricity infrastructure in such locations. That also puts approximately 36% of the population in Enugu State without access to electricity services. And even within the urban centers, approximately 500 megawatts was being self-generated by citizens in the state. So this administration actually saw the Electricity Act as an opportunity to change the narrative. I mean, for those of us that are currently now implementing the Act, we see it as the very best thing that has happened to the power sector following the unbundling that took place with the EPSR Act of 2005. I mean, we have been put in a position to have the states participate in a sector where they probably felt left out, considering that there was that handicap in states investing in generation, transmission, or distribution of electricity. And this administration also put in place a policy document that would guide the development of our market. It actually is the little Bible that we are adhering to in what we are doing within the states, because it speaks specifically to the kind of market design we foresee would work in Enugu State. We definitely do agree with the fact one strategy would not fit all. And we also do understand that there are limits to what would work in our space, also working in other states as the case may be. So what did we do? We dug down deep inside to start preparing ourselves for the inevitable, which is to have a regulatory institution that was prepared to take over regulatory responsibilities or oversight in our own space. It is one that was also required, or that required that we also were backed by data-driven decision-making processes. So we started digging deep. I mean, the regulations we actually put in place to help us assume full regulatory responsibility in Enugu State were expected to be light-handed. We understood to a very large extent, considering the fact that quite a number of our commissioners in the Regulatory Commission had been industry players. We understood what investors were actually looking out for. And yes, we also understood our limitations, that when it is a grid connected entity for generation or transmission, it was a NEC responsibility to offer or provide that regulatory oversight. However, when it comes to the distribution aspect of it, or for embedded generation as the case may be, that is operating within a state boundaries, I mean geographical and technical boundaries, that falls under the purview of the state regulatory entity. So when it comes to each person's roles or responsibilities, for us, it is very clear. And what we're doing within the state is to complement the energy that is being received from the national grid that is also being supplied to, how do I put it, distribution companies carved out of existing generation companies. So it's a transition, and the journey has just started. There's so much more that we're putting in place to try and solve the problem that has held down the country over years of electricity service generation from a centralized perspective. And it's just a journey that we're just kicking off on. So let me stop there for now and get into it by the next question.
Oh, okay. So let's, I'll still stay with you. And in 30 seconds or in 1 minute, can you give us briefly, what results have you achieved so far from when you started till now?
Yes, so quick results. One is the fact that we have been able to work with our subco to move its generation offtake from the national grid from 70 to 120 megawatts, which means more people are receiving energy from the national grid. We have also been able to license 2 generation companies to set up embedded generation within our space to a total of 15 megawatts, the first being 10 megawatts and the second being 5 megawatts. Now, we are at the verge of issuing licenses to our first energy retailing company in Enugu State. And I must say that by October last year, just after our assumption of full control, the first mini grid was actually operationalized, commissioned for operation, active operation in a small rural community known as Nome for 100 kilowatts at peak. Now, I must say that quite a number of investors are also coming in to see or take advantage of the opportunities that we are putting in place for, like Edu said, small generation capacities. And it will relieve our citizens from basically self-generating at cost that is over and beyond what they should actually be paying if somebody who was a professional in delivering that energy services was able to do so for them. So in a nutshell, we like to say that Enugu has become a business center for potential investors to come in and set up their businesses in such a way that there is guaranteed return on investment, because we expect that contracts are going to be effective. We are also expecting that they will adopt the willing buyer, willing seller commercial arrangement to put in place their agreements. And yes, we have a committed government that is willing to support private sector developers in coming into the state to set up their operations. And it is backed by law. Everything we're doing is backed by the Enugu State electricity law.
Okay, thank you very much. Fantastic. So let's move to Mr. Robo, Empower Nigeria, right? Yeah, so, we've heard a lot of people talk about having their own solar system. So the question is, what role would renewable electricity play in this era of state electricity markets? If, for instance, everybody in this room is already self-generating, everybody is on solar, everybody is in one way or the other providing their own state electricity, providing their own electricity for themselves, can renewable electricity play a bigger role in this current era of state electricity market?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Thanks, BusinessDay, for the invitation. And to just give you a quick introduction to Empower New Energy, we are a Norwegian-based, African-focused impact investor. We invest in renewable projects, across Africa, particularly for the, C&I space, right? We're very active in Nigeria. We've done over 7 projects in Nigeria. Over the last 3 years, we invested over $35 million in these projects, over 20 megawatts of solar and 20 megawatts, of battery storage. Yes, so we see the growth of solar, particularly, both residential, and commercial, right? And for us as investors, our focus really on the commercial and industrial space. And I think parts, of the challenge, I see, in that sector is because of affordability, right? So that's why our business model actually is a PPA structure where we finance projects, over 10, 15, 20 years, PPA, contracts, and the off-taker, they pay over the lifespan, of that contract. And talking about, how solar, renewable energy can be part of this, state electricity, market. Already, as a nation, right, we already have a policy that says that we should have 36%, of our energy should come from renewable energy by 2030, right? And I think by 2025, it should be around, 23%. We know if you add hydro, we are around 40%, 20% now, right? If you remove hydro, solar is really less than 1%, maybe 0.6%, right? So there's a lot of potential for solar. And again, solar PV is actually the cheapest source of power right now, right? Solar could be cheaper than even fossil fuel, even the grid, right? So a client was surprised yesterday when we gave him an indicative offer, and he was surprised with what he saw. So I think with the cost of solar being very, very low, right, and also with our commitment to renewable energy, it is very critical that the state governments, they look at, they can incorporate, solar into this. And I think one good way to do that, right, is to have, feed-in tariffs. So, for example, I've not seen any, provision for feed-in tariffs, in all of these projects. So when you have feed-in tariffs, what that does is that when you are over-generating, you can sell to the grid, right? You can sell, to the local, market. For example, we have a lot of, industrial projects that the industries are closed during weekends. So imagine you are generating power on Saturdays and Sundays that's been wasted. But if we have feed-in tariffs, that could help to distribute in the locality, and also help to reduce the cost for the solar companies.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll go back to Engineer Daffy. I have two in one question. So the first question would be on, you've been a regulator for a while, and are there lessons you would want to give to states on pitfalls to avoid, or things you think they should pay attention to in terms of how they start this new era of states' electricity markets? That's the first one. And the second one is, Che also talked about it as well, a lot of concern about the state electricity markets, the law itself, and some have noticed some gaps. I'd like you to speak to some of those gaps, and then also talk about pitfalls you would want states to address.
Okay, thank you very much. When last I checked, I'm a lawyer, and I'm still a lawyer. I'm not an engineer.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, that's fine. So looking back, right? Pitfalls. Let's start with the pitfalls. I think we live in a society. I think one of our biggest peeves as Nigerians is we hate to make mistakes. I don't know if it's because of the religious, or everybody wants to be the head and not the tail. Everybody believes, but mistakes are good, right? Because if you don't try stuff, right, you can't learn. So you must make your mistakes. Everybody in that room that walks about, right? As children, we all learned to walk, and and you fell several times before you perfected how to walk. And that is how we all developed our own distinguished gaits. So they shouldn't be afraid of making mistakes. NERC as an institution, we've gone through different iterations, and we've made our mistakes, and we've learned from our mistakes, right? But the problem is they shouldn't repeat mistakes of the past. So the state institutions should learn from the mistakes of the past and build upon them, and not repeat them. No institution is perfect. And in doing that, you will find out what works for your respective jurisdictions, and the various steps you need to take. The other question you asked was, what was the other question again?
Gaps in states' electricity market. The Electricity Act itself.
Okay, good. So I raised my hand when Mr. Edu Okeke was speaking about fears and gaps. I think as Nigerians, we like to be overly prescriptive. That is why every 4 years our constitution is always being looked at. We want laws that envisage contemplate every possibility, and laws don't work like that. If you compare the Nigerian Constitution and the United States Constitution, our Constitution is a more robust document than the United States Constitution. The United States Constitution has been amended fewer times than our constitution has been amended. You understand? So it's not really laws per se, right? And I use this as a typical example. Nigeria is the only jurisdiction that I know that I discuss with an Uber or Bolt driver, whether they will tell me whether to use the app, let's go offline, or they will discuss rates with me, right? It's not a law thing, right? It's a mindset. It's a mindset thing. I think the Electricity Act is a big paradigm shift from where we're coming from with the Electric Power Sector Reform Act. And when you read, yes, is it a perfect picture of legislation? No, it's not. But there's no legislation is perfect. But when you juxtapose that with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where we all take our powers from, I think the Constitution has given clear guidance on the states can do, right? The states do three things, right? And if you read the Constitution, it's clear. It makes reference to power stations established by the state. So Mr. Edu Okeke has, when I was listening to I raised my hand when he was speaking, right? Your power station established by the state, right? You are operating under the auspices of the national grid, right? And you're a grid player. So if you read that schedule, and I would implore everyone seated here to read the schedule to the Constitution, the only thing that was amended was there was a proviso in the concurrent list for states that in the areas not covered by the national grid, and that was taken away, right? And even if you read that, did we really need to do that to achieve what we want to achieve today? No, because the states have always had the powers to have create electricity markets. And if you also read the Constitution, jurisdiction, distribution is the exclusive preserve of states, not the federal government, because the distribution is a local issue, right? And the Constitution made clear emphasis on that by going on to state the definition of what distribution is, not in the general interpretation section, but in the very section itself, where it goes on to state that distribution is the supply from a substation to the ultimate consumer. And that is a proviso that is clearly for the responsibility of the state governments. So if the states haven't been doing it, we can't stop them from doing it now that there's been a push to do it. What we have to do is ensure that the required support, we're able to work as a team to ensure that they do it right? And the other issue that comes across when you look at the issue of tariffs is you're going to have the issue of the policy and subsidy support, right? Which is something, I'm not on the policy side, but it's something that on the policy side, we have to agree that this is what needs to be done, right? Only the UK just agreed a 10-year industrialization plan. And one of the things they've stuck into that plan is how they're going to put in place, reduce the bills for industrial customers, right? So those are things we need to look at in our own jurisdiction in Nigeria. You're not going to have any perfect piece of legislation, but within the laws that we have, I think we really learned from the inadequacies of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act before we landed at the Electricity Act. Is it perfect? No, but it sets the framework where if we all behave like adults in the room, we act in a common sensible manner, it sets the tone for us to take the right decisions to move the sector forward, right? I don't see the issue of an on-grid player falls under the purview of the central regulator, because the central regulator is responsible for the expansion of the national grid, right? So that is the place. So reading the Constitution clearly, the second schedule, and the Electricity Act states the various roles of the respective parties, right? Are there things that can be done to the EA? Yes, there are things that can be done to make it a bit better. But we cannot prevent the states from having their own markets, because the states are responsible for the market. Ideally, it is not for us sitting in Abuja to state what Enugu should be paying as a tariff, or what Delta should be paying, or Lagos should be paying, or Kogi should be paying. No, those are local issues that should be handled at a local level. And that's best practice. And let's exercise best practice. But where we've seen that there's been a bit of overreach and not understanding the roles is that, states want to replicate the entire structures that exist, whereby you want to have your own NEMSA for certification of meters, you want to specify standards and things like that. And anybody who wants to do that, my advice to them is, please go and read the schedule to the Constitution, right? Whereby it states clearly the federal government retains responsibility for standards in Nigeria under the weights and measures section of the Constitution, and also the last proviso in the concurrent list under the National Assembly. So who can work in a power station, who can certify a power station, and anything having to do with electricity is the exclusive preserve of the federal government, so that you do not have a scenario whereby somebody goes to say that, our frequency in this state is 48 hertz, right? So that cuts across. So the federal government retains responsibility for the standards across the country, the national grid, interstate, any activity that is going to be interstate. So as the lady on the panel, my learned friend, was saying, you don't need a separate license. Any activity you're doing from a licensing standpoint that is going to be interstate is the exclusive preserve of the federal government. So the way the sector, because we operate in a tiered environment, right? Generation, transmission, distribution. In looking at that relay, right? It all falls down to a local issue, right? So you're going to have regulation of the activity itself, which will now be, what are you doing, right? Am I interstate? Am I on grid, right? That answers the question. But the final passing of that baton, right, to the eventual end-use customer, the state now has a say in what the distribution costs are going to be. So I think let's not overthink the issues. Let's not be too overly sensitive, right? The laws are clear, and if we adopt the right approach, we will interpret them in a manner that achieves the desired objectives for all of us. And mistakes will be made. We've made mistakes as an institution, and we've learned from them. We've learned how to manage the political economy, learned how people have taken us to court. They've gotten decisions against us in court of first instance. We've gone ahead upstairs to get decisions in our favor at the Court of Appeal and Supreme Court. So, and it's all those things that make the system robust and better. So let's give the states the required support that they need to do, and let's look at what the laws say, right? And if people are not doing what they need to do, right, let's point them to what the laws say. And you heard it clearly, Engineer Okonkwo said it, that look, he knows the remit of his responsibility, right? This is what Enugu can do, right? And Enugu is not going to approach an on-grid generator in a state and say, you need a license from me, and things like that. And also letting people appreciate best practice on things like licensing. I had a question on the other panel where someone asked, how long will it take for a license to be issued? I think that is not a good question to pose at a forum like this. You cannot ask how long it takes a license to be issued. Question should be, how long will it take for me to get a license when I have met all the requirements, right? Because you find a scenario whereby you've not met the requirements, fulfill the licensing requirements, all required documents are there, you have all the required documents, and you expect the regulator to give you a license in a week or two. No. So you need to ensure that, okay, on my part, I have met the requirements. And if you've met the requirements, right, you will get a license. I don't think any regulator wants to regulate darkness. The more players you have, the better it is for you, because we don't produce power. We just set the rules for players to come in and make the sector work. You understand? So when all that is done, right, using the required rules, we will achieve it right. And for regulators who do not understand their powers or go outside their remit, I'm happy that the courts are there. And all of us who are administrative bodies created by law, we're all subject to judicial review. So anybody who goes outside this mandate of his powers and everything, injunctions will be there to put us in checks. Orders of mandamus are there to put us in check. So we operate in a country of laws, and I think the laws will guide and ensure that we act in the best interest for the benefit of Nigerians.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that brief overview. So we'll move quickly because we are pressed for time. We'll go to Engineer Okeke. So the question for you is, how can states balance, well, let me say, what structure do states need to put in terms of governance to balance between investors' protection and then customers' affordability? Because if the sector, again, is not, if we don't create a system where we can have we have people can pay for the services they are being offered and is efficient, is constant, then it's going to result in chaos. So how can we create that sector where investors' confidence are there and then affordability is also there as well?
Thank you. And to answer that, I'll also refer to what Chinenye said when she was speaking. She said, we don't need laws, we need power. And that's the summary of the whole thing. Listening to Chijioke and Dafe, like I said, while I'm not a fan of the current Electricity Act, it's the law of the land today, so we have to work with it. But what I'll be telling any state is to focus on making the disco within their area viable. I mean, what the biggest problem we've had in the sector is very simple. The biggest problem we've had is that generators don't have line of sight on how to recover their money. That's why investment is not going into the generating space. Because I issue an invoice for 100 naira to MBET, I get paid 40 naira. Where do I get the balance of 60 naira? That's the long and short story of the problem we've had in the power sector for the past few years. You know, until we tackle that and have investment going into the whole sector, nothing will change. So if I think I mentioned this to Dafe once. I said, if it's me, actually, what I would do is to say, what is the, I don't even, first of all, I'm one of those that believe that we shouldn't be regulating the tariff, actually. It should be a market. Let's understand it. Each and every one of us, there is if the grid is charging you a particular amount, there is an alternative, which is your generator. That's the reality. Every disco should just be looking at what do I charge customers to make sure that they stay with me rather than buying a generator and give them constant power. That's basically what the only way. And then you now see competition. Of course, if you are overcharging, somebody can come in and say, oh, I can give them something cheaper. That's the best way to do it. But because it's not happening, we have this tariff. If it's me that is NERC, the day you pass your state law, I will say, okay, what is the tariff for grid power? Maybe 200 naira. That's it to your state. So it's now for the governor to say, I want to put subsidy in place for my people, or I want them to pay the full bill. And what would the discos do? If Enugu State if they can recover their money from Enugu State while Delta State is not allowing them to recover their money, they'll just call TCN and say, please don't divert power to Delta again. Please put everything in Enugu. You know, market has a way of streamlining things. I mean, I like the fact that Rabi is here, because when we talk of power, it's almost like it's different from market. Go to his office today and say, I want a generator. He will say, oh, it's 20 million. You say, I have 15 million. He will say, okay, go. When you have 20 million, you come back. That's it. Why is it that when we now get to the grid, all of a sudden, we are no more respecting what market is all about? This is supply and demand. Look at the price. Look at what it is. And I think states should just start thinking along that line in terms of how do we incentivize discos to be putting power in our state. How is about discouraging stealing of electricity. You know, states should probably pass state laws to make sure that if you steal electricity, you know, that kind of thing, there is penalty for it. You know, some communities, it's not even community when soldiers can even go to Ikeja Disc and beat them up and nothing happens. You know, there are some of those things that we have to do. So it's not, again, I would say, leave regulating the generation and all those things. Market, you know, investors, you know, I think one of the challenges we have with regulators is that they tend to believe that they know it better than the investors. Look, we are rational human beings as businessmen. You know, every investor wants to go where he can recover his money. That's the underlying thing. No, you know, forget about what anybody tells you. There is nobody that's charity. It's not, if I want to do CSR, I will go and do CSR. But when I go to my investment committee, I'm telling them, if we put this money here, look at the result we are going to get. That's the only thing. Does it meet our threshold? So, long and short story is simply, states should be looking at the discos and say, disco, before now, what are the factors that are making you, you know, not to bring power to this state? What are the factors that, are discouraging you? How do I make things better for you? Simple.
Thank you. A round of applause for him. Thank you very, very much. So we are wrapping up. Closing thoughts from Chinyere.
Yes.
Chineye.
You know, there's one of my favorite saying I like to say anytime I have opportunity to speak this way. You know, I heard someone say it and it really stuck with me. Is the fact that the same way, I'm not an engineer, but it says the same way electricity flows in the path of least resistance is the same way investment flows in the path of least resistance. That's the summary of it all, right? And I would like to say, I know Mr. Dafe had said, you know, the law is clear, but there's just one thing I think that should be clarified. Now, you know, when a good person, or rather the right person, has a bad law, right, you get more results than when a bad person or wrong person, there is word bad, has a very good law, right? So the thing is, you know, he said, you know, people if we know what they are doing, but in our climb, not everyone can be able to analyze things rationally. So to the best extent possible, it's always good to have very clear provisions. Not like we'll be prescriptive to put everything in it, but as clear as possible. And one thing I would like to say, particularly on this, because I've had clients that are operating down the grid. They're operating in estates and they've passed laws, and they have scenarios where they're receiving letters and saying, you operate a generation plant in my state. I have power to regulate generation, so therefore you need to come to me to do this. So it's important to state in the law. I know it already says that everything connected to the grid is NEC regulated, but maybe we need to add the word exclusively or something to make it crystal clear that if I'm operating on the grid, then don't come my way, right? And then if you're operating within the state, because sometimes you need to have that very, very clear provisions to, you know, to help people understand, because clarity is also very important to drive investment, to give investor confidence in the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. To you, Robbie, closing thoughts.
Yeah, so from the views of a foreign investor active in this market, right, particularly focused on, you know, C&I space, we've seen a couple of projects that are sort of, talking about, this, electricity market. And our first thought really is around clarity, right? We've said that over and over again. We're not clear, who's in charge, who's the regulator, and all of that. And again, transparency, is a major challenge too, right? You want to be very sure of, that what you're saying A, A is A, and it's not C or D. Then again, one key issue is around guarantees, right? So an investor coming in, providing capital for a market that might be sort of, suboptimal in terms of, affordability. We want to see some level of guarantees, right? So what kind of guarantees are we going to get? Is it from the state government? Is it from other DFIs or something? So there need to be some kind of guarantee to encourage the investor to bring the capital. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. A round of applause for thank you. So I think we've been able to adequately discuss and address all majority of your questions or gray areas. And of course, there's no time for questions now. And after the close of events, we can always network, meet any of them to ask any more questions. Let's give them a round of applause once again. Thank you for time.
I think we're going to take photographs as we did in the earlier panel. Yes, you can applaud. Thank you very much. We have overstayed our time, but thank you all so much, not just for coming, but staying with us till the very end. It's been a very interesting conversation, opportunity for networking as well. Experience sharing. No one promised that this one sitting or session will solve all of Nigeria's electricity problems. But I think we are clearly taking steps to reaching that goal. Whether you believe it will be attained in your lifetime or not, I think it's good that we're making progress. I'd like to thank our friend Rabi from JMG for their support. Without them, we would not be here. I also like to thank Olanio Ajayi, not for just being a technical partner, but also for being as sponsors of this session as well. They have choreographed the conversation very well, moderated the first session very well, and is the reason why we have been working with Olanio Ajayi for some years. Thank you very much, and of course, send our appreciation and regards to the firm. Thank you. We are at the end of this session, and the conversation, I'm sure, would continue, whether informally after we leave here, or perhaps at some other sessions to come. We're looking at a session that will be dedicated to renewables later in the year. Some have asked the question, why didn't renewables feature significantly today? We will have an opportunity for that, for those who have a solar panel on their roof, to add a voice to what they are doing. We'd like to thank our speakers, Dafe, and of course our commissioner from the chair of the commission in Enugu, and of course Mr. Ogunle, who was here with us this morning. I think I want to end with two appeals. Firstly, we would like to have many more sponsors when we gather again next year. So when we come knocking on your door, please don't keep the door shut, so that it will not be Rabi alone that ensures that we convene. Secondly, if I don't say this, I don't know whether I will earn my pay at the end of the month. Business Day digital subscription is something that I truly believe you should have. It opens the access to high caliber, good quality content from Business Day. I know that some of you here are already subscribers to the digital service. But if you don't have a digital subscription to Business Day, please don't leave here without asking any of my colleagues how you can take a digital subscription. That said, I wish you Godspeed. Thank you very much, and bye-bye.
Norma Obodna.
My name is Yaraba Bahrani.
My name is Mark Kennedy.
My name is Bisi Shotunde.